Hello. We are live on YouTube and Twitch, I hope. Also, I hope you guys can hear me. Welcome, welcome. How's everybody doing? Thank you guys all for tuning in. I hope you guys can hear me well. Hello. We're getting into some good old Genshin lore reading content today. We're going to be reading Durin's lore, Yahoda's lore, as well as Durin's signature weapon and Venti's new 5-star weapon. And that's pretty much the only content that I have planned for today. So, yeah, I just went live, yeah. And for anyone that's curious, we're at the title screen because I heard earlier in the patch that there's this, some people think it's an Easter egg, some people think it's a bug, where if you log into your game in the Silver Moon Hall and you activate your Welkin Moon, apparently a different song plays in the Silver Moon Hall, and I haven't seen it yet, and I want to try to see if I can trigger it before Luna 4 comes out, because I assume Columbine is going to be back in the picture, or even the Silver Moon Hall might be different afterwards. So, I want to see if I can try to trigger that bug or effect before we get into anything else today. I was just out of content. Nice. I can have you accompany my drawing tonight. Thank you, Laser Storm. Hope you are having a good night. Thank you guys all for joining as well. Yeah. I've been mostly doing like editing stuff. I've been uploading a lot recently. I've been doing like a video a day for like the last week, and all of the videos have done really well, so I'm really happy about that. I got the Genshin lore quiz out. I got my thought piece out with like Libin and a bunch of lore topics. So videos have been doing really well. The playthrough series will be resuming probably next week, because I think we're getting Columbina's character trailer tonight. Tomorrow, I'm pulling for Columbina, so there'll be a pulling video tomorrow night, and then Friday should be drip marketing. So, and then on top of that, I don't know how many characters they're gonna be. I don't know if it's gonna be, I'm expecting Varka, Lohen, and maybe Linnea. I don't know if we're gonna get 2 characters next patch, or 3 characters next patch. But I'm expecting at least 2, like Varka, Lohen at the very least. And so, I'm probably going to, have some drip marketing videos out over the weekend. And then next week, probably on Monday, we're gonna get back to version 5.6 content with the Cheval Moran Film Fantasyland event with, Lapine, Pauline, the boys, and the ladies. Yeah, I'm also expecting or hoping that Friday's drip marketing. It should be, since Genshin Fest is over and, you know, the whole debacle with the Lantern Right patch drip marketing. That happens every year, but hopefully we're going back to the norm on Friday, but we'll have to wait and see. I haven't done Durin's quest yet, so I don't want to get accidentally spoiled on it. All right, that's fine. Yeah, we're reading Durin's lore and his weapon, so that's probably a safe bet. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, David. Hopefully you get a chance to check it out when you have time. It is on a daily reset, so just keep that in mind. Hi, Arnold. Not really related, but are you planning on continuing HSR? Yeah, I'm not in a rush to get back to HSR because we're not getting the next patch for another month. But, I'm probably gonna dip my toe into some Genshin content before I finish 3.8 HSR. I know I should probably get it out of the way first, but, I have a lot of editing that I have to do for Genshin, and I haven't really edited much playthrough content since I've been in Canada, and I've been here for almost a month now. So, HSR, I'm not too worried about, just because it's not going anywhere, and we have, like, a long time to finish it before the next patch. But obviously, like, I always catch up on content before the next patch comes out. Just started your playthrough session, started in Mondstadt, and now I'm in your Inazuma. Thank you, I appreciate that, yeah. Inazuma is like the 100 video mark, so, I don't know if you're watching every video or if it's just, like, only our conquests. I don't know, like, I have a bunch of different playlists, so people can choose what they want specifically. But, yeah, I appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying it. I'm glad to hear that. I got a really nice comment yesterday from somebody that was like, you know, I started playing Genshin late, and they're like, oh my god, your playthrough is literally a godsend for people who missed out on stuff that weren't around for it, but still get to experience it as if they're playing it themselves. And I always knew, like, when I made the playthrough, when I made the channel initially, I was like, that's always the reason. That was, like, the main reason why. I didn't want to, like, upload videos and have something I missed or have something that, you know, I just wanted, like, a full, complete documentation. And so I'm really happy that the content is doing well, and a lot of new people are getting into it. Like, every day I'm seeing people posting comments on, like, older videos, like you could tell, like, people are watching through it based on the comments. So yeah, I'm really happy for that. When are you gonna do the new Archon quest? I'm gonna start the new content probably on Thursday. And that's mainly because we have a new region, we have a new Archon quest, and I'm probably not gonna get through any of it in the first couple of days. So basically, the patch comes out Tuesday night. I'm not gonna stream on Wednesday. And then I'm going to start it on Thursday, but I don't know how far I'm going to get. I don't know how long the Archon quests are going to be. I don't know how much I'm going to be distracted by the new area and the new music and the new monsters and the new exploration and all that jazz. So, and then also I need, you know, that 24 hours for, like, the mods and people to try to find any spots on the map that I can avoid triggering anything. So, yeah. Didn't get a notification? Yeah, I haven't sent any of them out yet, like, well, I mean, YouTube and Twitch, if you didn't get those, unfortunate. But I haven't sent out the links yet for, like, the server or anything, but let's do that now. Okay. Alright. Arnold, I have a question. How do you manage to avoid leak spoilers when new patches come out, but at all other times? People on Twitter and TikTok discuss them without putting any warnings, and I often stumble upon them when reading my feed without realizing it. I literally don't go on Twitter when, like, I know when you can preload the patch, I guess people can, like, data mine and look at stuff that's in the patch before it comes out. Like, I haven't been on Twitter since, like, not yesterday, but the day before. Like, I only go on Twitter to post my tweets, and then that's literally it. So, like, I literally just stay off social media. Like, I just don't go on Twitter unless I want to post something, and then I post it, and then I get off. But yeah, that's mainly, like, literally, like, it matters that much to me that I'm not gonna get spoiled on stuff, so I just don't look at Twitter until I get to do the content myself. And, like, I have a bajillion things to do. Like, I have so much to keep me busy. Like, I could be editing stuff. I just did a little bit of my ZZZ outpost commissions recently. I just posted a bunch of that. So, like, I just don't risk it. And, like, I already do the most. Like, I post in my, like, banned words. Like, I ban, like, as many words that I could think of that would potentially come up. But, like, I also just don't scroll through my feed because the like, why would anyone trust the algorithm? So, yeah. Oh, my goodness. Okay, really quick. Mira Lynn just came through on YouTube with 50 gifted memberships. Holy moly. Massive W's in the chat. Thank you so much. I'm in Canada right now, so unfortunately I don't have alerts set up for Twitch or YouTube on my girlfriend's computer. But thank you so much for the support. I really, really appreciate that. Oh my god. Massive W's. Be sure to thank thank Mira Lynn in the chat if you guys got gifted a sub. And I really appreciate that generosity. Thank you so much. I can't even see all the alerts are going. It's 1 in the morning right now, Arnold. Well, it's almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, my time. And believe it or not, I stream on my time zone. So, I'm sorry. But yeah, thank you. Really appreciate that. Alright, give me 1 second. Okay. Okay, so really quick chat. How does everything look? How does everything sound? I'm not too loud, am I? The audio is a little bit louder because apparently it's a music cue when we log in. But after we go into the game, I'm gonna fix the audio. I'm gonna, like, put it back to normal, but right now it's a little louder than it usually is. I returned to Genshin yesterday after a 6-month break. I have a lot to catch up on. Yes, you do. There's a lot of exciting stuff to look forward to. The Archon quest is cinema. Do you think we're getting Dorman Port before we go to Snezhnaya? Yeah, I actually think we're getting Dorman Port, like, next patch. Like, in 1 to 2 patches. Like, Libin just pulled up and started talking about it. And we have Varka that's coming out relatively soon, I assume. And Lohen being teased, who's another Knights of Favonius character. And so I legitimately think Dorman Port is going to be out, like, Luna 5 or Luna 6. Absolutely. But yeah, just as a reminder, I will be streaming the Luna 4 Archon quest on Thursday. So it comes out Tuesday night, my time. And so I'm not gonna... Tuesday night, I'm gonna do my Columbina pulling video. So I'll record that and upload that either Tuesday night or Wednesday morning. Wednesday, I will not be streaming. So you guys basically have 20... I don't know, like 36 hours to get ahead of me. But yeah, I'm gonna have all day Wednesday. I'm not streaming. And Thursday, I'm probably gonna be streaming Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'm basically hogging Cal's computer for the weekend in an attempt to finish the Archon quest by Sunday, because I want to get Columbina's Selenic Chronicles. I assume we're gonna get access to it again after the Archon quest, I hope. and I really want to try to secure those wings on that first weekend, so that way I don't have to wait until, like, I don't want to have another, like, week reset. So yeah. Yeah, and hopefully the Bina trailer comes out tonight, and I'll be recording that later tonight and uploading that as well. So there'll be a lot of videos posted this week into next week. Yeah, I did mention Cup of Noodle Ollie. I think that's how you say that. Cup of Noodle Ollie. Yeah, I will be getting back to HSR before the special program. I just don't know when, because I'm, like, locked in for Genshin right now. But, because this patch is gonna be for 2 months, like, right, 8 weeks, and I think it's still gonna be around for another 25 days or something like that. I have time. But hopefully, I can get to it, like, next week or so. Do you have wishes saved for Bina? Oh, absolutely, yeah. Before I left for Canada, I used my top-up bonuses. So I topped up before I left last month. So I have enough for Bina, her weapon, Zabai, and her weapon. So I finally used my top-up bonus. I waited until now. Whoa! Oh my god, are you kidding me? Mira Lynn? Are you okay? Is everything good? Oh my god. Mira Lynn just dropped another 50 gifted memberships on YouTube. Holy. They also subbed themselves. Thank you so much. Also, yeah, Twitch is giving their W's for YouTube as well. I'm on Twitch and YouTube, by the way, if you guys were curious. I've been multi-streaming ever since Nodcry started. Thank you so much. Thank you. Chat, be sure to, okay, yeah, it's good, alright. Yeah, I don't know, like, every so often, I'm just like, okay, let me just make sure everything's on the up and up, and, like, nobody's doing things they shouldn't be. Thank you so much. Really, that is insanely generous of you. Be sure to thank Mira Lynn in the chat if you guys got gifted a sub. If you guys somehow dodged another 50 gifted, you guys are absolute ninjas. 07s to the real ones out there. But, thank you. How often do you stream? I try to stream a couple times a week. I don't have a stream schedule, unfortunately. Especially because, like, I have nothing else to do in Genshin after this. Like, I'm literally doing lore because there's nothing. I've done everything else in Genshin so far. I mean, some people are like, well, you haven't done the hangouts, but I'm talking about, like, up-to-date content. Like, I finished the Archon quest, I finished the events, I finished all world quests in Nodcry, 100%ed everything. I literally have nothing else to look forward to until Luna 4. So, so today we're reading the last bits of lore that I haven't touched on yet. But yeah, I try to stream at least a couple times a week, especially because I want to have a nice balance of streaming versus editing and uploading videos on YouTube. Especially because at some point this year, I'm probably going to wait till I get back home. I'm going to start posting YouTube shorts and, like, short form content because I've never done it before. And I've basically been, like, nerfing my potential growth on like YouTube and Twitch and Instagram and TikTok and all of that because, you know, my peers use those platforms, but I've always just stuck to YouTube and Twitch. So I kind of want to expand a little bit. Also, I'm not going to say anything at the moment. I'm not going to say anything other than this, but there is a YouTuber that I am going to reach out to soon about potentially collaborating with, and I think the collaboration is going to be really cool. I think it's going to be very entertaining. I think it's something that me and this other creator are going to really enjoy doing and putting together. And I'm not going to say anything else about that. It's not going to be for a while because I have to reach out to them and see if they're even open to the idea. But I'm so excited. I'm really excited to put it together. I've talked about it in the past. If you guys probably know what it is, but I'm not going to give you any hints. So, but I have discussed this idea that also, it's not the Genshin movie, by the way. Like, that's a separate thing. It's something else, but I'm trying to catch up on content so that way I can put my spare time into planning this thing out. But yeah, I'm gonna talk about it more. I'm gonna talk about it more once I actually reach out to this person and like plan out how we're gonna go about doing it. But yeah, it's Genshin related. It's something that I've wanted to do for a while, and I realized, oh shoot, this person would probably be great for it. So I'll get back to you guys on that, like, in the future. Probably when I'm back home, I'll probably have more info. But yeah. Is the Witch's Homework VOD not on this channel? No, it is. It is. It's probably... You know what it is? It's not a separate VOD. It's connected with the Act 5 of Durin's quest. So I believe I did Durin's Part 5, and then in that same VOD, we did the Hexerai, but it's not its own VOD, so that's why you probably can't find it. I should probably change the title to let it be known. Arnold, do you like Kingdom Hearts? Are you new? I literally was talking about Kingdom Hearts in my last upload that I posted. Yes, I'm a massive Kingdom Hearts fan. I'm not like the craziest. I also am not very up to date on the last couple of titles that came out, just because Kingdom Hearts 4 is nowhere to be seen. I still have to play Melody of Memory, and I have to catch up on Union Cross / Dark Road. But yeah, I love the Kingdom Hearts games. Me and Cal are actually replaying them. We started it last year and then we fell off a bit. We're almost done with Chain of Memories and I'm so excited for us to play Kingdom Hearts 2. But we can't play when we're together because, I mean, I guess we could technically if I like update my, like if I put my Steam account on this computer. We usually play together over Discord where she plays on the Steam Deck and then I play on my computer at home. And we'll usually be in a Discord call together, and we'll, like, basically be playing parallel to one another. But yeah. We've actually been replaying the series recently. Bro, I was just watching your Genshin Bernice World Quest. Oh god, you mean Natochka? Yeah, the the Genshin Bernice World Quest, yeah. That's funny. Not a fan of playing / streaming other story games? Oh, if you knew. If only you knew. I actually used to be a variety streamer before Genshin Impact. I used to play all kinds of story-based games. God of War, Kingdom Hearts, Spider-Man, Persona, Legend of Zelda. Like, I used to play variety games. Yeah, so you probably don't know about my history prior to Genshin Impact. And after Genshin, I never played another game again. It's just a time management thing, honestly. I probably could if I managed my time better. But yeah, I got nothing against games, and those games will always be there whenever I decide to play them, so I'm not really, you know, there's no rush for me, at least I'm patient. Are there VODs of your Souls games playthroughs? Yeah, there is. they're archived at the moment because they used to be on Twitch. I haven't posted them yet, but I've played through Dark Souls 3. I've played through, well, on stream, like for when I streamed it. I streamed Dark Souls 3, and I streamed Sekiro when those games, like, originally came out. But the VODs aren't uploaded because they used to be archived on Twitch, and then I had to take all my VODs down on Twitch. So they're on the VOD channel. I just haven't made them public yet because I still haven't gone through all of my VODs yet. No, not Bloodborne. I wasn't streaming when Bloodborne came out. I platinum Bloodborne, but I wasn't... I don't even... When did Bloodborne come out? What was that, 2013? I don't even remember when Bloodborne came out, but I wasn't streaming at that time. I didn't start streaming until 2016, 2017. Yeah, if Bloodborne came out in 2015, I wasn't... I was barely doing YouTube then. I was only doing YouTube for a couple of years back then, and it wasn't like any... And plus, Bloodborne was on the PS3, and that was like 10 years ago, and like streaming off of a PS3 back then was like so hard, because PS3 had built-in capture protection, because Sony didn't want people like recording like streaming services off of the PS3. So they made it really hard to stream directly through a PS3. So it probably wouldn't have... I probably wouldn't have even streamed on my PS3 at the time. No, Bloodborne is PS3 exclusive. Wait, hold on. Did I say PS3? Sorry. I meant PS4. Sorry. Yeah, my bad. I meant it's a PS4 exclusive. Yeah, I don't even know. What the hell was I thinking about on PS3? I don't know what I was thinking of that I said PS3. Didn't they do a remaster for it? I don't think Bloodborne ever got a remaster. I feel like I would have heard of that. One of the reasons why, like, people want a Bloodborne remaster is because you can't play the game, like, the game's at 30 frames per second on the PS4. And so, unless you can, like, mod it on, like, I don't know, I don't even know if you can, like, emulate it on a PC or whatever. But no, I don't believe there's a Bloodborne remaster. And they'd probably never make one, because if they made that, then no one would ever... People would probably never buy. Like, I do think this very deeply. I think some of the greatest video games of all time that have never been remade are not remade for a reason. I feel like if certain games are remade, people are so content playing old video games that if you remade one of the greatest video games of all time for people, they would probably, like... They would probably be fine never buying a game again. You know? Like, look how long it took for them to remake Final Fantasy VII. And I mean, you know, for all intents and purposes, like, the reception to Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth and all of that has been good. But, I don't know. I feel like, I say this all the time, but I feel like if a company is in, like, about to go bankrupt or something, that's when they would pull out their, like their saving grace, right? Sony would pull out Bloodborne, Square Enix would pull out Chrono Trigger. I can't say much about Xbox, because, like, they're still remaking those same games over and over again, and I don't really know what the platform's like anymore. So... Nintendo would make another Smash Brothers game. Stuff like that. Yeah, remake, remaster, potato, basically just a re-release, a facelift of a game is mostly what I'm talking about. Like the same game, but quality of life. 60 frames, 120 frames, fucking maybe some new content, maybe a new trophy list, you know, things like that. Yeah, Sora in Smash was great. That's such a throwback. That video, my Super Smash Bros. Ultimate compilation reaction has almost 4 million views. It's my most viewed video I've ever uploaded. That's such a throwback. And I get comments on it all the time from people. All right, gamers, with all that yapping out of the way, we're gonna run the ad right now, and we are going to get into the content. Do you think Simulanka will ever come back? I didn't play it back then. I hope so. I'm not gonna say never because the implementation of permanent events gives me hope. It kind of gives me hope. Like, Tenochtitlan and Lantern Rite, for example. Those are like quest-oriented events, but like, and even like Paralogism, I know Paralogism is like a baked-in Windbloom, but it's not really Windbloom Festival. Like, let's be real, right? Even 3.5 Windbloom, like, I legitimately feel like nothing has ever felt more Windbloom than the first Windbloom Festival. It's different for Lantern Rite, because Lantern Rite, I feel like, has gotten better over the years. Like, especially the first Lantern Rite. Like, the first Lantern Rite was great, but it was such a bomb for, like, the quests and the content itself. But, like, I feel like the first Windbloom Festival was, like, ideal. Like, the mini-games were centered around different areas in Mondstadt. You got to interact with characters and stuff like that during the quest itself. The initial, you know, the initial aesthetic of everything. They even, like, spruced up all of the different statues of the Seven. Like, with the little Windbloom decor. Like, when you traveled outside of Mondstadt. I thought it was really, like, all of that was really fun and cool. But, like, I don't know. Like, I know we're going beyond the Simulanka question, but I don't know. I do think that it would be nice. I would love for them to bring back all of these other patches and stuff. I just don't know what that would do to the size of the game. And, like, even though they could probably implement it as, like, DLC or something, it would be nice. And at the very least, they're not doing it for everything. I don't know what their criteria is for picking and choosing certain events to incorporate. Like, you chose to make Tenochtitlan's event and Lantern Rite's event permanent, right? The summer event is permanent, and the Lantern Rite event is permanent, but, like, you didn't choose to make the Thoth event with Layla and Dottore flashback lore permanent, or even the recent Dragonspine event, which, you know, it didn't have a whole ton of lore relevance, but I'm kind of curious what their criteria is. Because it doesn't seem like they're doing it moving forward. It seems like they're picking and choosing, which is kind of odd. Yeah, the upcoming Lantern Rite is permanent, yeah. The minigames won't be most likely, but, like, the core story will be permanent. So, it's same thing with Tenoch's Talk. Like, the Bennett quest is permanent in Tenoch's Talk, but, like, all the minigames and extra rewards for it are gone at this point. So, there is a level of quest permanence, which is nice. But, I don't know. Because, like, I was thinking, too, I was like, maybe it's because those quests take place in permanent settings. But then I'm like, well, they should have just done that with the Dragonspine one. The Dragonspine one was pretty understandable. It was a permanent location, Dragonspine. Granted, they had the set piece there. So, I don't know. Because, like, I assume when you do the Lantern Rite quest, they're gonna change up, like, it's gonna be like in a domain style where they're probably gonna have the themes and the environment of Lantern Rite. I don't know how they're gonna do it, actually. Also, I just remembered, too, every year we fast travel to the teleport waypoint and we walk down to the Liyue Harbor for Lantern Rite. I remember I've been doing that every year since the first year. And I'm like, oh my gosh, we're back. Lantern Rite's probably going to be in the second half, though, so hopefully I finish all the Pyramida, Archon quest, World quest stuff by then. Do you just go live? I've been live for about half an hour. Did you know Faetena is in Mawika's inner self domain? Yeah, I did. I actually knew about that when I was editing Natlan at the time. But yeah, I did mention that in the Faetena event as well, or the Varessa event. But yeah, that was like a cool foreshadowing, because I actually think I mentioned that during Varessa's tribal quest as well. Which was a lot, which is when the realization came to me, because that's when we learned more about Faetena and Varessa's, like, admiration for her. Have you read Durin's boss mat yet? Maybe not, like, in an official capacity, but I might have skimmed it. Aren't we getting the option to rewatch all cutscenes? I think so. I think we are. I'm pretty sure they mentioned that in the live stream, which is so convenient, actually. So now, for some cutscenes, I won't even have to go to... So here's the problem, though. Here's the problem with that. Like, is it any cutscene, or is it only cutscenes pertaining to permanent content? Because the biggest slap in the face would be able to watch a cutscene to a limited event that's no longer in the game. Like the Shadows Amid Snowstorms cutscene or something like that. I'm kind of curious what their criteria for that is, too. Like, I don't know if it's just Archon quests and story quests. Or is it event quests as well? Or is it only the ones you've done? I have no idea. I assume it would be like HSR. Actually, I don't know if HSR lets you watch cutscenes. I know, like, HSR has their whole timeline thing. But yeah. Oh, they do let us watch cutscenes? Okay. Yeah, it might just be like the Archon quest then. Cause isn't the HSR like Atlas, isn't that just Trailblaze mission stuff? Like Trailblaze mission and Trailblaze mission continuances. So it's just like main quest stuff. I don't know if the character quests are in there. Or events. I don't think events are. Is the Paralogism Archon Quest EN voice now? Not everybody's voice, but a lot of the characters are voiced now. There are still some that I think are missing. I think Albedo's VA hasn't done it yet. Albedo was voiced in Durin's quest. I mean, Albedo's been voiced since the God's Limit trailer. So Koi Dao has been back in the picture with recording for a while. I'm just curious. I don't know how they plan it out. Like, I don't know if, like, hey, you're coming in to record new lines. If we have time when we're done, maybe we can go back and do some old stuff. Or if you have to legitimately, if you have to specifically book a time to record previous things, but because it's not a priority, it's whenever it's convenient for all parties. You know? When are you planning to stream Bina pulling videos? Time dilator? You may have missed the memo at this point, but I don't stream my pulling videos for Genshin. I record those, but I am gonna record my Columbina pulls tomorrow night. And it'll probably get uploaded, if not tomorrow night, Wednesday morning. But I don't stream my pulls in Genshin anymore. I record them. Yeah, Aether as well. Pyro Aether doesn't have battle quotes, and I believe Aether's VA isn't voiced yet in A Space and Time for You, I think it is. Is there a reason for that? Yeah, it's mainly because I want to get friendship XP from my characters as soon as possible, and I don't like streaming at like 11 o'clock midnight. It's super late. And, I feel like it would go on a lot longer than it needed to. So, I just try to record the videos as soon as possible, get it out of the way, and move on. So I can work on leveling the characters and building them and not wasting the days waiting until I can stream it. Yeah, in the past, I would have to wait like a few days before I can pull, and I'm like, oh man, I'm missing out on friendship XP for my characters to get their lore as soon as possible. So I decided to just pull for them the night they come out, record the pulls, and upload it to YouTube instead of waiting to stream it. Are you pulling for cons? I haven't pulled for constellations in years, so unless someone's generous enough to donate for me to do it, I pretty much stick to one copy and that's it. Oh, where are you pulling for them? That's a good question. I actually haven't thought of that. It'll probably be Silver Moon Hall for Bina, and then, I don't know, somewhere in Liyue for... Actually, I might go to the Bamboo Forest outside of Chinksa Village to pull for Zabai, actually. Just because that's relevant to her lore. Yeah. I might do Silver Moon Hall for Bina. I might do her statue. It's probably going to be one of those locations. Ramika, welcome to the stream. Recently, I've been binge watching your Genshin Let's Play series on YouTube. It's very fun helping me reliving the old days when the game came out and also filling me in on events I unfortunately missed. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. We were just talking about that a little while ago. About how, I don't know if it was your comment actually. Actually, let me see. I did screenshot the picture, the comment that I got the other day. It was a really nice comment. Let me read it out actually. The comment came from username Yellow Get Wrecked. They said, getting into Genshin a few months ago, completely missing out on so much lore due to limited events. This series is an actual godsend. It's like traveling back in time, Istaroth moment. It's like traveling back in time to view the game as it was. And I'm so happy you managed to preserve that feeling. Watching you theorize about stuff and react to reveals in an organic manner makes me so happy and excited. Thank you for this series from the bottom of my heart. And I was like, that is so nice. That's such a nice comment. I really appreciated it. I have to respond to them. I liked the comment and hearted it, but I didn't get to respond to them. But I screenshotted it because I was like, I need to preserve this. So yeah, I was like, oh my god. I'm so happy that people, more and more people actually are like, and that's like, I had such a foresight for that. I'm like, brother, I'm gonna record all of my Genshin VODs. And I didn't create the Genshin channel until a year after. I didn't create the channel until Inazuma came out, but I was still recording all the footage at the time. Because I was like, oh, I don't want to miss this, because if I upload it and I miss something and someone's like, Arnold, where's your playthrough to this thing? It would have drove me crazy. I would have been like, oh my god, I missed something. Now someone else doesn't have it either. So I feel like not even just for myself, I feel like I had more of the viewer in mind when it came to the series than myself. But yeah. Yeah, you're right. I probably would be an emanator of the remembrance at that point, because I love remembering and preserving and, you know, preservation, nation, and remembrance. Holy moly. Alright, chat. I've been yapping for 13 extra minutes. I apologize. We're gonna run a 90-second ad, and then we're gonna start, I promise. It's been a while, so, you know. We gotta get back into the swing of things. Did you stop uploading One Piece reactions on the Murder of Birds channel? I temporarily did. It was just because I had too much going on, and the editor that I was working with the reaction videos had to step away for a bit, so the editing fell back on me, on top of the fact that I was also editing the Genshin stuff, and I had just made the VOD channel in February of last year, so I was just a little overwhelmed by everything, especially with Twitch, like freaking deleting. They were like, oh, you got 2 months before we delete all your VODs, so I had to halt the Murder of Birds channel for my anime reactions. But I do want to get back to Frieren. I do want to get back to One Piece, especially since One Piece is going back to a seasonal anime. Like seasonal I mean, it's not going back to it. It's shifting for the first time ever to a seasonal release. So that actually might give me a chance to catch up. Where are you right now in One Piece? I don't remember. I actually have to go back and rewatch what I watched. But I just finished the what is it, Syrup Island? That Usopp's from? I just finished that arc. With Usopp and Captain Kuro. And that whole debacle. But yeah. I need to get back to it. Yeah, brother definitely is like, he definitely gave me like Michael Jackson slash, I forgot who his name is. I forgot the name of it. I mentioned it in my video, but that one guy, oh, what's his name? I forgot his name. Was it Django? The hypnotist? He was giving like celebrity vibes. Yeah, Django, yeah. He was giving celebrity vibes when I first met him. I'm like, why does he look familiar? What's up with this man? No, my favorite character is absolutely Luffy. Absolutely, Luffy's my favorite. Oh my god, I love him so much. Yeah. Those handful of episodes, like, really did him justice, and I'm sure he only gets better. But yeah. Anyways, guys, we're rambling again. I gotta get into the content. I'm sorry. Yeah, if you guys don't know, little plug, I do have my original YouTube channel. It's just Murder of Birds. It's been dormant for a while, which is probably why none of you guys know about it. But if you look up Murder of Birds One Piece, or Murder of Birds Frieren, or Murder of Birds Red vs. Blue, or Murder of Birds Ruby, I have a reaction channel that I originally started my YouTube journey on, and I have like a bunch of reactions to like a bunch of shows and series that I did back in the day, before Genshin, before streaming, and that's what I'm referring to. I had to take a little bit of a break from it because I'm already struggling with Genshin, Star Rail, ZZZ, and all of that, and then on top of another channel, like I just had to step away from it for a bit. But someone did ask me, I do want to get back to it, like, when I get back home, I need to really, like, I really need to just figure out a strategy. Especially because Frieren Season 2, I think, is starting this month, and I stopped, like, halfway through Season 1. Not even halfway, I'm like a third of the way through Season 1, I think. So, but I loved Frieren. Oh my god. It was like a do not cry, it was like a try not to cry challenge every episode. That I was failing, in fact. So I loved Frieren, and I definitely want to get back to it. Yeah, I fell for the demons. God damn it. I got jebaited. You finished the Luganar arc? Yeah. I think the last episode of Frieren that I watched was the episode with the ring. That shit killed me. Oh my god, that shit broke me. Yeah, the ring episode is the last one I watched, and I want to get back to it. When did your main channel hit 100K? It's so funny you say that. My main channel hit 100,000 subscribers on Christmas 2019. December 25th, 2019 was when I hit 100,000 subs, literally on Christmas. Like 5 years ago, by the way. Actually, going on 6 years ago. Yeah, 5 years ago recently, actually. Yeah, so I thought that was very apropos. I was like, holy shit, that's crazy. But yeah, Christmas Day. Okay. Gamers. Let's lock in. Say hi to the VOD watchers. Say hi to YouTube and all of that. We are going to be starting. Also, I've been yapping for like an hour. My god. Hopefully I can get through all this lore today. We only have lore to read after all. Whose lore's first? We're gonna probably read Yahoda's first. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to another Genshin Impact playthrough session. We're actually going to be reading lore today, but don't be shocked by the fact that I'm starting. Very rarely do I start at the loading screen of Genshin, and it's because I want to test out something that's been happening this patch in particular, and I don't know if it's going to be gone when Luna 4 patch comes out. Luna 4 is coming out in a couple of days at the time of recording, but I did hear that there's, I don't know if it's a bug, I don't know if it's a feature, some people think it's a feature, regarding the Welkin Moon when you log into Genshin Impact when you're within the Selenic Chronicles Silver Moon Hall area with Columbina in Nodcry. Apparently, if you log into the game in the Silver Moon Hall and the Welkin Moon pops up, on the Welkin Moon screen, a different song plays. Now, the song isn't a new song. Some people are like, oh my god, it's a brand new song we've never heard of before. No, the song is actually on the soundtrack. It's on the album. It's a very somber song, but it's different from the song that plays in the Selenic Chronicles alone when Columbina isn't there. I haven't seen it yet, I haven't triggered it yet, so I was like, okay, this is probably my last chance to do it, because I'm not streaming again until Luna 4, so I was like, okay, let me try to do it, and let's see if it happens. If it happens, cool, I can get, like, my first reaction of it. If it doesn't happen, it is what it is. But we're gonna be reading lore for the most part today, so, with all that said, gamers, let us jump in. And, some people say you can do it without the Welkin Moon. I was told, for the most part, the Welkin Moon is a part of it, and some people think it's a feature because the Welkin Moon ties in with Columbina as the 4th moon, and Columbina is the Welkin Moon and all of that. So, yeah, let's see. I don't know if it's a feature, because it's like, you gotta paywall a feature like that. I think it's like a bug or something. There's definitely, like, there's the bug in the Court of the First Edict, where the Traveler just shows up on the main menu screen, which is weird, but let's see. Oh. Pause champ. Is this the music? Listening. Oh, I need to wait? Oh, okay, hold on. It sounds like the default music. Oh, it is, chat. Yeah, this is definitely not what plays here. This is so cool. Oh my god. Wow. I'm so glad I got to trigger this. Bina will save you! Holy moly, this is depressing as hell. Holy shit. Oh my god. That was so good. I don't know if that's a bug. I don't know if that's a feature. I don't know what the hell that was. That was sad as hell. Columbinima, we will save you, my Welkin Moon goddess. Wow, that was so cool. Oh, that was so awesome. That was really sick. And I'm glad I got to see it. I don't know if that's gonna be gone when the Luna 4 comes out, because right now, I think the main reason why we're able to, why that's even a thing is because she's currently not here. I don't know, and like, I don't know if it was always a thing. Like, no one knew until someone noticed, and then everyone started trying it. So, I don't know if that's gonna be a persistent thing that's possible, even after the fact. We'll have to do some testing after Luna 4. But, that was really, really cool. I thought that was Pretty badass. Okay. Alright, give me 1 second. Okay. Oh, that's right. Today is a weekly reset. Alright, cool. I gotta do my, Oh, I already used that code. Okay, that's fine. Oh my god. Yeah, so it was this track that was playing with the music. Yeah, I wonder... So, I don't know. I don't think that's a feature. I think what happens is, I think the Welkin Moon overlay has some type of file overwrite, because what's basically happening is you're hearing this OST track, but the Welkin Moon basically puts the lyrics on top. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's like a file thing. I think the music is in the files, and it's like wedged in with the Welkin Moon animation screen. And that's why you're getting the lyrics overlaid, because you're in the Selenic Chronicles area where the music is playing. So I think that's what it is, actually. Alright, give me 1 second. Alright, gamers. Where are we gonna go for the Yahoda? Do we just go to the Curatorium?
Watch and learn.
Happy to oblige.
Oh, that's right. I gotta change the sound. The sound might be a bit loud. Alright. I want to vibe out to the music real quick. Just hit 51 in Miliastra. Yeah, I'm gonna be hitting like 50, 51, 50. I think I'm gonna hit level 53 today in Miliastra. Apparently, the highest level I saw was like in the 60s, so I don't know how high Miliastra Wonderland's level goes. There's nothing for it either, which is equally weird as well. It's like, what's all this for? You know? What's going on? Alright, I'm just trying to... My game's a little laggy, so I'm just kind of like... I'm like, okay, game, can you, like, function? Can you work properly? Also, I have to condense for tomorrow. I'm saving up all my stuff for Bina. I gotta get her to Friendship 6 as soon as possible. Even though I'm probably gonna get her to Friendship 6 before I finish the Archon quest. Okay. Oh my god, 2400, Jesus.
This realm is...
What's today? Monday? Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. I'm just gonna leave the, I'll leave that. It's whatever. I'll redeem it tomorrow for the battle pass. It's not a big deal. Huh. Chat, I never noticed that, but Alderwood. That's literally the title of Frederica Gunhilder. She's the Alder Knight. I never noticed that there was a piece of wood in the game named after that. Alder is not Adler? Oh wait, hold on a second. Yeah, Frederica Gunhilder is known as the Alder Knight. By the way, when I was in the live stream, I said Adler. That was my dyslexia. My brain flipped the D and the L, but it's Alder Knight. Yeah, that was my dyslexia acting up, sorry. Also, let me just grab these. Oh, I'm so low. I'm under 9K now. I should probably stop getting the experience, but I hate sifting through my artifacts to level them up. Yeah. Chat, here's another thing too I completely forgot to like mention as well regarding Dorman Port. All of the characters we're gonna meet when we go there. We're gonna meet Frederica Gunhilder, Jean and Barbara's mom. We're gonna meet Seamus Pegg, Jean and Barbara's dad. Ulrich, Toma's mother's there. And like however many other Knights of Favonius are there. Obviously, I'm assuming Lohen is gonna be there as well. I'm assuming we're gonna meet Lohen at Dorman Port. But I really hope we don't get to Dorman Port and then they're like, yeah, they went back to Mondstadt. Because this whole time they were on an expedition, and then the expedition went to Nordkrein, and then we went to Nordkrein, and they went to Dorman Port, and then we go to Dorman Port, they better be in Dorman Port. I'm gonna be pissed. It's like, what is this? Why are they playing, why are we playing cat and mouse over here? But yeah, I'm so excited for Dorman Port. It's gonna be equally exciting as it is spooky, apparently. There's like a haunted sanatorium. We're gonna be fighting some like Genshin ghosts. Alright. Alright, we're gonna start back up over here.
Add Astra.
Also, out of curiosity, who are you guys going for your free con this patch? Or this cycle? I think I'm gonna go for my C5 child. I was thinking of going for Dia, but I'm like, brother, you can lose your 50-50 to Dia any day of the week. I think you should prioritize limited unit characters if you have them. But I did get my C6 Hu Tao, so she's done. I know my child says C3. I have a C4 constellation that I haven't activated for him, so this is technically going to be C5 child. And then after that, I have no idea. I was thinking Dia because she's already C3. The sooner I get her to C6, the sooner I can get Masterless Stella Fortuna, even though I don't know who else I'm going to level up to 100 besides Razor and Durin. Like, at this point, I'm like, I have no idea. I think Capitano, Thrain, if he's ever playable, I think he would be the only other character that I could think of right now, playable in the future, that I would consider level 100ing, like getting to level 100. But that's if he's even, like, on the roster when we go to New Conria, which I'm coping, but I'm hoping. So, we'll have to wait and see. Alrighty, gamers, we are back for another instance of Genshin Impact lore reading content. I just went through some early game stuff right now, and we're actually going to be going to the Curatorium of Secrets with the Yahoda, because Yahoda has become one of my favorite characters. I think she's my favorite, besides Columbina. Oh, come on, I can't believe they did this. They put those little extensions there so I can't just climb up directly. That's insane. Besides Columbina, I think Yahoda is my favorite Nodcry character, actually. Especially getting her involvement in the Archon quests. We got that extended, interaction, or that extended intel quest with her with the Curatorium. I still have not gotten a chance to work at the Curatorium because it's either Ashru or Yahoda that's always here, which, I mean, good for her showing up to work every day. But, yeah, we're basically going to be reading character lore. For today, obviously for this video, we're going to be starting with Yahoda. Oh my gosh, she is so tiny behind that desk. We're going to be reading Yahoda's lore today first, and then following this, we're going to be reading Durin's lore, Durin's weapon, as well as Venti's new signature 5-star weapon. So when this goes up on YouTube, there might be a bunch of, like, a collection of videos to add to the upload. But I wanted to check out Yahoda because she's got a lot of history. She's got a lot of lore. Her connections and history and her ties to the treasure hoarders of the past. Her kind of finding her way to the Curatorium with Nefer. And just kind of everything regarding her trying to just be the best that she can, to do the best that she can. I absolutely love her. And so we're going to be checking out Yahoda's character lore today. Let's see. We have The Yahoda by Sonia Kruger. Birthday, January 5th, so her birthday actually passed a few days ago at the time of recording. Affiliated with the Curatorium of Secrets with an animo vision. The Curatorium of Secrets, extremely reliable, do-it-all super employee. Or so she claims, which is hilarious. Alright, gamers, let's break it down. Have you done the world quest for Nefer's Clue Collection? Yes, we've done all content in Nodcry. I did all of the Curatorium stuff. I did all of Nefer's quests. I did Yahoda's +1 quest. I did Nefer's +1 quests for the Curatorium intel. So all of that is done. It's been uploaded on the VOD channel already. You just have to find it. But anyways, let us continue. All right, let's see. Unfortunately, I don't think Yahoda has connections or ties to Reed Miller like I originally theorized when Nodcry first came out. I'm like, oh, well, she's affiliated, I think, with the treasure hoarders, and Reed Miller's a big factor in Nodcry with that. I thought that'd be cool if he was like, if she was like his great-great-great-great-granddaughter or something, but I don't think that's the case. Anyways, character details. When people from Nashatown speak of the only official employee of the Curatorium of Secrets, they always acknowledge Yahoda's abilities. Well, some of them. Before wondering aloud, why would the boss of the Curatorium of Secrets hire no one else but her? After all, that loose-tongued, ever-stumbling girl is always going on about how she's the master thief who plundered every corner of Nodcry, the street-smart local around, the one who's got connections everywhere. Such talk might fool a few outsiders, but there's no way they could ever fool the sharp-eyed Lady Nefer, right? At any rate, just trust my judgment. Whenever a partner shows even the slightest doubt, Nefer always responds with a gentle smile. On some days, when Lady Luck seems to have completely abandoned her, Yahoda, after running into one problem after another during her commissions, would ask her dear boss with anxiety written across her face, "Boss Neff, there's no chance you'll fire me, right?" "How could I?" her dear boss replied with a gentle smile. "If you were gone, who would brush Ashru's fur? fill his bowl, or make sure your boss has got a good night's sleep. What? That's the only reason? Meow, meow, meow. Ashru, you little rascal. Ashru, you little rascal. Get off from my head. Get off from my head. That braid took me forever. As always, Yahoda caught the mischievous Ashru and threatened to give him a bath while the troublemaker wriggled wildly, covering her in a storm of cat fur. Nefer watched from the side, chin prodded in one hand, smiling softly. This young girl was one of the few people in Nodcry who could pique her curiosity. Yahoda, what kind of person will you grow into, I wonder? She muttered, her muttered words were lost in playful clamor of girl and cat, but Nefer knew that someday Yahoda would hear them. And when that day comes, what great things will you have achieved? Bro, she is goated. She is ya-goated. I love her so much. Guys, she has so much potential. She has so much potential to be, like, literally... I really hope... I'm manifesting this, too. I really hope we get, like, a Genshin Impact, like, epilogue when the game is over. Like, I would love to get, like, a 5 or... maybe, like, a 10-year time skip. I would love, like, a 10-year time skip to see where these characters are in their older, more refined ages. Like, I would love to see how Yahoda evolves into, like, the greatest treasure hunter in all of Teyvat. I would love that so much. And I think about that, like, regarding Klee, like, growing up to be, like, in a, like, I don't know, like, take over for her mother in the Hexen Circle, or Aino growing up to be, like, a master, like, genius mechanic, and stuff like that. I just love to see. I mean, some of the characters are going to be old AF. They're going to be so free. Some of the characters are going to be old as fuck. But, like, you know, like, Madame Farazan, she's going to be pushing, like, 130 at that point. Technically speaking. I don't know how old she is. I don't know how old she was before she got trapped in that temple for, like, 100 years. But yeah, Aoife will be 15 years old. It'll be right before his sweet 16, which is awesome. But yeah, I, like, looking at stuff like this, like, I really hope we get to see that potential of these characters in the future. Alright, character story 1. When Yahoda was first taken in by the Sea Hook gang, or in her own words, recruited, she occasionally had trouble sleeping. Sometimes it was the commotion outside, sometimes it was a job that hadn't gone smoothly, and sometimes it was the curiosity she couldn't contain. Noisy crowds were easy enough to handle. The boss had told Yahoda that if she wanted everyone to quiet down, all she had to do was grab whatever was in her hand, a cup, a plate, even a chair, and throw it into the crowd while yelling at everyone to be quiet. Yahoda had tried it, and it really worked. She leaped out of bed, snatched up a stuffed toy, and hurled it out the window, then shouted at the top of her lungs. And the thieves outside, staggering around, yelling and drinking, would eventually fall silent. After that, Yahoda would mess with her tangled hair, hug her blanket, and fall back and flop back into bed. Meanwhile, everyone below would be trying not to laugh as they watched the unlucky one who had been hit by the toy. This time, it was his turn to watch it and sneak it back into Yahoda's bedside, or else their little lady would wake up in a sulk the next day. Aw, that is cute. So this is her, the Sea Hook gang is basically like her treasure hoarder family at the time. Oh my god, they're mentioning Zenaida! Bro, that's the NPC! Out on the pier! That Nefer comments about when you use her skill. That's so cool. And she and Yahoda were a part of that gang together, she mentioned. A job that didn't go well could leave Yahoda feeling down for a long time. When it got too much, she would slip out of the house and quietly wake Zenaida. Half asleep, Zenaida would listen as Yahoda mumbled that she lost her keys because there were too many of them in the house, and they all looked the same. Next time, she promised herself she'd color code every key. That would solve the problem for sure. And remember that time I accidentally fell off the roof and landed right in front of the boss? He was in the middle of negotiating with a rival, so why did I land him the apple I was holding? Sorry, so why did I hand him the apple I was holding? Well, because the boss had been talking for so long that he must have been thirsty, and I only had an apple, so of course I had to it had to go to him. Why was I supposed to, wait, what was I supposed to do? What was I supposed to do? Give it to the rival? I mean, sorry, I guess I'll bring 2 next time. Yahoda would ramble on until she finally fell asleep, resting her head on Zenaida's shoulder. Zenaida, having seen this countless times, would carry her back to the house, tucked her into bed, and set a glass of water at the nightstand, knowing that after all that talking, she'd be thirsty in the morning. Of course, the hardest to quiet was her occasional bursts of curiosity, and sometimes, to calm that curiosity, she had to take a few risks. Chat, she's like... I love her. She's just a chatty patty. She's just like me for real. Except she like lives a completely different wild lifestyle that's like born from it's like rife with anxiety, curiosity, stress, risk, high reward, money, and everything else in between. This is really cool. I really appreciate that they mentioned Zenaida, because I was kind of curious, like, Nefer mentioned when you use her skill to get, like, extra intel on NPCs, Nefer mentions that, like, Zenaida and her, like, were from the same gang back in the day, or they were in, like, the same treasure hoarder group. So it's really cool that they referenced it again in her character lore. I really appreciate that. Alright. Characters to... Actually, you know what? Speaking of yapping and taking a drink, I am parched myself, so you know what? I'm gonna do the same thing. Alright. Okay. Character story 2. As Yahoda grew a bit older, some Seahook gang members would occasionally have restless nights. Sometimes it was from drinking too much, sometimes from injuries, and sometimes simply because they didn't feel like sleeping. But there was only one time when the entire gang stayed up all night. After a certain business deal, the gang held a feast to celebrate their victory. Yeah, okay. Yeah, business deal? Yeah. After a certain business deal, the gang held a feast to celebrate their victory. That black-hearted merchant had finally gotten his comeuppance, handing over all the money he'd swindled. After returning the victims' shares, everyone in the gang was guaranteed a nice cut. At one point during the chaos, when someone reached for a necklace, the merchant had suddenly lunged, almost possessed, trying to snatch it back. He was too frail, though, and the gang easily subdued him. What followed was the same old cliche they'd seen 1,000 times. The swindler started bawling, swearing he'd give up everything if they just returned the pendant. According to him, it was the only picture left of his wife and daughter. These experienced thieves, of course, weren't fooled. 9 out of 10 swindlers they'd tied up would use the same excuse to beg for something back, and that something usually hid a clue for some treasure wait, sorry, let me read that again. 9 out of 10 swindlers they'd tied up would use the same excuse to beg for something back, and that something usually hid a clue for some treasure, a way for them to crawl back from rock bottom. After tossing the merchant a bit of money, the gang headed back to their base. But just as everyone had eaten and drank their fill and it had come up to divvy up the spoils. Wait, where's Yahoda? She was just here. Boss, that necklace is gone. Could it be? Yahoda had disappeared. Oh no. Did she get swindled, or was that story actually true? Did she believe it? Yahoda had disappeared, and with her went the necklace. Neither too expensive nor too cheap, but enough to cause a stir. Silence swept through the hall. The seasoned thieves glanced at one another. None of them believed Yahoda would betray them over some random necklace. Besides, Yahoda probably didn't even know what the word betrayal meant. At last, Zenaida spoke up, resistant and uncertain. She wouldn't really have gone to return that necklace, would she? Before she even finished, a small door at the back of the hall creaked open. Yahoda slowly poked her head out, but instead of sneaking past in a noisy, crowded room she imagined, she froze at the heavy silence that greeted her. Sorry, I was just in the bathroom. The first weary sigh came from the boss, his face buried in his hands. The second came from Zenaida, now certain she'd guessed correct. Now certain she'd guessed right. One sigh after another followed, filling the air, while Yahoda lingered in the doorway, still peeking in, unsure whether she should step inside. Yahoda, dear, come here. The boss beckoned to the girl, who was fresh off finishing a secret little adventure. We've deducted the cost of that necklace from your share, so you'll be getting nothing this time. But that necklace! Huh? What necklace? I have no idea what you're talking about. Yahoda? Yes, boss. Quiet. Eat your meal. Yes, boss. Oh, Yahoda. She is so earnest and innocent. What a sweet summer child. She had no idea. I like that though. They were like, all right, we can't be too mad. She's still got a heart of gold. She hasn't been, she hasn't been properly broken into the ways of the thief. And so they were just like, okay, you don't get any money. We're just going to take what you gave and, you did a good deed for the day. Eat your dinner and go to bed. I like that. Not bad. Okay, character story 3. By the time Yahoda's childhood came to an... I also really appreciate how this is kind of like chronicling her life as like a child. She's growing up a little more, she's a little older, and now this is the end of her childhood. So by the time Yahoda's childhood came to an end, her enemies were the ones losing sleep. In the past, Ratfan had always trusted in the power of money. It could hire members of the Seahook gang to take out their own boss. Oh my god. It could hire members of the Seahook gang to take out their own boss, throwing the troublesome gang into disarray. It could buy barrels of oil to burn away all the evidence and scare off the faint-hearted. And most importantly, it could be used to buy valuable information from that mysterious businesswoman. The hidden powers that once controlled Nashatown were gone, leaving only money as the path to power. But the hunter who had set his sights on him didn't need it. Enough! Show yourself! What do you want from me? The burly men bellowed into the silent forest. His camp had already been raided again. His camp had just been raided again. Somehow, the small, weary assassin had slipped inside, effortlessly taking down one guard after another. She had pierced 3 warning drums with her arrow, and even reached the very center of the camp. If she hadn't stumbled from the roof in her weakened state, Ratfan's head would have already been separated from his body. Holy shit, wait, Yahoda's actually out here. Holy moly. Yet even after taking 2 arrows and a hammer blow, she had still dashed back into the forest, disappearing without a trace. And just like countless nights before, she would return the next night, always managing to track Ratfan no matter where he fled. Okay, so she's stalking her prey, it seems. Exhaustion and fear had everyone on edge. Some said the girl had long since died, and that what kept returning was merely her spirit, driven by obsession. Others said she had devolved into a member of the Wild Hunt, and that only the Ratnicki could stop her now. But Ratfan knew the truth. She was just a little girl. He had seen Yahoda when he scouted the Seahook gang before, and even the gang's boss had praised her highly. Back then, Yahoda was a slight and ingenious kid. When she stood below with the others, she could secretly tug at her companion's hand, swaying back and forth, only calming down after a gentle tap on the head. She had looked nothing like the thieves. By any measure, she still had a long way to grow. Or perhaps she didn't even know what form she wanted to shape herself into. Now Ratfan knew he had been wrong. Yahoda didn't need time to grow. She just needed a reason. and he had given her that reason with his own hands. So be it then. They would settle this in the way thieves knew best. Another night, Ratfan had torches planted all around the camp, and he stood alone in the center, weapon in hand. He couldn't even remember the last time he had held a weapon himself. The sword felt impossibly heavy, heavier than a bag stuffed full of mora. As expected, his opponent appeared, calmly stepping into the obvious trap. The torches lit up Yahoda's face. Also, Yahoda sounds so badass. She's like an assassin or some shit. This is so cool. Let's see. I lost my train of thought. Let's see. The torches lit up Yahoda's face, gaunt from hunger. A lingering fever had drowned all color from her skin, and her hair clumped in her cheek like withering grass. Her lips were cracked like parched earth, yet her eyes still shone, bright, sharp, and unyielding. It was as if she had struck a bargain with death itself, her soul burning with a fierce vitality that would last until her vengeance was complete. Yahoda was a lone gambler, and her life was her final chip. Holy shit, that's sick. Since she had nothing to lose, why not go all in? Kid, let's talk, alright? Whatever you want, I could give it to you. Just name it. Ratfan swallowed hard. The bravery he'd scrapped together already slipped away. He knew those eyes too well. They belonged to a desperate soul. I know you're a good person, Yahoda. Yahoda had nothing, but he had so much. Money, jewelry, gold, wealth, luxury, all waiting for him. Listen to me. You don't want to do anything reckless. We can... But Yahoda didn't need any of that. She had already sunk her teeth into her prey. Chat, Yahoda is her. Holy shit. Guys, I had no idea Yahoda, like, killed people. That's crazy. She seems like such a innocent little girl, just stumbling through the Curatorium of Secrets, petting Ashru, stumbling through her commissions like not a care in the world. This girl has a dark past. God damn, she's got body bags. Oh my goodness. That is so crazy. The juxtaposition between how she is in the present and this description of her past. She's literally an assassin for the Sea Hook gang. Holy. This freaking bandit leader is literally pleading for his life. And this was when Yahoda was younger than she was now. Right? And she was doing it for vengeance and all of that. I guess the Sea Hook gang kind of disarrayed itself because of this guy using money to, like, corrupt everybody and everything. And she's like, you destroyed my gang, I destroy your life. And, yeah, that's crazy. Maybe that's the balance. Maybe she was such an... Like, maybe she was meant to be a killer, an assassin, and then she just pivoted and changed her career choice, and now she's, like, a receptionist for Nefer, and now she's, like, stumbling through life. It's crazy to think that she stumbles through commissions, but she's, like, in her element when she's, like, hunting someone's life, which is crazy. That makes me like her even more. She's got some dimensions to her. I love that. All right. Character story 4. It seems like you won't be able to afford the outstanding sum, little girl. Nefer looked over the weakened Yahoda. She was covered in wounds, but at least she'd survived. I'll pay you. I don't see what else you have left to offer me. I can work for you. Yahoda brushed her hand over her empty left sleeve, then added, anything you need. The ever-resourceful Lady Nefer shrugged, unfazed by Yahoda's desperate tone. Money meant nothing to her. The only reason she'd told Yahoda where to find Ratfan in the first place was to let someone else take care of a puppet that had started, oh my god, that had started tugging at its strings. That's diabolical. Yahoda was already thirsty for revenge, and Nefer was like, oh, this girl can take care of my two for the price of one. I can help this girl out, and she takes out my competition. That's crazy. That's wild. Even if it failed, it would have still served as a warning. But to her surprise, that scrawny little hyena had actually torn out the wolf's throat. It seemed the girl she had planted as a hidden pawn was no longer of any use. What's your next plan? Continue with your old trade as a thief? I can introduce you to a few, somewhat more reliable treasure hoarders. Oh, that doesn't appeal to you? Then how about the Adventurers Guild? You might just get lucky and strike it rich in some ruins. Still refusing? Fine. Perhaps you want to leave Nodcry and heal the scars of your heart. I don't need those scars healed. I don't need those scars healed. Yahoda broke her silence, giving her final answer. She had once loathed those ugly, aching scars, oh, wow. She had once loathed those ugly, aching scars, like rotting fruit sinking into a swamp, or the remains left by a beast's meal. Yet, when fever nearly caused her to miss the ambush from her perch in the tree, it was the pain from the scar on her back that jolted her awake. And when an enemy's trap nearly caught her, the freshly healed scar on her hand reminded her not to repeat the same mistake. Oh my gosh, guys. This is freaking goated. She's like, my scars are my teacher. They're like teaching her how to be better. That's so sick. For those lucky souls living a comfortable life, scars are nothing more than unfortunate blemishes. But for Yahoda, scars bore witness to the choices she had made and the path she had forged for herself. She had endured the scars, so she would endure life, just as she always had. Holy shit, guys, this is giving Caslana energy. Regardless of everything, she endured. She had endured the scars, so she would endure life just as she always had. Nefer suddenly clapped her hands, cutting the conversation just as before. She had heard enough. Alright, that's enough for today. Any longer and you'll pass out again. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. The rest doesn't matter. But since you said you'd work for me and could do anything, I believe we have a deal. The contract had suddenly been sealed. Still unsure of what had just happened, Yahoda hesitated, then nodded. At least she now had a place to stay. Yes, Miss Nefer. Call me boss. Huh? From now on, call me Boss Nefer. Yes, Boss Nefer. Damn. Nefer found a diamond in the rough. This is so cool. Like, Yahoda is literally... She only does everything Yahoda. Actually, this is so cool. I love her so much more now. Like, I didn't know about this grunge, this, like, grim, dark past of hers. I figured something happened with her, like, she had some type of, like, close call with her life because her arm. But, like, yeah, this is next level. Even the intel quest didn't really do justice, right? Learning about her history with the treasure hoarders and stuff, like, even that didn't do justice to the fact that Yahoda is literally, like, she's a survivor in every sense of the word. Alright. Character Story 5. After officially joining the Curatorium of Secrets, Nefer never expected... I'm sorry. Let me read that again. After officially joining the Curatorium of Secrets, Yahoda never expected to run into the swindler who had once been cleansed out of the Sea Hook gang. She had just finished a commission and was leaping across rooftops with her payment, taking the fastest route back. Just as she prepared to jump to the next roof, a window swung open, and a voice bellowed, "Hey, Miss Yahoda! Miss Yahoda!" Yahoda turned around in a dash, shadows from the past flashing through her mind. "You're that swindler." Ahem. "I'm not a swindler anymore, I swear. I've long since turned over a new leaf." The merchant waved his hands wildly. Oh, is this the swindler that she gave the necklace back to, I think? Maybe that was a true story after all. I've long since turned over a new leaf. The merchant waved his hands wildly, repeatedly urging Yahoda inside before hurrying to lay some sweet biscuits and tea. Yahoda glanced around. Not much had changed since her last visit. I must thank you for what you did back then, Miss Yahoda. You were too kind to return the necklace. If I had really lost it, I don't know how I would have gotten by. As he spoke, the merchant kept patting his chest and sighing, babbling on about how he'd cleaned up his act over the years, how he'd had a comeback, and now was doing good deeds to make up for his past. Memories Yahoda had long tried to bury began to resurface. The merchant's voice faded, replaced by voices far more familiar. Besides, the money's already been returned to the victims. Giving back the necklace to that swindler won't help. One thing at a time. Boss! Ow! Ow! That hurts! Ow! Stop pulling my ear! Just because we're thieves doesn't mean we always have to do bad things. You've all taken care of me for so long, haven't you? If it really didn't work out, how about... Wait, hold on. If it really doesn't work out, how about bad deeds on odd days, good deeds on even days? That way, neither side gets neglected. And on Sunday, I'll just, ouch, ouch, ouch! Boss, please stop. Please stop. Boss, take me with you to the negotiation. I don't want to eat Zenaida's cooking. It tastes awful. By the time the merchant finished his ramblings and saw Yahoda off with endless thanks, the evening had already fallen. Pushing open the door to the Curatorium of Secrets, Yahoda stepped inside, only to have Ashru rush up first, eager to play. Even after he messed up her hair, he didn't get the usual head rubs in return. Looks like you ran into an old friend, Nefer said, setting down her teacup. Boss, you knew everything. Huh. Let's just say our paths happened to cross. And I happened to learn about both the good and the bad things you've done. Boss, if you're going to ask me whether your good or bad deeds are truly right or wrong, I won't answer. Nefer stood up and closed the door of the Curatorium of Secrets. The day's work was over. You'll have to find the answer to such questions yourself. Yahoda slumped as if deflated. Ashru hopped onto her head, letting out a disgruntled grumble, clearly still annoyed that Yahoda hadn't played with him. Nefer looked back, her gaze falling on her little employee, laying there with downcast eyes and a heavy heart. Perhaps in all of Nodcry, Yahoda was the one who resembled her the most. Both had crossed treacherous waters alone. Both had haunted foes who needed removal alone. And both had their own problems to resolve. That's probably exactly why she recruited her. Perhaps each of them had their own answers. The owner of the Curatorium of Secrets shook her head, cutting those thoughts off. Leaving a little suspense for the future isn't so bad, I suppose. Aw. Yeah. I really love their dynamic. I mean, Nefer is like this ruthless businesswoman who really doesn't kind of express her emotions or have any vulnerabilities. But I think her vulnerability is how she sees a lot of herself in Yahoda. And probably wants to see her shine and blossom just like she eventually did, you know? So I really just like the dynamic for them too. All right, I think this is gonna give us some answers here. Clanky arm. Yahoda's metal arm was personally built, fitted, and even cosmetically refined by Aino. Yeah, I could tell from the little doodles on it. During the crafting process, Aino suggested several modifications, including, but not limited to, installing a sweeping device like Inefa's, turning the fingertips into retractable rocket fingers. Embedding high intensity light or thrusters at the damn, she was gonna get like an Iron Man modification. In the end, constrained both by Yahoda's firm stance and a limited budget, Aino's creation, dubbed the Clanky Clanky arm, retained only the most basic mobility and minor transformative functions. To quickly adapt to the new arm, Yahoda followed Inefa's advice and began a rigorous paper star folding training regimen. Oh god, this again. By the time she had folded 30 jars of paper stars, she could deftly use cutlery with her new arm. At 50 jars, she could braid her hair. At 70 jars, she could skillfully sew cloth dolls. Upon reaching 100 jars, she finally mustered the courage to write with the new arm. Under Inefa's guidance, she penned her first test phrase. Hello, Yahoda. Aww. Yeah, so I guess she lost her arm in her tragic past of survival, fighting against bandits and, you know, being in these life or death scenarios and situations, so I like that. That's really great. Hello, Yahoda. Yeah, so she did a little writing test for herself there with her new arm. And it worked out. It seems like it's good now. Now she's like using her arm as like a screwdriver for gears and stuff like that. Okay, let's see how she got her vision. The news that Yahoda possessed a vision was spread by Nefer. As Nefer put it, if the boss had a treasure, the employee ought to have one too. Otherwise, Yahoda might be at a disadvantage in future dealings. Boss, but I don't have a vision. No matter, I'll get you a glass bead to wear. People will see through it immediately. I don't know about that. Venti wears Venti's vision, his fake vision passes for the real deal, so maybe she could have modeled one after a real one. Not necessarily. Besides, vision holders themselves who can truly wait, hold on. Not necessarily. Besides, vision holders themselves who can truly verify its authenticity. Ah, well, I suppose you're right. And so, adorned with a cyan glass sphere out of nowhere provided by her boss, Yahoda continued her busy life as usual. Just as Nefer predicted, people's attitudes improved noticeably once they learned Yahoda had a vision. Damn, she's swindling the Heavenly Princess. She's like, you know what? Let's just pretend you have a vision so you get all the perks of having a vision, even though you don't actually have one. Alright, I'm gonna finish this reading and then we're gonna run the ad before we get into the voice lines. Alright, let's see. I lost my spot. Yeah, just as Nefer predicted, people's attitudes improved noticeably once they learned Yahoda had a vision. Not only were remunerations given to her slightly higher, but she was also entrusted with more challenging commissions. Also, it's crazy that she did all those commissions without a vision. And she fought for her life without a vision. She did all that crazy stuff without one for the longest. And she also got hired at the curatorium without it. And she was just proving herself by the grit of her own, the sweat on her brow, and like just everything that she was able to do herself. That's so cool. She did everything herself before the vision came through. Of course, the high pay, difficulty, and expectations weighed heavily on Yahoda, who knew full well that she had no real vision. That pressure made her work even harder, spinning like a little top all day long. But overall, she found genuine joy in being more useful, earning more, and finally earning some trust. Even in her dreams, she often found herself aiding others or achieving great feats. Don't worry, I have a vision, she mumbled, frailing her fists as if she just defeated some formidable foe in her sleep. In reality, having just returned from the nighttime outing, Nefer sat beside Yahoda. The Curatorium of Secrets' sole full-time employee's backpack lay open. The green glass bead within, wrapped in layers of cloth to both prevent breakage and deter prying eyes. Yahoda swung her arms unconsciously and slurred, "I'll help you! I have a vision! With a vision, I can do good deeds! With a vision, I can..." As Nefer rose to leave, a fleeting glimmer of aquamarine light caught her eye. The owner of the Curatorium of Secrets paused in surprise, then chuckled softly. A lie repeated 1,000 times had somehow willed itself into truth. Wow. Fake it till you make it, actually. She lied about having a vision so much. Guys, this is literally, yo, I don't know about you. This is kind of giving, Cyphera. She's like, hey, if you tell a lie, it becomes the truth. And then if you believe your lie, it's real. So that vision is real because she believed it so. That is so cool, man. Also, I can't help but think about Cyphera in the same way. Like being like a street rat, being someone that was like living and was like, had no home and was literally just homeless, just kind of like making her way to survive. That vision part right there with the lie, telling a lie 1,000 times, I'm like, holy moly. Yahoda is literally the Cyphera of Genshin. Confirmed. That is so sick. Yeah, street rat, more like street cat. Yeah, yeah. Alright, let's see. Alright, gamers. We are going to run a quick ad. 3 minutes, and then we're going to get into the voice lines. How's everybody doing? How does everything look? How does everything sound? Hope you guys enjoyed that lore reading. Yahoda's lore is pretty dank. I really appreciated that. Alright. Alright, cool. Yeah, Yahoda's lore was great. Alright, yeah, I'm just gonna ban that person. They literally just come into my chat to tell me that Wu was a better game. It's like, okay, I haven't played Wu. I can't speak to that. Yahoda reading exceeded my expectations by a lot. That's what I'm saying. Like, she really just kind of popped off. I was not expecting to get that kind of backstory from her. Like, I expected her to be, like, amongst treasure hoarders and living amongst them and being, like, a petty thief and stuff like that. And then, I don't know, I actually headcanoned in my head. I was like, oh, I wonder if maybe she tried to steal from Nefer and Nefer caught her, but then was, like, impressed by her thievery and was like, hey, do you want to give up that life and join me? But the reality of it is so much different. Like, she literally had to kill, she had to steal, but she still maintained her innocence through, like, doing good things and not succumbing to, like, oh, I'm a bad person, and the world did this to me, so I'm gonna get back at it. You know what I mean? Like, she didn't use the things she did as an excuse to, like, just be a worse and worse person. You know, she still maintained her morals, which I really liked. And she didn't kill out of pleasure. She did it to survive, and you know, it seemed like some of the bandits got back at her tribe or her gang, and her gang fell into disrepair, and some of them were killed off, so she did that out of revenge. Similar to, literally, she's like a spitting image of Nefer in the same way that her tribe was wiped out by a rival tribe, so then she got that tribe wiped out as well, and did it all by herself. So, yeah, Yahoda, such a goated character, absolutely my favorite Nod Cry character, with the exception of Columbina. But yeah, definitely my favorite. What about Nicole? I wouldn't call Nicole a Nodcry character just because she's releasing in Nodcry or because she's in Nodcry. Like, Yahoda is actually affiliated with Nodcry. So she's like a Nodcry character. Columbina is from Nodcry, allegedly. So it's a little different. Ugh, man. All right, we're going to resume now. You know what's crazy, too, about this chat? I guess that's where she got the animo vision from. Like, Hoyoverse, like clockwork, brother. Like clockwork. Animo characters have suffered tragic loss. Death of a family, death of a friend, death of a loved one. Death is always there to greet an animo vision wielder. And for Yahoda, it was her Sea Hook gang. Some of them died, some of them, you know, turned a new leaf, and some of them were swindled by other bandits. And, you know, some people are like, oh, I remember when we first met Yahoda, and I was like, oh my gosh, like, I wonder how, like, who died? And people are like, her arm. And it's like, yeah, cool, funny joke at the time, but, like, now that we have context, it's like, shit, man. Yeah, and I did mention this, too, with Varka. Like, Varka also has an animo vision. I think the death that influenced Varka's vision was Crepus, which was Diluc's father dying in the past when he was I believe he was the Grand Master at the time. I think Diluc's father dying in the manga may have been the catalyst that ultimately led to Varka getting a vision in the same way, because it's got to be a death. And I'm thinking of Mondstadt deaths, and the only significant one in recent history that would apply to Varka would be Diluc, who was in the Knights of Favonius. He was the captain of the Knights at the time, his father dying. And maybe he, you know, maybe he knew Crepus closely, or whatever the case might be. So I do think that there is probably some connection there with Varka and Crepus's death, and that might tie into his vision when he comes out and we read how he got his vision, or maybe even understand his relationship with some of the other characters, like his relationship with Diluc and stuff like that. But yeah, long story short, like, vision wielders cannot catch a break. Yeah, I guess I would say that too. It doesn't always necessarily have to be death, but loss of some kind. Because, like, thinking of Sucrose didn't have, like, a death, but what Sucrose lost were the friends that she really cherished and cared about in her younger days, like, in her youth. She had, like, her group of friends, and then they all separated. And she, like, thinks fondly of them, and she misses them and stuff, and she wants to create a wonderland, like, she wants to create, like, an artificial wonderland that her friends can all come back to and, like, get back together and hang out like the old times. So I feel like it's like a form of loss. It could be as strong as death, it could be as tragic as death, or it can be as melancholic as just two people going their separate ways and never really seeing or connecting again. And it's interesting, too, that death is tied to the animo vision, because Venti, I think Venti's connection to death is tied to the nameless bard that he takes the image of. So I really appreciate how, like, I don't know if there's a through line from, like, the Archon to the vision bearers themselves, but I think Venti is a great litmus test for how Venti kind of griefs and how Venti copes with the death of the nameless bard, taking the nameless bard's image, drinking a lot, and how that kind of correlates to how characters are blessed with an animo vision and how that can connect back to Venti in some way, which is kind of cool. Alright. Gamers, let us get into the voice lines.
Hey, nice to meet you. If you've got a commission, spit it out. As long as the pay's right, I can help you with anything. Most things. I can help you with most things.
God, I love Sonya. I love her performance. I love that line so much. I love the most things. I can help you with most things. It's so endearing. Ugh.
Boss Neff, when can I get a raise? There's so much stuff I want to buy. Come on, let's hit the town. I'll show you someplace fun. But keep it quiet, yeah? Mum's the word. Last time I tried to pet Ashru, the little fluff ball ran away. Someone's not getting their dried fish today.
Oh, damn, Ashru.
Rain? Go, go, go! We gotta find some cover before we get soaked. Snow down my back. Cold, cold, cold.
Well, normally people dress for the weather, Yahoda. I don't know, man.
Sand in my mouth.
That was so funny.
Morning. Had breakfast yet? Oh, I know a good place.
The hot dog spot? The Speranza?
How about we head back to the shop for a nap? I'm so sleepy.
Chad, these voice lines would never make you believe that Yahoda was once like a cold-blooded, like, assassin. Not even cold-blooded, but she was just like, she was about that life.
It's that late already. Pack it up. Work time's over. It's Asher time.
And she's a cat girly.
Better hit the sack. Hey, you still at it? Oh, you should probably call it a night too. Before I came to the Curatorium of Secrets, my work history was checkered. Finally meeting Boss Neff after barely scraping by was a real turning point.
That's crazy. Yeah, my work history was checkered. Yeah, you know, hit or miss here and there. You know, it is what it is. We made it by. We did the best we could.
Boss Neff's good to me, and Ashru's pretty friendly too. Sometimes I forget to call Neff boss. Old habits die hard, I guess.
Yeah. That's like a number. That's probably in her like contract. It's like you must address me as Boss Neffer at all times.
My hometown? Don't remember. And I don't really care about that kind of thing anyway. Anywhere I can have a full belly and a good night's sleep is home enough for me.
Ugh, that's so sad. It's so sad, chat. I mean, it's great for her in the here and now, but it's like, damn, man. She's like, out of sight, out of mind. We move forward in this life. That is unfortunate.
We've been through hell and back together. Of course we're friends. Next time I'm in trouble, I know you'll have my back. And try not to sell me out. Or at least make sure you get a good price if you do.
Oh my god.
I'm joking. I know you'd never betray me. You're too noble to do something that greedy.
That's hilarious. She's like, if you sell me out, you better sell to the highest bidder. I'm not getting sold out for chum change. That's so funny, though. That's hilarious.
It's my pride and joy. Ever since I got it, work's been way less stress. I never imagined I'd ever be this lucky.
Yeah, about her vision. Yep. Hey, you told 1,000 lies and it came true. Easy clap, boys. Rip bozo for Celestia.
You ever run into anyone calling themselves a treasure hunter? Don't let the fancy title fool you. They're just not-crime mercenaries. Give them enough money and they'll do pretty much anything for you. If you ever want to hire some, let me know. I can introduce you to a few of the more reliable ones.
Oh, chat. In the lore we just read, that's literally what Nefer said to her when they first met. She was like, "Oh, I can introduce you to some more reliable treasure hunters." And She's like a spitting image of her. She's literally, she's mimicking, she's imitating Nefer's like mannerisms and how she conducts herself, which is kind of cool. Yeah, it's literally almost word for word what Nefer said to her.
When the boom and blast Kuvaki energy cannon gets going, oh, it's a thing of beauty. Oh, if only I could get my hands on a scale mechanical model. Wonder if Aino could make one for me.
Bruh.
Oh, after all, she made the original.
She's like, damn, you want free food and you want a scaled model of the Kuvaki cannon? That's crazy.
So, yesterday, I was just thinking, how many grains of sand does it take to make a pile? Is 100 a pile? Oh, what about 1,000?
Bruh.
Doesn't seem right. Oh, I'll go ask Aino in a few days. Oh, she definitely knows.
Okay. I mean, I guess this is under interesting things, but it's like, really? That, I'm pretty sure it's more than 1,000. Like a pile? It seems like a lot. Also, super random and such a random thing to be curious about.
Miss Lauma? I don't really know too much about her, but I know she's kind of a big deal, and she's powerful, and she can talk to animals. Thinking about it, she must have eyes and furry little ears all over Hisi Island.
Yep.
Oh, no wonder treasure hunters don't go looking for treasure there. You'd be walking straight into a trap.
See, even Yahoda knows how busted Lauma is.
Oh, that dumb clanker?
Chat, there's no shot. Chat, there's no way we went from memeing that if robots were ever a thing, the racial slur for robots is clanker. And now Hoyo is like, you know what? Let's get Sonya in the booth and let's have her say this line officially for our game. Oh my god. What are we doing? What are we doing here, eh? Good god. And she said that to Enefa. What do you mean? You say that with love, right?
Oh, that dumb clanker? She's good at baking crumcakes, but she's got a memory like a leaky sieve and zero humor. Every time I crack a joke, she asks me to explain why it's funny. But her crumcakes are the bomb! You have got to try them.
I love that dynamic so much. It's like, man, I would hate you if you didn't cook very well, or if you didn't bake very well. That's Enefa. Enefa's like the way to a girl's heart is her stomach. And apparently the jokes don't land all the time. That's so funny though. I love how Enefa's just like, you definitely need to upgrade that humor module for sure. I love their dynamic. I love the ship. I love everything about them too.
Nef's the best boss in the whole world! Not a...
Alright. You're definitely under duress when you say that, right? That's definitely in your contract for you to say that, right?
Nef's the best boss in the whole world! Not only does she pay me on time, she even covers food and board. I might be her only actual employee. No, wait. I almost forgot about Ashru. Though he's not exactly an employee, right? He's never even completed a single commission! Huh! Can't have anyone freeloading. Next job, he's coming with me.
That's so funny. How did this go from about Nefer to, like, exposing Ashru for being a freeloader? That's so funny.
Aino's got some serious skills. No matter what I put my arm through, she always gets it working again. It's just... every time she fixes it, she always doodles on it. Says it's cuter that way. I mean, it's kinda cute, but why doesn't she ever draw an Enefa?
Well, that's kind of a good argument. It's like, hey, I mean, she doesn't draw on all of her other things. It's just, I don't know, this is to help you out. Alright, this is to make you look good out there when you're doing your commissions. And when people ask the doodles, she's like, actually, you know what? It's marketing. It's free marketing. She draws in doodles on the arm, and then when she does commissions, people are like, oh, wow, who drew those things on your mechanical arm? They're like, oh, I know, of the Clink Clink Krumkake Craft Shop. And they're like, oh my gosh, what a great establishment. I should go there and do business. And whatever else, I don't know. I don't even know if that's even logistically possible. Like, what would anyone go to Aino for in this day and age, you know? I don't know. Maybe that's it. That's my headcanon.
I've heard Neff talk about how the Lightkeepers are a really old organization, chock full of powerful, smart people who know tons of ancient secrets.
Goats!
Say, you think Flint's has any leads on ancient treasures? Or maybe some untouched old ruins? I'm just thinking out loud here. I never actually ask. Otherwise, Neff would chew me out.
Oh my god. Hey, we're going to Pyramida. We're going to learn a lot more about the Lightkeepers and Mr. Solove and, you know, Rotwang and all of that. Like, we're going to get Itloa as well. And we're basically going to get the other half. Not even the other half. We're going to get, like, the rest of the Lightkeepers. But Flynn's has definitely been carrying them thus far.
Oh, Varka? Yeah, he told me he was the Grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius.
Hell yeah.
But seriously, he sure doesn't seem like it. Shouldn't a Grandmaster be all serious and dependable looking? Not trying to say he's not responsible. It's just, if the Grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius is here, then who's back in Mondstadt actually managing the Knights?
Yeah.
Huh? Someone serious and dependable looking? Well, okay. The Knights of Favonius sure are something.
Yeah, Jean needs to retire ASAP. Varka, get your ass back to Mondstadt. Holy moly. That is so funny. Yeah, that's been... We've been talking about this shit for years. It's like, damn, man. Jean might as well just be the new Grandmaster. Grandmaster Varka's been, like, literally on vacation. Not even vacation, but, like, this, like, 5 years to travel to Nodcry. That's kind of bullshit. Especially since you took all the horses. You should have been there ages ago. Alright.
That VIP? Oh, back in the day, if I came across someone with a background that murky, I'd have run for the hills. The farther the better. But she saved me, so now I owe her. And debts are debts.
Yeah.
Still, that's easy to say, but I've only got one life to lose. And at this rate, no amount of lives would be enough to cover the tab. Oh, Boss Neff, save me! You're my only hope!
Oh my God. That's such a... the desperation in her voice. Yeah, I mean, technically, if you want to think about it, you kind of saved Columbina as well. You literally shot an anemo arrow at the Ray Hair of Solnari Rerir, one of the 5 sinners of Conria, and it held off for like 2 seconds. I mean, it was 2 seconds, but that was 2 seconds longer than I thought it would be. That was such a goated moment for her.
I'm never going anywhere like that ever again. And, okay, even if I did, Boss Neff would have to go with me. Between the Wild Hunt and the Fatui, what's the point of making money if you're not alive to spend it?
Yeah, Marionette, that whole situation makes sense.
At the Curatorium, Neff handles the big stuff. I take the small stuff, and Ashrew's on door duty. What counts as big and what doesn't? Oh, that's up to Boss Neff. She calls the shots.
Yeah, however she's feeling that day.
Earn well, eat well. That's my motto these days. Point is, as long as I stick with Neff, I know I won't go hungry.
Damn, she's like, man, I'm doing this to survive as well.
My arm? Ah, that... No big deal. It was just the price I paid in a trade. Don't worry, it's fine. It was well worth it. In fact, I'd say I came out ahead.
Excuse me? She traded her arm? I mean, yeah, the other guy's probably dead, but like, what the fuck? I guess that I guess the interpretation there is that like, oh, we fought, we traded blows, I lost my arm, and they're dead. So in the end, it was a good trade. That's crazy. Holy. In before, she's like, yeah, I traded it for a hot dog at the Speranza or something. She's like, man, a girl's gotta eat. It's okay, I have another arm. It's all good. I actually came out on top. They took my arm, and I still have another one, so the joke's on them.
It's no different than how you gotta use more to buy stuff. If you want something, you have to pay some kind of price. Visible prices you can plan for, calculate, but some of the invisible ones are impossible to gauge. They lurk in your shadow, biding their time, waiting until you're at your most vulnerable. That's when they appear, demanding a ransom from you that you could never hope to pay.
Sheesh. Please don't ever let Yahoda lose her job. This girl cannot afford to go broke.
Hey, if you ever need to pay a ransom for some reason, you can come to me. Even if I can't drum up the money myself, I can swallow my pride and ask Neff.
Aww.
Worst comes to worst, I'll work off the debt again. But don't you dare ask Neff yourself. If you're gonna owe someone, better it be me. The hardest debt to repay is a debt in Neff's ledger. How do I know that? Well, look, don't ask. Just take my word for it, okay?
I love her so much, chat. That again was so good. She's like, I'll just do it again. Just whatever. We'll pretend that didn't happen. I love her.
Sometimes I sew ragdolls when I've got some downtime. It's not like I had formal lessons from a teacher or anything, but my old acquaintances all said I was pretty good. I'll make you one next time.
I am so upset, chat, that we actually did see the little ragdoll toy in her, hold on. I don't think we got to keep that, did we? Like, they had it for us in the quest, but I don't think... Oh, yeah, we do. It's right here. Okay, I was a little confused. Yeah, this is the little ragdoll she sews. If you get her and you do the intel quest, you get the little ragdoll toy. For some reason, I was misremembering. I was like, did they let us keep that or not? Because I know it was in the quest. But, yeah, these are the little dolls that she made, which was super cute. Ugh, now I gotta go all the way back. That's all good. It was worth it. Yeah, so we actually we do have one now, technically, which is cool.
I don't know why, but I can't sleep if the bed's too soft. Give me a rock-hard floor to lie on, and not only am I out like a light, I sleep like a baby. Wonder why that is. Just one of those things, I guess.
It's because that's what you know. That's what you grew up with. You grew up with the hard, solid ground underneath you. That's crazy. She's like, man, nothing beats living like you're homeless, living on the ground.
Favorite food?
What thing?
Tough call. I like meat and fish, but sugar sculptures and cookies are great too. As long as it's tasty, I'm all for it. I don't like those thick stews where all the ingredients are thrown in together and boiled forever.
Oh my god, those are the best! What are you talking about? Oh my god. Guys, I just made chili for dinner the other night, and the best part was I made everything in one pot. The best part is just throwing everything in together and just like letting everything stew and bubble and brew and the flavors like coalesce and merge, and by the end of it, you're like, man, how does this come out so... Who knew to just do all this shit? It's so crazy. It's so good. Stew is also really good. Throw some vegetables, some carrots in there, some beans. Ugh.
I don't like those thick stews where all the ingredients are thrown in together and boiled forever until it's all melted into mush. If I absolutely have to have some, it's not like I can't, it's just I'd really rather not.
That's all good. To each his own. No biggie.
Oh, not bad at all. Nimbler than ever. All right, time to get moving. I'm feeling ready for a big job now. How about it? You want to join me?
Yahoda, you are so goated. I love you so much. I was really impressed by her backstory. I'll be completely honest, the fact that she actually has some kills under her belt, like legitimately, that comes not just from that comes from like her surviving and needing to stay alive, and she didn't make that who she was, is so freaking cool. And you would never notice it if you just look at her and you see this bubbly blonde girl failure receptionist of the Curatorium of Secrets. You're just like, oh great, here's just another ditzy character just doing whatever, trying to appease the masses. But it's crazy the life that she lived and the background she comes from, and how she just like is like a complete opposite to that. Like, she's just morally a good character. And my favorite, absolutely. I'm so happy whenever she's in the story. I'm wondering if she's going to be featured at all in Luna 4. I hope so. And if not, at the very least, I hope we see her in other nations during other events if she travels to other nations in the future. But I absolutely love Yahoda, my favorite Nod Cry character, excluding Columbina for sure. Sonya's a great voice actor for the character. She's also really awesome in the community. Seeing her tweets, seeing her interacting with the community, it's like this is her. Like, she is her character to a T as well, which is awesome. But yeah, great for Yahoda's lore overall. I hope you guys enjoyed it. We're gonna take a short little intermission, and then we are gonna get into my son. Durin's lore is next, and I am so excited. All right. Give me 1 second. Okay, we're good. Okay. Where should I go for Durin? I kind of want to go to Dragonspine. Mainly for the music, honestly. I kind of want Dragonspine music. Where else? I was actually gonna go to, I was thinking of going to, whatchamacallit, Tenochtitlan, right? Simulanka Corner. But, I don't... This Durin is of Mondstadt now. So I feel like it's more appropriate we come here. Oh yeah, or the witches meeting. That's another one too. Can I go in the book? Hold on. I don't know if I can go in the book. I thought I could only read the book. Yeah, so right now I'm thinking either Dragon Spine, the Hexenzirkel, Tea Party Table, and Mondstadt. Someone in chat said the book. I don't know if we can go in the book. I think we can only... I think we're only allowed to, like, reread the story of the book. Hold on, where is it? Hold on, I'm blind. All right, here. Yeah, you can't go in the book.
Long ago,
You can only read the story.
even though suddenly and without warning, alas, it was
Yeah. We can, because it said it's repeatable. Wait, what's repeatable? Like, the story's repeatable, not the domain. That'd be kind of crazy. Alright, let's go to the tea party, actually. Let's go to the tea. Also, I just remembered, I gotta do my weekly bosses.
Like a scene from a
Also, I didn't realize I condensed, but I need resin to do my weeklies. That's okay.
fairy tale. How pretty.
Don't you need to save for the new boss? Yeah, but like, the new boss is only 30. I guess XP would matter too, but here's the thing, guys. It's dependent on your resin. But I guess that makes sense for me to just save my resin today and my resin tomorrow and do it tomorrow. I'm probably gonna have Ant go on my account and do the Dottore boss fight whenever he finishes the story, in case I don't finish it before the week is up, just so I don't miss out on the week of weekly boss drops. That's what we usually do, just so I don't miss out. Don't you do trounce domains for friendship? Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you still get, here's the thing, you still get the same amount of friendship XP if you do other things that use resin instead of weekly bosses, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like you get more resin because you do the I'm sorry. It's not like you get more friendship XP. Actually, chat, here's a little fun fact. You actually get more friendship XP from doing world bosses. World bosses gives 5 more extra friendship XP for some strange reason than anything else in the game. For some reason. You get 5 more friendship XP from world bosses than you do using resin for anything else. So technically, the fastest way to level up a character is just to spam weekly bosses, world bosses, but that's not efficient. Like, no one's gonna do that. Also, I'm still kicking myself in the ass, cause any other OG gamers in chat? Any other OGs present? The fucking world bosses that I farmed for this shit. Look at this, man. Look at this! Ah! Here's a fun fact. For anyone that started playing Genshin, like, a year or 2 later, right? When the game first came out, the only way that you could get the elemental gemstones was for fighting specific world bosses that dropped those elemental gems. So basically, the only way we could get the Anemo gemstones was for fighting the Anemo world boss, even if we didn't need their drops anymore. So a lot of these extras that I had was for getting the crystal gem, like the elemental gems, to level up my characters, which is why I over-farmed these, and we don't need this shit for anybody anymore. So, that sucked. And I hate looking at this shit, because I had to farm this bastard for, I think I had to farm it for Albedo, and Ningguang. Basically, every fucking every Liyue character, basically. Zhongli. Oh, God, it was annoying. And, yeah, so, like, don't ever over-farm if you don't need to. And, yeah, I did the same. I don't know why I did it with this one. I don't know what I was thinking, because I think the only... Did anybody else take this boss besides Yoimiya, now that I'm thinking about it? Did any other Pyro character take this boss, Matt? Oh, Toma. Okay. I must have miscounted then. I don't know why I overfarmed this by 49. Unless I thought there was like another fire character coming out or something, or I don't know. Yeah, and that's another thing too. These boss mats each of these was like a 3-minute cooldown, because like back then the bosses took, I think, 3 minutes to respawn. So like, and they probably dropped no more than 2 at a time, 1 or 2 at a time back in the day. So yeah, that shit was just depression. We came a long way, chat. Oh my god. Don't worry, guys. The game can't hurt us anymore. Pre-farming for Senora. No, trust me, I was not coping that hard. Yeah, definitely was not coping for Senora and Ninazuma. I mean, she wasn't dead yet, but I didn't even know Senora was in Inazuma until Act 3, so technically... And then when she was dead, I wasn't expecting her to come back. I mean, if La Senora does come back, like, if we rewrite the ley lines of the world where dead characters are being, like, rewritten back into the world, like, where we get Rosalind playable or some shit, like, that'd be crazy. But I'm not expecting Senora. Ugh. I love this game so much, chap. It's so good. Mondstadt looks awesome. So good. What's your favorite place in Genshin? Oh, what's your favorite view place in Genshin? I don't know if I have a favorite view place. I recently found out, I'm going to do this in the server, for anyone that's in the Discord server, I'm actually going to do this, but I joined a Discord server yesterday, and it was a Genshin server, and they literally had a channel in the server. I can't believe I never thought to do this. They have a channel in their server that marks locations where you can sit in the game. Like, people just post screenshots of locations in the world where they can sit, and I never realized that I wasn't the only one that did this. I do this all the time. Like, I have so many sitting locations in Genshin, especially in Fontaine. Like, wherever there's a fishing hook, it's a sitting spot. And I do that all the time. And, I didn't realize, I was so shocked. I was like, oh my god, I didn't know I wasn't the only, I've never seen anybody else do that. And, it was so cool. But yeah, I think, I remember too, it's in my playthrough series, the first time that I, like, stopped and sat down in-game and just looked at the scenery was actually, it was on this, it was actually, I think it was over here. I think it was, like, this mountain range over here, or over here, actually. It was overlooking, the Yaoguang Shoal. I was overlooking this area. It was when I was in Liyue. But, I remember just stopping and, like, doing, like, a pan shot of, like, the entire area. And I was like, wow, like, what a beautiful looking game. What an experience just seeing everything. And I didn't even have it. I hadn't even been everywhere in the game yet. So it was really cool to just stop and appreciate the view. Isn't there a heart-shaped little lake in Sumeru? Yeah, it's actually in the, it's in the, Vorakasha Oasis, actually. It's a little co-op spot where you can get a chest if you and another player, are in the heart-shaped lake together. Yeah, it's a little co-op spot. I wish there was a portable chair in-game. I'm really sorry that you missed the 5th anniversary reward because they literally gave that to us as a furnishing. Unless you're trolling and you knew that already. But if you didn't, yeah, you can literally just sit in this. You can literally sit anywhere in-game now, but it's a limited item that you had to get for the anniversary. If you got the anniversary letter, then you should have one. Do I gotta make it? No. You just... It's a limited item that you would have gotten if you logged in during the 5th anniversary, which was in September. So it's not craftable. It's an item that you get. All you had to do was log in. But yeah, if you didn't log in for it, then... I mean, maybe you logged in and didn't realize what you had, but, like, if you logged in, then you should have it in your inventory. Or was it a mail claim? Yeah, I guess you had to log in and then claim your mail. Yeah, check your inventory. It's this little... Yeah, the rotor hovering daybed. But yeah. Also, now that I'm over here, hold on, let me, Did you fish in Nodcry? No, I haven't fished in this game in, like, 2 years. I'm not even gonna lie. The last time we got a weapon in the game for fishing is the last time that I think the last time I fished in the game was actually Fontaine. For the Fluvsand, for the ferryman weapon, I think was the last time I did that. But yeah, this location right here, I was with Razor, and I remember it was during my playthrough series that I just came here, and I was like, I want to go there, I want to go there, I want to explore the mountains, I want to go to the beach, I want to go to the stone forest, like, it's literally in my playthrough series, I remember it. Yeah, good vibes. Chad, don't you love getting violet grass on the side of mountains? Don't you love climbing for 30 minutes just to get one violet grass? Thank God those days are over, man. All right, let's go. Are you gonna pull for Columbina on screen? I'm gonna record my pulling session for Columbina and upload it to YouTube, if that's what you mean. But I'm not gonna stream it at, like, midnight. But yeah, I think I've done all of my pulling streams. I think I've done all of my pulling sessions. I think the last character that I did pull for that I didn't record, I think was Navia. So I did that off stream, but I just showed my pulling history that I got her weapon on a 10 pull, and then I decided to pull for her. Risley was another one that I didn't pull on stream. I didn't pull Risley, but you know why? Because I wasn't planning on pulling Risley. I wasn't planning on pulling Navia. I got both of their weapons on a single 10 pull, and then I was like, fuck, now I kind of want to go for the character. Excuse me. Oh my god, chat, Aino's on the banner this patch. I think they showed the banners. Wait, is it Aino on the banner with Zabai? I'm so happy. Actually, it was two characters. It was Aino and somebody else. Who else is it? There's two characters I don't have. It's Aino and somebody else that I don't have. That I don't have, like, cons for. Oh, yeah, Itlua. I'm an idiot. Yeah. Aino and Itlua. I'm like, oh my god, please give me as many constellations. I swear to god, if I get nothing but Goro, I'm gonna crash the fuck out. I'm gonna blow a fuse. I'm gonna Mick freaking lose it. I'm gonna be so angry if I get Goro. But yeah, and Bina's banner is not that bad either, actually. I saw some people in the server talking about Columbina's banner. Yeah, like I don't think I have C6 Sethos, and I definitely don't have max cons for. Let me double check, actually. I don't know what my. I think Sethos is like C2. Yeah, C2 Sethos and C3 Aoife. So, if I can try to get them while going for Bina, that'd be great. If I get Bina, like, on a 10 pull, that's fine as well. Actually, what's my... I think my pity's pretty low, actually. Oh my gosh, I'm like... Chat, you guys ever try to, like, clear your throat, but you get, like, a hiccup effect so you can't do it? I'm trying to, like, clear my throat, but I'm like, I have, like, a hiccup. And now I just sound weird. Alright, gamers, we're gonna run an ad, and then we're gonna get back to it. God, I hate this. Stop. Your lawnmower isn't starting? Damn. Who's the other 5-star? I think the first half is Columbina and Anefa, and then the second half is Zabai and Nouvellette. But yeah. Yeah, some pretty chunky banners. Oh, what a great shot, dude. Oh my god, right behind Dragon Spine. Right behind his dragon. This is such a good... Oh my god. Look at our regal gentleman, our regal boy. Cinema. Yeah, there's also a 4-star selector. Actually, yeah, who are you guys getting for the 4-star selector? Now that I think about that too. I was thinking Gaming. I was thinking of getting Gaming because I don't know. Like, I don't have Yao Yao. I don't have Yao Yao maxed, I don't think, but I don't really use Yao Yao like that. Actually, yeah, she would be C6. C6, so there's Yao Yao, there's Gaming, there's Lanyan. For me, at least. Gaming would be C4. I don't even think I have cons for Lanyan. I don't even think I got cons for her when she came out. Yeah, I got one. Yeah, so Lanyan's another one. Yeah. Actually, I didn't realize it. Maybe I should do Yao Yao. For the Lantern Right skin and for the C6. I haven't used her in such a long time. Maybe I'll go for the C6 Yao Yao when I get the costume. When you pull for a new character, do you pull at the time the servers go up or wait like 2 to 3 hours and don't rush it? Yeah, I don't rush it. Like when I basically go through all of my pings. Like usually what I'll do is I'll boot up the game. I'll probably I'll go through all of my pings and then I'll get the battle pass first. And then I'll start working on the battle pass missions. Usually is what I do first. If I'm trying to record a video, I'll try to go for the pulls. I'll try to go for it as soon as possible. But you know, getting some of those battle pass missions in, you know, you can get like a couple pulls here and there.
Take a stroll. I won't go too far.
But yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna get Nouvelette and Yao Yao skin. I'm not gonna get their skins until well, Yao Yao, I don't think you can get Yao Yaos until you do Lantern Right, and then I think you can just buy Nouvelettes. But I'm gonna wait until Lantern Right comes out to buy it. Yeah. Alright, chat, let's lock in. Oh, we are not doing the boss right now. I say let's lock in. I have to use the bathroom. I'm so sorry, guys. Enjoy the view. Enjoy Durin. I'll be right back. I've been sitting here for 3 hours and I'm going through water. I should have gone earlier, but I was just chit-chatting with you guys. I hope you don't mind. We should probably be done in like a couple hours. We gotta read Durin's lore. And then go through his voice lines. And then we're reading Durin's weapon. And then we're reading Venti's weapon. And then I'm literally done until Thursday. So, I mean, we've only been live for 3 hours. We're fine. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay. 30 seconds and then we start back up. How's everybody doing on YouTube? Appreciate all of you guys being here. Okay, cool. All right, just making sure everything's good. All right. How did everything sound with Yahoda's lore reading? Like the audio. Could you guys hear me well? Could you guys hear? Just want to make sure the audio's good. It was good? All right, cool. Just making sure. I won't be able to hear this until after I stream. Also, guys, remind me before the stream ends. Be like, Arnold, remember to do Millie Astra, because I'm probably going to forget. I want to try to get it out of the way before the patch comes out. Guys, I have also, really quick, this is just a random side tangent. I have so many games bookmarked in Millie Astra. I also really love how the Millie Astra community has kind of, like the organic discovery of games is kind of good. It's, like, really good now. Like, when Millie Astra first came out, it was pretty stagnant. Like, games didn't really rise or fall in popularity. And now I feel like I'm seeing a new game at the top of popularity, like, every other week, which is great. So, like, I'm really happy that, like, people are, like, vibing and figuring out what games are good and what games are rising and what games are, like, becoming more and more, like fleshed out and discoverable. Because I remember when Millie Astra first came out, I don't think, like, the games that were always at the top, it was Bridge Battle, it was Teyvat World Cup, and Combat Challenge. And now none of those games, I don't think any of those games are in the top 3. Not in the top 3, like, in the first page of the popularity list, which is crazy. Not to say that they're bad, but maybe it's because everyone's already experienced them and they want new stuff. But it's really cool. I really like, yeah, I think Bridge Battle is still on top, but, like, Combat Challenge and Teyvat World Cup are not on the top spot anymore. So I'm just really happy that the organic, like, the flowing, like, the back and forth of these game modes, like, based on player feedback is helping people discover new games. And I have so many games bookmarked. I have so many games that I want to play and try out on stream. Whenever we get far enough where I have nothing else to do, I will literally just go live and just play Millie Astra all fucking day. There's so many games that I want to play and try out. Alright, gamers, with all that said, let's lock in. I cannot wait to read Durin lore and hear what he says about all the characters. I'm so excited. I love Durin so much. His story quest, his entire journey from Dragonspine to Simulanka, to the story quest, to his brother, to his mother, to his aunt, to every facet and aspect of this journey has been so great. And so we are finally here. We're going to be reading his character and his weapon. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to another Genshin Impact lore reading session. We just finished reading up lore for Yahoda, which was pretty incredible, learning about her history, the fact that she's had to kill for survival, and how she's kind of come from a vastly dark and depressing and tragic past of her upbringing and, you know, her childhood, to where now she's kind of like, she's living the best girl boss life she could ask for, I would say. And so we went through Yahoda's lore, and now we are going to be checking out Durin's lore. I am so excited to see everything that this has to offer, from his character stories to his voice lines, as well as his signature 5-star weapon that we're going to be checking out as well. Very excited for all of this. And yeah, with all of that said, let us just jump into it. You guys probably already know at this point, we did Durin's story quest. I bawled like a baby. We got to see Anya for the first time. And just kind of get the closure of Durin's story with everything that has developed, from Dragonspine to Simulanka to Paralogism to Nodcry and the future as well. So I'm very, very excited for this. Let us begin. Oh, I'm so excited. All right, so we have Durin, birthday March 14th, which is literally in 2 months. So we're going to get Durin's first birthday in Genshin. I'm so excited that they put his birthday shortly, like before, like after his release, not before like some of the other characters they do. Affiliated with the Hexenzirkel, with a Pyrovision and the constellation Draco Rubedo, which is an alchemical stage, which is cool. A dragon born from M's pen, who came to alight in the human world. His story continues to unfold. Oh yeah, that's right. I just realized that too. 3.14, the number of pi. 3.314 is his birthday, March 14th. That's so cool. All right, gamers, let us begin. Character details. After one particular Windbloom festival, a new face appeared in Mondstadt. A young boy with horns upon his head and wings growing from his back. Master Jean told the people that this boy had once been a dragon. Though through wondrous alchemy, he had sorry, my gosh, that was like a hiccup and something else. I have the hiccups, I apologize. Through wondrous alchemy, he had gained a human form and now sought to learn to live among them. A dragon turned into a human a dragon turning into a human wasn't exactly shocking news. After all, countless fairy tales have sprouted from Mondstadt's soil. What truly stirred the people's curiosity was the boy's name, Durin. Whenever the name was spoken aloud, people would instinctively look towards Dragonspine. Beneath its blinding snow lay the colossal bones of a creature long gone, and with them, memories of a calamity best left buried. For most citizens of Mondstadt, that name carried not wonder, but unease. Still, with Jean and the Knights of Favonius vouching for him, Durin was welcome into the city all the same. People began to see him everywhere in the city, and they soon discovered that, in truth, Durin was the more timid one in every encounter. He was curious about everyone, yet preferred to watch from afar, uncertain and hesitant to draw near. Whatever dread his name once invoked, the boy before them had no share in it. Let me read that again. Whatever dread his name once invoked, the boy before them had no share in it. Little by little, the people of Mondstadt grew used to Durin's presence. Their wary glances softened, and daily life returned to its peaceful rhythm. In time, when they spoke his name again, many no longer looked towards the White Peaks. Instead, they thought of a gentle boy, one who blushed when he asked Flora in front of Flora Whisper which flower might best suit a friend, or who stood outside Good Hunter, embarrassed yet earnest as he asked how not to burn the meat. Bit by bit, these gentle scenes washed away the memory of that old disaster. The name Durin, once spoke of in fear, no longer made anyone flinch. It left, in a way, like rewriting the ending of a sorrowful tale, right from its very beginning. Ugh. Chat, what a beautifully summarized telling of Durin. I love this so much. And, I mean, aspects of this were also in his story quest, where people were like, wait, what's his name? His name's what now? He has the same name as that diabolical abyssal dragon that caused us a bunch of grief 500 years ago? And, it's kind of like his story quest implied. Durin has overwritten Dragonspine Durin's influence on the world, you know, for the better, you know, despite how, you know, our perspective is on Dragonspine Durin, the unfortunate realities of his existence and being incompatible with the world. You know, Durin being the next best thing for that to not be another cataclysm situation, worked out best for him, I think. And I just love how Hoyoverse handled Durin's story, and they handled it so delicately and with such care and attention to, I guess, the sensitivity of it all, like with him losing his mother and being new to the world and having such a tragic backstory that coincides with him his existence. I loved it so much. All right, let's get into it. Character story 1. Have you ever heard the story of Durin? Through on-site investigation and the study of ancient records passed down among Mondstadt people, the Adventurers Guild have pieced together a fairly detailed account. Oh wow, they're gonna get into Durin. Hundreds of years ago, when the catastrophe from Conria spread across the land, an evil dragon named Durin descended upon Mondstadt, leading a horde of abyssal creatures in its wake. Its very existence was a disaster. With a single breath, it could turn fertile plains into barren wastelands. That's crazy. I did not know they were giving us the story of Dragonspine Durin as well. And this kind of paints an image, too, because it's like he's an abyssal dragon and all of that, right? This was the era of Arendolan, Wolfpup Rostam, Barbados, Dvalin. You know, like, this was a big deal. Its very existence was a disaster. With a single breath, it could turn fertile plains into barren wastelands. Guided by Barbados, the animal Archon, his familiar Dvalin took to the skies above the snowy mountains to face Dvalin in a fierce battle. In the end, Dvalin tore open Durin's throat and brought the dragon down. Yet, Dvalin too was tainted by the venomous blood and remained so until recently. Yep. And so when we got the Mondstadt Archon quest prologue, and we got like the initial instances of Durin, the reason why Dvalin was so involved in the initial corruption process, like the reason why the Abyss Mages were able to corrupt Dvalin so easily was because that venomous fang of Durin was like in his back. It was still like the venomous abyssal influence was subduing Dvalin. And so even back then too, we got that one cutscene where we first saw Dvalin and Durin together too. So this is really cool how they're tying all this together. And it wasn't taken care of until the Traveler showed up. All in all, it is a rather tragic tale. In the days following that great calamity, a certain poem quietly circulated amongst the bards of Mondstadt. Mother, as you obey... Oh, wow. This is Durin, I think, to Rhine-daughter. Mother, as you bade me, I have come to this land to show everyone my beauty. The flowers here are fragrant, and the wind is gentle. I run with the breeze, and the blossoms bloom brighter in my wake. Butterflies flutter around me, as if in awe of my beauty. Yet, when I reach out to them, they always shy away. But then, a lovely one approached me, of his own accord, as though inviting me to dance. I accepted his invitation, and together we swirled and twirled, the winds lifting the petals, adorning our dance with their colors. Mother, I think I've made a new friend. Strangely, soon after its appearance, the Knights of Favonius tracked the poem back to its source after being tipped off by some unknown party. They erased its title and sealed away the collection it appeared in, marked marked it as a forbidden marking it as a forbidden text. Oh, interesting. So I wonder if that was Venti creating a Bard's Tale of Durin's perspective. Because you guys have to remember, too, like, the Abyss don't perceive their actions as corrupt or evil or hostile, right? Similar to how the Melusine see the Abyss as, like, this beautiful thing. They don't, they perceive the world differently. So Durin perceived the world as like, oh, I'm dancing with Dvalin and Venti around Dragonspine, but the reality was what he was perceiving as a dance was actually a fight to the death that he didn't realize was happening until he was already dying. So, like, that's just the nature of the Abyss. It's just not compatible with Teyvat at all, and despite wanting more for Dragonspine Durin and not to be wiped out of the picture, unfortunately, that's just how it be. Unfortunately, Rhine-Daughter fucked around with the Abyss, and her experiment, I guess, in a sense, was a failure in the sense of Durin's creation. And unfortunately, that creation brought life, and that life suffered, and the suffering then ended, and then they died. So it's just a tragic situation overall. At the time, the people had no idea why the Knights of Favonius acted as they did. But if you take a keen interest in Durin's story and dig a little deeper, you might find the alchemist's experimental notes revealing that Durin's consciousness came from beyond the heavens and was fused with the body of the wicked dragon through alchemy. Wait a minute. Durin's consciousness came from beyond so from the Abyss, right? From beyond this world. And was fused with the body of the wicked dragon through alchemy. Oh, is this talking about our Durin? Corrupted by abyssal power, his senses and experiences were far removed from those of ordinary beings. Oh, okay. So this is talking about dragons. So they're basically saying Dragonspine Durin's creation was not natural, and thus his experiences, what he was perceiving, was not what was reality, was not what was happening for us, right? For the people that were suffering during the cataclysm. Corrupted by abyssal power, his senses and experiences were far removed from those of ordinary beings. Until his fall, he never had any choice but to become the embodiment of disaster, and he likely could not make sense of the cruel world around him. Yeah, so that is Dragonspine Durin. Seen this way, the poem might actually be telling Durin's story from his own perspective. A certain mage chanced upon this tale and could not help but feel a pang of regret. If the soul known as Durin could have freed itself from the Abyss's curse and ultimately forged a friendship with Dvalin, how different might the ending have been? Perhaps to reconcile this lingering sorrow, the mage set pen to paper and wove a new story into being. One in which the protagonist bore the name Durin. Anya Marie Anders' daughter. What a goat. So, here's the thing, though, chat. She was inspired by that song. So, what I actually think happened was Rhine-Daughter created Durin during the Cataclysm. The Cataclysm happens. Durin goes to Mondstadt, causing a bunch of panic. Venti acknowledges that Durin doesn't know what he's doing. Venti and Dvalin kill Durin. Venti then writes the story in the form of a song so Anya could be inspired to recreate a new life for Durin in her stories. So I think Venti deliberately did that on purpose for Anya, to inspire Anya to give him new life. So like Venti orchestrated this, which is so crazy. That is so cool. That is so awesome. Yeah, because it says that a certain mage chanced upon this tale. So like a bard wrote this tale And before it was sealed away, Anya became inspired to create the story of Durin, and the rest is history. So that's so cool how that happened. And I don't even think she realized that too. Like Venti's just like, like, I'm just your tone deaf bard, nothing to see here. That is so good. I love this already. Character story 2. When Durin first arrived in Mondstadt, he always preferred to avoid crowded places. He was like a lone splash of color at the edge of a painting, striking, yet unable to form any meaningful scene. Trapped in this static blot, he struggled to make new friends and begin the story that was truly his own. At that time, Lisa had just accepted Jean's request to become Durin's tutor. She observed all this and quickly realized that Durin was not naturally solitary. His yearning to make friends was evident, yet he hesitated at each turn. When Lisa asked him about it, he finally confessed his worries. I don't know how to get along with other humans. Well, learning how to interact with people is indeed a prerequisite for friendship, Lisa replies. But that is not something that can be taught in a classroom. So Lisa designed Durin an extracurricular task, to step out of his room and observe how the people of Mondstadt interact with one another. The request from his mentor dissolved all of his hesitations, and he finally left his room, just as he had once climbed out of his hiding place in the mine. Durin's first choice for guidance was Albedo. Oh my god, this is such a chonky story, I'm so excited. Durin's first choice for guidance was Albedo, whom he regarded as a genius who seems to know everything. But when it came to learning human social skills, Albedo glanced around his alchemy workshop, secluded amidst the surrounding snowfield, and after a moment's thought, suggested that Durin find a more suitable teacher. Next, Durin thought of Klee. She seems capable of befriending anyone. Surely she knows of an effective method for connecting with others. Klee's advice, however, was simply to go fish blasting with them. In her view, two people who had blasted fish side by side could certainly count as comrades in arms. Durin only began to understand what she meant after being locked in the confinement room with her by Jean. Yeah, you're my good basically, I guess criminals in arms as well. They're like, they do everything together, they get in trouble together. That's so funny. Durin also considered help from Dahlia and Kaya. Kaya's just gonna troll you. After all, one was a deacon with an adept learning ear, and the other the cavalry captain, eager to help others. Once Durin explained his situation, the two immediately agreed and took him to the angel share. Chat, this is literally his trailer. Yeah, this is literally his trailer. Like, him and Klee did, like, the whole fish blasting. They're in the confinement room. In his trailer, he talked about alcohol is an important part of socializing, but I'm not ready for that yet. And it was literally Dahlia and Kaya that took him drinking. I just realized that. Yeah, so they're giving context to his trailer again. All right. Once Durin explained the situation, the two immediately agreed and took him to the angel share. There, the reticent Durin watched as the tavern's patrons raised their glasses, singing and laughing together. In Mondstadt, it was clearly human social interaction. However, after a single sniff of the bar's beverages, Durin nearly toppled over. Luckily, the composed bartender quickly swapped his drink for juice. This method of socializing, he realized, was beyond him, at least for the moment. Still, the experience sparked an idea. He ventured to, oh my god, the minions! The cats are gonna scratch the hell out of him! Still, the experience sparked an idea. He ventured to another tavern. He ventured to another oh, sorry. Let me read that again. Still, the experience sparked an idea. He ventured to another tavern, quieter and free from the dizzying fumes of alcohol. There, people socialized through a card game called Genius Invocation TCG. But before Durin could even find an opponent, he was swarmed by a group of cats, only escaping thanks to Diona's intervention. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Durin tried again and again, but never quite learned a practical way to interact with others. And in the end, he hadn't completed the extracurricular assignment Lisa had set for him. However, when he went back to report, Lisa did not blame him. Then, let's treat this as a long-term assignment. When you feel ready, come find me and I'll check your results. Really? Thank you, ma'am. Lisa hadn't eased her requirements carelessly. She could see that Durin was no longer the isolated, colorless block he had been before. He had begun to find his place in the world. Albedo had set up extra heating in his mountain workshop. The knights sometimes left an extra chair in the confinement room. Oh my god. He's finding his place in the world. Albedo had set up extra heating in the mountain workshop. The knights sometimes left an extra chair in the confinement room. The angel share had a bar seat reserved just for juice, and the special table occasionally appearing outside the appeared outside the cat's tail. That's so sweet. In truth, human interaction is not a fixed form. Everyone brought their own edges, rough and otherwise, collided with one another, and eventually found the places where they fit. Unbeknownst to him, Durin had already become a part of this picture. His colors were still a little unusual, but he now added to the many interesting scenes unfolding around him. This is so sweet. The people appearing in these scenes were his friends, present and future. The events taking place within them were his story. And once he came to realize this, his assignment would be complete. Such a sweet story quest. Such a sweet story, rather. I mean, this is a retelling of his trailer, but it definitely didn't go this hard of like, hey, all of those instances where you literally put yourself out there, like, they acknowledged you. And now he's literally a Mondstadt. He's literally a Mondstatter now. I love this so much. Character Story 3. When Durin first arrived in Teyvat, Sumeru was his first stop. Yeah. Actually, there was that one quest. I think there was an app. No. I think there was an epilogue with Wanderer in Sumeru after we finished Simulanka, where we could hear Mini Durin, but his model wasn't in the world with Wanderer. So Wanderer was there, and Mini Durin was technically there with him too, but they didn't show him at the time. So, that is true. When Durin first arrived in Teyvat, Sumeru was his first stop. At that time, he had not yet gained a human body, and was known to everyone as Mini Durin. His very existence was extraordinary, which naturally drew the attention of the curious and the unscrupulous alike. Fortunately, Hat Guy served not only as his guide, but also as his bodyguard. With nothing more than his perpetually gloomy expression, he could scare off most nosy passerbys, while the mercenaries hired by merchants trafficking exotic beasts rarely lasted a single encounter in his presence. Those days were light and happy ones for Durin. By strict comparison, Teyvat could not match the peace and comfort of Simulanka. Hey, do I know it? Truer words were never spoken, chat. They've never done it again, and there's never been another event quite like Simulanka. Let me read that again, just to emphasize it. By strict comparison, Teyvat could not match the peace and comfort of Simulanka, yet he found himself enchanted by this new world. But the one doubt that lingered in Durin's mind after arriving in this world came from Hat Guy himself. As a dragon born of fairy tales, Durin viewed everyone as a unique story. Living in Sumeru with Hat Guy, he was fortunate enough to witness countless tales, such as rainforest, mushrooms, tail care, and big ears, or the academia, jokes, dragons don't understand. Oh my god, actually! So, Tainari, Sino, yeah, the academia, jokes, dragons don't understand, genius invocation, TCG, and big ears on a hat, that's Sino. Occasionally, trips in the desert offered opportunities to read Desert, Games of Catch, and The Little Wolfhound. Yet, whenever Durin looked at Hat Guy, the one who had spent the most by his side, he could see no story at all. Interesting. I wonder if that has anything to do with Irminsul. He's like, I can't paint a story with you, Wanderer. What's going on there? In the end, Durin didn't voice his doubts to Hat Guy. He felt it was simply too soon, so he stayed close, hoping to uncover Hat Guy's story. Not long after, however, the latter suggested ending their Wait, what? Ending their journey? I've had enough of our little trip for now. You should go bother someone else or return to that fairy tale world of yours. Bro, I'm about to fuck Dottore, bro. I'm about to square up with Hat Guy right now. What do you mean abandon your best friend? I cannot believe he tried doing that. I mean, I know why. He's like, you know, I don't want you to, like, get attached and then I disappear on you or something. Or, like, something, like, basically, he expressed that in the story quest, too, but I don't like that, man. You should go bother someone else, or return to that fairy tale world of yours. No, I still don't know your story. Durin stood firm in his refusal. Though Hat Guy's tone was, as always, sharp enough to make anyone frown, Durin could tell he wasn't trying to send him he wasn't trying to send him away out of impatience. The real reason Hat Guy wanted him to leave seemed to lie hidden within his own story, one Durin had yet to uncover. Had it been anyone else, Hat Guy would probably have just turned and walked away, but he saw the determination in Durin's eyes. Ever since the day Durin decided to follow him on his journey across Teyvat, Hat Guy had never once managed to turn him down for good. This time, he relented as well. Do you wish for your story to take root in this world, Durin? My story? In this world? This will almost certainly be an important choice for you, but if you stay by my side forever, how much of this world will you really come to know? I want you to go further. Guys, we don't deserve Wanderer. I swear to God. He is so self-deprecating, it hurts. He's like, I don't want you to stick by me. You won't get anywhere. You won't see jack shit. I'm me. In order for you to see the world for what it is, you need to go further than I ever will. Oh my gosh. I love this so much because Wanderer is like that type of person to like put Durin before him, but Durin's the type of person to be like, you know what, let's do it. It's like, okay, I'll go further and I'll drag you with me. You know what I mean? It's like they're helping each other. I love that. I love that so much for him. I can't believe Hoyo did this, man. I can't believe 1.0 reading Durin's lore in the flavor text, getting Scaramouche in getting Scaramouche in the 1.1 unreconciled stars and having no idea what Hoyo is cooking with this world, and look at where we are now. They're like best friends. They're like really important for one another. They need each other. Durin needs Wanderer to literally make it in the world. And I feel like Wanderer needs Durin as like a coping mechanism as well. Like the first thing in his life that won't leave, that won't die, that won't abandon him, that won't be the fourth betrayal. You know what I mean? Like literally, like, bro, if anything happens to Durin, this world is fucked. Like, Durin is the last hint of sanity and peace that Wanderer has in his life. And it's so fragile. It's like, after everything he went through, like, Durin is like the one thing that kept Wanderer from like going off the deep end, for Christ's sake. It's so rich. I love the development of how everything came together. Wanderer's one of my favorite characters in the game, and now that he has Durin, it's like, this is like an unbreakable bond. I love it so much. I'm like gushing so much. This story is so good. This will almost certainly be an important choice for you. But if you stay by my side forever, how much of the world will you really come to know? I want you to go further, to see its beauty and its ugliness too. Then, once you've seen enough, make your choice. But what about your story, Hat Guy? If you decide to plant your story here in this world, I suppose I'll have a small part in it. Just remember that part I played, and that'll be enough. That's my story as far as you're concerned. Hearing this, Durin fell silent for a long while. It was the first time he'd ever heard Hat Guy speak to anyone like this, in an encouraging tone, yet tinged with a faint trace of something that almost sounded like a plea. In the end, Durin accepted his advice. He's like, don't be like me, brother. Be better. And I'm just like, what a great friend. Like, they deserve each other so much. No one else deserves them more than they deserve each other. So good. My heart, man. I love these two so much. Character story 4. Before Durin was rescued from the curse via the blessing everyone bestowed upon him, most of his days in Simulanka were spent in the mines, tormented by solitude and despair. Yet when he had first arrived, there had been brief stretches of happiness. In those days, his mother, Anya Marie Andersdottir, had still been amongst the living. At that time, Simulanka was still under construction. Durin often accompanied his mother whenever oh my god, I'm literally like losing my train of thought. Durin often accompanied his mother whenever she could take a break from her work, exploring the four corners of Simulanka with her. Along the way, he watched as she and his two aunts debated how to shape the world around them. Their discussions always started with the same question: what would a world with dragons look like? Tevat, hello? Tevat, pre-Heavenly Principles, anybody? I'm sure you can draw. Hey, you know what's crazy? When you think about that, Simulanka is a reflection of Tevat's fate. So they probably originally made Simulanka look like Tevat did when it was only inhabited by dragons, when you think about it. That's actually crazy. Yeah. What would a world with dragons look like? From that spark came grand design. Valleys carved, tracks laid, castles raising, all brought to life in the midst of their lively debate. Not gonna lie, chat, this is kind of giving Heavenly Principles. They're terraforming the world in the same way that the Heavenly Principles did for humanity. I'm just saying, it's kind of sounding a little spot on there. Actually, you know what? It's almost kind of like the Hexen Circle are like the allegorical representation of the shades. And Anya is the shade of life. She's giving life to the world of Simulanka. I don't know what the other ones are. Maybe Alice is the shade of space because she's the border master. Or not the border master, but she's like the sustainer of the world's borders and stuff like that. Maybe Barbaloth is the shade of death because she's like, she can divinate and like look into people's fates and read their futures and stuff like that. I don't know. And, who's the other one? We got life, death, space. Oh, I guess I don't know who time would be. Maybe Rhine-Daughter, because she's never on time for these tea parties, because she's always doing some abyssal nonsense. I don't know. Anyways, let's see. Okay. Sometimes though, those debates turned into arguments. His fiery red aunts loved adding thrilling elements, bombs, and anything that would make the world more exciting, while his mother expressed her worries. She cherished the people of Simulanka as if they were her own children, and couldn't stand the thought of their home being reduced to ruins by some reckless artifice. Still, the arguments never lasted long. Soon enough, the fiery red aunt, I love how that's Alice's name, the fiery red aunt would find clever ways to adjust her ideas. Not only putting his mother's worries to rest, but making the world all the more vibrant and fascinating. Back then, the story of Simulanka had yet to be completed, and his mother often paused her writings to think. Whenever she did, his pale blue aunt would come to visit, bringing delicate teacups and plates of delicious sweets. Their conversations were deep and far-reaching, stretching from pleasant afternoons into quiet nights, from the stars above to the future of Simulanka itself. During these talks, this pale blue aunt would often glance at the new scales growing on Durin with a complicated look in her eyes, one that made him uneasy. Still, she always brought wonderful treats, and he wouldn't mind her visits too much. At all other times, his mother could usually be found bent over her desk writing. Durin would sit quietly by her side, listening to the sound of her pen as he drifted to sleep. He thought those days would go on forever, until one day his mother suddenly put down her pen as though she had finally finished her work. "Come, my child," she said, raising from her chair. "Take a walk with me." She led Durin to a courtyard high in the sky. Gazing out towards the horizon, she reached out her hand, as if tracing the edge of a page. "My dear, if you ever had the chance, would you want to leave this world and see what lies beyond?" "Could I really leave this world?" "You could," she replied with a gentle smile. "Your Aunt Alice is quite remarkable. She's already proven to me that her magic can make it possible." "Then what would happen to me after I leave?" "That I cannot say," she said softly. Those are things that shall happen after my ending. But you know, going to a faraway land is a curious phase. Some stories use it as their ending, while others take it as the beginning. Durin, I want you to do something for me. When you have the chance, try leaving Simulanka. Go see what lies out there. There will be many hardships awaiting you. There will be many hardships waiting for you, but don't be afraid. Alice's magic will guide you, and my blessing will go with you." Realizing how important her words were, Durin nodded solemnly, accepting the task she had entrusted to him. "In that case," she murmured, "I suppose I've now finished writing the most important passage of all." Then Durin watched as his mother turned her gaze towards the distant sunset. The emotions that flickered in her eyes were like the lights reflected there, burning first with warmth and reluctant farewell, then softly into quiet tenderness, until at last they faded gently into the approaching night. Not long after, the gears of Simulanka's destiny began to turn. The origami animals of the Forest of Blessings and the toy figures of Constellation Metropole each set out on the story woven by them by the three goddesses. Yet Durin's mother was gone. His days of happiness had come to an end for now. What a great... Oh, God, I love this game so much, chat. What a great experience. I'm so glad we're still getting a little bit more of Anya and Durin and Simulanka through this, because I think the story of Simulanka is over now. Like, we move forward. We'll never forget the greatest summer event of all time, the gift that still keeps on giving to this day, Luna 3, and we're still getting more of it. But, they did such incredible work with Anya's story as well. They went from a Hexenzirkel witch that we only know her by name to realizing that she's the author in like the popular best-selling author in Mondstadt, to one of the Hexenzirkel witches that created that created Simulanka and created Durin, and like giving us that reveal of her and like all of this extra context, all the stuff, the blood, sweat, tears that went into this ultimate goal for her child was so good, man. The icing on the cake was giving us her design, one of the best designs in all of Genshin, like absolutely like stunning design for her as well. I loved it so much, and I don't want to stop reading. I'm like, dude, just give me more stuff to read. Like, I'm so enamored right now. I'm so in love with this entire story quest, or this entire story process. All right, character story 5. Carried by the wind that Venti had gifted him, Durin caught up with Dvalin. Oh, I think this is after, right? I think this is after his quest, where like he goes off with, like, Venti's like, oh, someone wants to meet you, and he goes and flies off with Dvalin. So this might be after his story quest. Carried by the wind that Venti had gifted him, Durin caught up with Dvalin, soaring together in the skies above Windrise. And finally, the story the mage had been writing arrived at the chapter she had been waiting for. Standing at the long table where mages gathered for meetings, Alice watched Durin's figure recede into the distance. Her thoughts drifted back to those years to a tea party where all 7 of them had been present. Wow. We didn't even see all 7 of them in the flashbacks that we got. But she said all 7. So are there only 7 witches, including Octavia? Or was this excluding Octavia? Right, so let's see. There's Alice, Barbaloth, Ivanovna, Anya, Rhine-daughter. Nicole. And there's one more I'm blanking out on. Would it be Octavia? Would be the 7th one? I guess there's technically 8 seats though, but I think this is confirming that there's only 7 witches actually. Maybe it is basically what I said. Like maybe the table set came with 8 seats, but there was only 7 of them. or like how they did in Simulanka, like what if the 7 seats were for the witches and then the 8th seat was for Mini Durin, you know? Or Venti even. Because, you know, Venti was a part of their little tea party gossip days. So, yeah. But, yeah, long story short, the set came with 8 seats, so they just made do with what they had. Okay, and interesting too, 7 Hexenzirkel, 7 Archon, 7 Gnosis, 7 Nations, 7 Elements, all that. 7 is the magic number of Genshin. Okay, let's see. Her thoughts drifted back through the years to the tea party where all 7 of them had been present. Delighted by the occasion, she had been struck by a whim to start a storytelling game, only to stumble when choosing a theme. She turned to Anya, the writer amongst them, who offered a simple, potent answer: the undying fire. If I ever get the chance, I want to leave behind an undying fire through my stories. Yes. Oh my god, I love this. As an author, that is the greatest pursuit I can imagine. An undying fire? What exactly does that mean? I suspect each of us has our own answer to that question. Isn't that what makes it perfect for a storytelling rally? I'm still searching for my own answer in any case. Anya didn't answer directly. As she often did in her own works, she left a hint of suspense, sparking Alice's curiosity. All right then, let's go with that theme. Let's go with this theme. Each time we meet, the next... Oh my god! Is that how they wrote the book? The book was written across 7-8 meetings? Each time we meet, the next person will take their turn and write their chapter. Oh, wow. Anya, you take the final chapter. By the time the story reaches its conclusion, I expect you'll have your answer ready for me. And they never reached the end. I did not know this is how they wrote the story. I didn't know it was based on, okay, every time we meet, someone else is gonna write it. And I guess that's why it seemed like everyone was trolling each other in the writing portion, because everyone was kind of being having little snide remarks while, like, in the commentary of the story. And it's kind of like, oh, okay, time to give the book to the next person and the next person and see how they make or break the plot that we got going. That is so cool. I did not know that's how they did it. And so began the rally. Alice volunteered to write the opening. The little witch set off on a journey to find the undying fire in order to complete the trials set by the old witch. I'm laughing too, because I realized when chapter 2 came and Barbeloth took over, Barbeloth just started yapping about the stars and the celestial bodies and the freaking... The meaning of the universe and everything. Like, she just went completely off script. I remember that still to this day. I was like, brother, she just went completely off track from where Alice started. She, like, ruined it. It was so funny. What Alice didn't anticipate was that by the time the witches gathered again, Anya had passed away, lying in her coffin, asleep forever. She had misjudged how differently witches and humans experience the passage of time, and how profoundly that would affect Anya. Chat, is this Freerin? This is literally a fucking Freerin moment right here. How do you not... Yeah, they're like, oh yeah, you know. Just a mere 10 years, a mere 50 years, but a drop in the hat, not a big deal. And then Anya's literally elderly, and she didn't realize it. God damn it. She had misjudged how differently witches and humans experience the passage of time, and how profoundly that would affect Anya. She had been expected to wait for the next chapter, but Anya had already grown old. By the time the story reached the 5th volume, Anya was gone. And we don't know how many gaps, how many years between their visits that was. How many is 5 volumes? That means 5 meetings. What is it, 10 years per? I have no idea. The tale Alice had begun started veering wildly in the 2nd and 3rd. Yeah, Rhine-Daughter didn't help either. Oh my god. By the time the story... the tale Alice had begun writing veered wildly in the 2nd and 3rd volumes, handled as they were by Barbeloth and Rhine-Daughter respectively. But it was partially rescued in the 4th volume under Ivanovna. Thank God, Mother Russia, Mother Snezhnaya saved us. Yet in the 5th volume, penned by Nicole, it was haughtily concluded in a... Yeah, I was gonna say too, Nicole wrote like 2 lines. It was crazy. In the 5th volume, penned by Nicole, it was hastily concluded in a single line. Alice felt frustrated, convinced that she would never learn the answer Anya had intended. The story, and this is where we first learned about Octavia. Yep, we learned about Octavia for the first time reading that story. And that was the only time Octavia, I think, ever came up until recently with Millie Astral Wonderland, which is crazy. The story took a turn with Octavia. The Hexen Circle had never been marred by a loss since the founding. Oh, wow. The Hexen Circle had never been marred by a loss since its founding until Anya's passing. A loss that brought the frequently absent Octavia to the gathering. She brought with her the already written 6th volume, in which the little witch was given a second chance, reuniting with the old witch. The undying fire might exist after all, she said. In response to Octavia's reminder, Alice turned her attention to the final work Anya had left behind, the world they had created together, Simulanka. In this world, a dragon named Durin waited, restless and uncertain, for miracles that might come in the future. The possibilities Anya had woven into him, much like the unresolved thread she left in her other works, glowed like a softly burning flame, illuminating the world of the stories and tugging at Alice's curiosity. Chat, Durin was that undying fire. She had created that fire, and she passed out. And she passed it to her Hexenzirkel coven, it was passed to them after she died, and they kept the fire going and brought Durin into creation. It's so good, man. I love it. Hoyo is goated with this story. Gazing at that flame, Alice recalled the promise she once made to Anya. It seems the ending she was meant to write falls to my pen instead. And so the years passed, with Alice often turning her gaze to the dragon. She watched the child, once burdened with the name of a drake most fell, receiving blessings from others, stepping out of the world of the story, making friends, forging connections with the world beyond the tale, and together with his companions face and overcame fate. In the end, she saw him completely rewrite the story of Durin the Wicked Dragon and take flight alongside Dvalin. Drawing her thoughts back, Alice realized that she finally received Anya's answer. Anya, just as I write at the end of the storytelling rally, I always thought you were the most capable amongst us. You always say you will leave little behind, you always say you would leave little behind, but I see it now. The undying fire you left for us. She left her son. Oh my god. Oh. This is so good, chat. Oh my god. I love this story so much. She left her child behind. She left Durin in their care, and they brought him to life, and they fulfilled her wish. And now they get to look out. Now they all get to live together happily as they can be, until, you know, other conflicts arise. But this is so good, dude. I love it. We have Dragon's Heart. Oh, this one's pretty short, actually. Durin's everyday outfit. Oh, it's just the outfit, yeah. Durin's everyday outfit came from the most extraordinary experience. Though there's no direct proof, he had always believed it was a gift from his mother, Anya, bestowed with some kind of magical charm. After all, every element of the outfit was familiar to him, each one tracing its origins to her works. Clearly, his mother had cherished him deeply, dressing him as though he were a prince from the fairy tale. Still, there was one detail Durin didn't recognize: the heart-shaped gem at the collar. Considering how he had been reborn and the gem's lock design, he gradually realized its meaning. The gem held the heart of the evil dragon fused with him, and his body now serves as the cage keeping it sealed. But when Durin took up his mother's pen and began writing his own story, the lock on the heart vanished. Placing his hand over the gem, he felt not the pulse of the malevolent being, but his own heartbeat. In that moment, Durin finally understood the gem's true meaning. It was not the dragon's heart, it was his own, and now that heart was free. Such a good tie-in with all of this. I love it so much, man. All right, chat. We're gonna run a quick ad, and we're gonna continue with the rest of the last Vision storyline, as well as the voice lines as well. I'm loving this so much. I could literally just sit here and I could read 10 more of these. It's so good. All right, gamers, sit tight, and we will resume in 3. Yeah, I love how he's dressed like a little prince too. It's so cute. Yeah, we're reading the weapons and stuff too. I'm just saying, like, we're gonna get back to this reading session once the ad's done. So good, man. Are you gonna read the boss material too? Yeah, I'll read the boss material before we read, the weapon then, if it matters that much. Are you gonna read Venti's additional voice lines in that vein the other Archon's lines? Wait, what do you mean what other Archon... The other Archons have voice lines? About what? About Durin? Wait, the other Archons have lines about Durin? Really? Oh, just Venti? Oh, well, you said the other Archon's new lines. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. What did you mean by that? The other Archon's new lines? No, they said it's just Venti. I don't know. I guess they got confused or they said something else. Maybe they meant about Columbina. Well, that would be a leak, and that is not allowed, so we do not talk about that. We do not read we do not talk about leaks around here. Okay. Well, I guess they just meant Venti. They didn't say anything else. Okay. Yeah, we'll read Venti's line. I guess, does anybody else have... Actually, I have... That's something I didn't ask. Does what other characters have quotes about Durin? Venti, Wanderer, and Albedo? Oh, Venti, Wanderer, Albedo, and Klee. Okay, I'll check those out after we go through the voice lines then. Also, I gotta stop this recording. I didn't realize I've been going for an hour and a half. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, we'll check out Zhongli on Zebai as well. I heard that Cloud Retainer has a line on Zebai, but I don't have her, so I can't see that one. Oh, they're locked? Oh, well, I don't know. Ningguang and Cloud Retainer do, but they're locked? Okay, is Zhongli's locked too, or...? Oh, only Zhongli's is unlocked. Okay, yeah, we'll check out his too then, I guess. I mean, she's not out yet, so I won't be able to read the other ones. I assume the others are going to be unlocked after she comes out, so we'll have to resume on that. Okay. Alright, let us continue. Alright, so we have Vision. This is the last lore reading, guys. I'm having so much fun. Vision. When Durin traveled to Mondstadt to visit Albedo, he saw for the first time the massive dragon skeleton slumbering amidst the snowy mountains. The owner of these bones shared his name. Through Albedo's words, Durin learned the devastation his name had once brought to this land, and that history was on the verge of repeating itself. Isn't there any way to save the people here? There is, but... Albedo explained a possibility. By using alchemy to fuse Durin with the heart of the evil dragon, he could seal its abyssal power completely. However, the plan was far from perfect. As an essential part of it, Durin would have to bear certain costs. Albedo explained that once the alchemical process was complete, Durin would take the place of the evil dragon and remain in this world. Yet, this world is far from the peaceful beauty of Simulanka, and the power he would have to seal was far more terrifying than the seal that had once turned everything into building blocks. Albedo knew this could not be a demand made unilaterally. He respected Durin's choice. Durin looked towards the distant dragon bones, sensing the guiding force that had led him here. Durin looked towards the distant dragon bones, sensing the guiding force that had led him here. Yet now, with this decision laid before him, that force fell silent. Even the goddesses who wrote fate seemed to have set down their pens. This choice was his alone. What if I want to stay? In that moment, memories of his past flooded back. His mother had told him to journey far away, leading him to Tevat. Hat Guy had urged him to go further still, and through that, he had seen the world in all its beauty and cruelty. Along the way, he had faced countless unexpected events, some joyous, some disappointing, none neatly arranged as in a story. Surprises came unbided, and expectations sometimes fell short. Yet, it was precisely this uncertainty that captivated Durin, the one who had stepped out of the pages of a tale. It drove him to keep exploring this world, and it was this very uncertainty that granted him something no character bound by a story could possess, something born only when facing the unknown. A wish. I want to stay. I love this world. I want to fulfill my mother's request, to leave my story as Hat Guy said, and to help you save everyone. To suppress the evil dragon and become a true human. In the end, it was Durin who solemnly entrusted his desire to Albedo. Please, help me make this wish come true. And so, the grand trial began. The light of the alchemical array blazed across Mondstadt's sky. When the dust settled, Durin found a shining vision at the center of his array. Found a vision at the center of the side of the array. His wish had been granted. They did a phenomenal job with Durin's story. I can't say more good things about it. It was so well done and well handled. Very delicate, very engaging, emotional, very Mondstadt, I would say. And yeah, I absolutely loved it. So now we're going to check out the voice lines, and then we're going to get into some extra voice lines, and then we're going to check out his weapon. So let's get into it.
It's been a long time. I'm Durin. Everyone used to call me Mini Durin, but as you can see, I'm not really mini anymore. Do you find my appearance strange? To tell you the truth, it's still a little strange to me. I have so much to learn. I hope you don't mind if I ask you for help.
Also, really quick. Arnold, hi Arnold, would you like a cookie? Oh yeah. I'll never turn down a cookie. Oh, maybe I would. If I had like a bunch and I was like, I can't eat another bite, and then you're like, would you like a cookie? Maybe I would turn that down. But yeah, I'll have one. I assume you're gonna come and bring it to me, or do I have to go up and get it? Thank you. Alright, chat, we're gonna take a quick little intermission real quick. We're taking a cookie break. We're taking a kooky break. Hey! Oh, gingerbread! Wait, where'd these come from? Oh, wow, it's been a minute. Thank you. Okay. Chat, I completely forgot we made gingerbread cookies a while ago. This is mine. Look at him. He's massive. He's chonky as hell. God damn. Yeah, we made gingerbread cookies. And, alright, chat. You get to choose which part of it, what part of the cookie am I gonna take a bite out of? He's perfect? It's a shape only a parent could love, you know? Go for the head? The leg? The head? Everyone wants to... I'm not gonna lie, I was also thinking of the head, too. Chat, what is that? Bite the leg so it suffers slowly. That's crazy. Well, here's the thing. If you bite the legs, they can't run away from you anymore, right? It's like, what was I gonna say? Like the run as fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man until you bite my legs off and I can't run. Yeah, Anthony, it's a joke, by the way. I know what Anthony's talking about. It's like it's a Vine. But yeah, a joke like that is gonna, like, no one's gonna get what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, Ant, calm down there, buddy. The deed is done. 07. Thank you, Cal. I'm gonna... Alright, I broke his arm off there, guys. I'm sorry. Alright. Got him up. Chat, am I evil? Chat, where's his animo vision? Yahoda would be proud. Somebody call Ino from the Clink Clink from Kake Craft Shop. It's crazy how we immediately resort to jokes to, like, to quell a serious situation. Yeah, sorry, Durin. We're gonna take a little break. Cal, are you still here? Was he tasty? Oh yeah, it's good. I have a ton left, but I'm running low on milk, so I'm probably gonna save this. Do you know what we're having for dinner? Someone said, bruh? What? I'm hungry. What do you want me to starve? You want me to do you want me to give you free content and starve? I'm just kidding. I'm just messing. All right, chat. Let's lock in. Let's get into some more lore. Let us continue. Thank you, Cal. I appreciate that. That really, I needed that. I haven't eaten for like 6 hours. All right, let's continue. So we're gonna redo this one. Let's get it.
It's been a long time. I'm Durin. Everyone used to call me Mini Durin, but as you can see, I'm not really mini anymore. Do you find my appearance strange? To tell you the truth, it's still a little strange to me. I have so much to learn. I hope you don't mind if I ask you for help.
I'm always here.
Each day is a new page in my story. I want to savor every scene, every footnote, before I turn to the next one.
I hope Durin, like, learns so much about humans that he, like, writes a book about it. I want Durin to take up the pen like his mother. I think that'd be so sick.
Can I stop here and play? I mean, take a stroll. I won't go too far.
Chat, can I tell you a fun little story about this quote? So, when Durin came out, I was still at home when I pulled for him. And, I was playing Genshin, and me and Cal were in Discord together, and she heard this quote, and she was like, what grown man is asking to play in Genshin? And I'm like, no, he's not grown, he's like a month old, what are you talking about? She's like, who's asking to play? Who's asking for permission to play? And it was just so funny because she had no context of this quote at all. I just, like, she was just like, she just heard, can I stop here and play? I thought it was just a funny interaction.
I still have so much to learn about human interactions. Like, where should I put my hands when I'm nervous? I just really want to make friends with everyone.
Yeah, she was like, oh, that's a grown man. I was like,
Oh dear, I am feeling the urge to jump in a puddle.
His intrusive thoughts is like, don't jump in the puddle, you're gonna get your nice pants all wet.
Oh, it's best not to fly too high in this weather. Did it once slumber in a place like this?
Oh my god. Well, yeah, the only way that this quote would make sense is if you're in Dragonspine, right? That's the only place it snows. Oh, that is so cool. I really like that. So you know what's gonna be weird? In JP, he says he? Oh. I didn't realize that. That's interesting. Yeah, I got what the it was referring to. But, what was I gonna say? Like, are these snow quotes still gonna be verbalized when we go to Snezhnaya? I expect Snezhnaya is gonna have snow, but then it's gonna be weird when we, like, go to some snow areas, but, like, some of these quotes are directly because of Dragonspine. But then we go to Snezhnaya and he's like, I don't know. It's just gonna, I don't know. It seems a little odd. It's almost like when Albedo's like master, right? When he sees snow, he thinks of his master. So, yeah. Anyways, a great quote. I like this one.
It's like a scene from a fairy tale. How pretty.
Hmm.
Yeah. Oh dear, I'm getting thirsty. Good morning. Oh, please don't mind my head lolling. My neck's a bit stiff. Last night, a cat came and slept only a few meters away. Usually, I frighten small animals off. I didn't want to disturb it, so I tried not to move.
Oh, no. Chat, the cat curse. He's like, man, my cat's lying on me. I can't get up. I'm gonna disturb it. I'm gonna move him. So I'm just gonna stay here and never move ever. Hey, he's learning how to be a human. That's a human trait right there, if I've ever seen one.
Well, if brunch is a thing, does that mean there's such a thing as dinner?
Why is this a quote? What are we doing, guys? What are we doing? I've never heard anyone call... No, there is no Linner. Did Kaya put you up to this? Who taught you this? I mean, actually, this is a very legitimate... Like, this is a very legitimate conclusion to come to. It's like, if one exists, then surely the other one does. But I feel like the only reason we have brunch is because people are too tired to get up and have breakfast. They're like, oh man, I woke up at 11, let's get brunch. You know, it's more of like a convenience thing. But like, I feel like you can easily interchange lunch and dinner. That's like, I don't know. Very, very inquisitive boy.
I wonder if we'll see the stars tonight.
Aw.
There's nothing more peaceful than curling up in your own tail for some good sleep. You think I'm getting more mature?
Ugh.
Well, I mean, I'm not a little kid anymore, so I have to start acting more grown up. Besides, the last thing I want is to stay stuck in the past.
I love him so much, chat.
I can feel this vast, almost frenzied power lurking deep inside me. Fortunately, Albedo's alchemy is flawless, and this abyssal power within my form is kept in check. It's as though everything is in equilibrium, preventing the possibility of overflow or corruption. As such, there's no need to fear that I might lose control or hurt anyone.
Albedo is flawless, guys. Durin said so. He's literally the GOAT.
I know taking the name Durin for myself in this world invites criticism. Replacing Durin of Dragonspine means that I've stolen his right to resurrection. Admittedly, this is selfish, but at the time, I yearned to be human. I wished to be a real part of everyone's world, and to bring more good to it, too. I didn't want to reject that opportunity. I don't regret the choice I made. Maybe it's like Albedo says, all life can be selfish. Either way, I can't speak for the other Durin. I only wish to walk my own path, to do right, so that when the name Durin passes people's lips, it's accompanied by beautiful memories.
Chat, he really grew up. Oh my goodness. He is wise beyond the months that he's been alive. Bro's been alive for a few months and he's already like, damn, brother, like, you figured it out. You're him. I love how thoughtful he is to the reality of his existence. Acknowledging Dragonspine Durin. Acknowledging what his existence means for that one. But also not feeling bad about his circumstance, right? Like, all life can be selfish. I mean, look at Rerir, for example. Rerir is fundamentally human. I'm gonna go on a little bit of a side thing regarding that. I'm working on a video about Rerir in particular. One thing that I really like to emphasize about myself, and just like in general, whenever I talk about media or shows or characters or stories and stuff, is like the ability to change, like the willingness to change, to admit when you're wrong or admit when your like being allowed to, like, I feel like more and more in this day and age, like, just changing your mind is something that most people are incapable or unwilling to do, but as if it somehow, like, devalues yourself, like, your opinions or your perspective or whatever. I really, really, really value Rerir's story in the game, and one thing that really I needed to get to a point to have that perspective was the time from when I finished the quest to probably like a month ago, like not even a month ago, maybe like a few weeks ago. Cause I remember when I was doing that quest, I was so emotionally distraught by the source matter, like by the subject matter of it, that someone sent me a really respectful, thoughtful comment. And they were like, Arnold, you always, like, something that I really appreciate and like about your content is that you're always able to, like, express and analyze and break down concepts or characters or, like, a plot that's unfolding in real time. And I think for one of the first times ever, I didn't do that with Rerir. I literally just, like, was so emotionally whiplashed by the plot that I didn't really, like, approach or even look at Rerir's story or situation, circumstance, or whatever. Not even to make a judgment call on him, but really just to express the varying levels of... the varying degrees of, like... what's the word I'm looking for? Like, there was just so many layers to his story, from Ermin to Conria to Rerir, to the other sinners, to Thelindis, and I kind of almost dismissed the majority of that when I did the quest. Yeah, I guess not... complexity is one thing, but it's really just the fact of, like, there is no one definitive path to the whole situation, because, like, one thing affects another thing affects another thing. And so I'm trying to... I basically want to make a video really just talking about my feelings about Rerir, because I feel like out of all the characters that have come out in Nodcry, he's the character that I kind of undersold my thoughts on. And at the time, like, one thing that I really disliked about the aftermath of Act 4 is that no one wants to give you time to do anything. Like, you have to have the correct opinion, you have to have the right opinion, you have to have the same the same perspective as other people the moment you're doing the thing. And I know myself enough to know that I would have come to this conclusion anyway, but it's just the fact that, like, no one wanted to give me that time, and because I didn't say the things that people wanted to hear at the moment, I got a lot of backlash for that, which is kind of stupid. But yeah, I do agree with the fact that all life can be selfish, and that just reminded me of Rare, and it reminded me of this whole perspective that I'm in the middle of right now. I'm trying to write. I don't know if I'm going to script it or if I'm going to sit down and do a recording of it, but I do want to do like a thought video, like an opinion piece on my thoughts on Rare's character. Because going into Luna 4, I'm like very, very, very excited to see how his involvement is going to shake things up with the Lindis and the current plot. He's still a fucking menace in the present, and it's just like, it's like I'm so torn with his character, because on one end, it's like I pity the guy for his past, but it's like, brother, you're still fucking around and doing a bunch of shit in the present, so it's like, what's going on, brother? You're not tied down to a king. You're not tied down to a destroyed kingdom. You're not tied down to anything in your past, but it's like you didn't learn anything. So, I really just want to approach Rare a bit more critically than how I did during the Archon quest. And looking back on that, you know, it's something that I've been thinking about ever since I did Act 4. I mean, that was months ago. So yeah, and the whole selfish topic here is just reminding me of that, so I just wanted to touch on that real quick.
Dragons clash horns as a way to express their friendship, but I'm scared I might use too much force.
All right, hold on, I'm trying to detach from that whole, like, ramble I just had. Let me try this again.
Dragons clash horns as a way to express their friendship, but I'm scared I might use too much force. I don't want to hurt you. Are you sure you're not worried? Huh, all right. Well, in the interest of safety, how about I stand still and you bump your head on my horns?
Aw, that's cute. Yeah, I was gonna say, that's probably like a much better approach. Alright, let's see.
May you find friendship and goodwill no matter where you go. This is the blessing that you, as a traveler who had traversed many worlds, gave to me.
Yes!
I've never forgotten. Ever since that day, my story began to change. Thank you. I can feel how much I've transformed. Undoubtedly, I now have the strength to protect those I cherish. So, I want to repay your blessing with a promise.
Ugh.
No matter when, no matter where, so long as you need me, I'll lend you my help. So I'll definitely come as soon as I find out you're in danger. All right, I'm done. That should just about cover everything.
He's like, Traveler, I know you're gonna get into some hot water in the future. I'm letting you know I got your back, homie. That is so wholesome. We don't deserve you, Durin. I swear to God.
One of the effects of the Abyss is that it can increase the power of living things. My current form serves as ample proof of this phenomenon.
Also, it says roof. My current form serves as ample roof of this phenomenon. There's a typo there.
One of the effects of the Abyss is that it can increase the power of living things. My current form serves as ample proof of this phenomenon. Though I can't fully control its power, my unique constitution seems to give me the potential to use the Abyss in service of good.
Oh, I
Controlling it is
love
hard
that.
and requires immense concentration. Otherwise, any missteps I take could hurt those I hold dear. To avoid this, I must continue to learn and practice. I believe this vision serves as recognition of my efforts.
Bro, I love that shit so much. I love the trope of, like, using the bad thing in service of good. It's like Kingdom Hearts. It's like Riku using the darkness He's like a denizen of the darkness, but he's a good guy. Right? The darkness is the bad thing. No one else uses that. Riku used it. He was a bad guy, and then he had his character arc, and now he's using the darkness as a warrior of light. Like, that shit is so peak. And I love that. He's like, you know, it gives me the potential to use the abyss in service of good. I love that so much for him. That's so cinema.
Dvalin flies so fast. Is it because his wings are bigger than mine? Sometimes I think if I still had my dragon form, the toy block one from Simulanka, I mean, I could give him a run for his money.
Bro, that'd be sick! Yo, that would be so awesome if we had toy dragon Durin versus Dvalin in a flying match, a flying race. That'd be so funny.
My first friend was an origami flying squirrel. At first, it was the only thing that wanted to play with me. It had 2 pointy ears and a big paper tail, and it looked a little like the squirrels in Tevat. I used to pick flowers for it from high places. I miss that squirrel a lot.
Aw.
Hey, you want to pick pine cones for the squirrels together? Of course, I'd love to.
Aw. Yeah, I mean, we got to see the little animals in the fairy tale. I mean, granted, that was a fairy tale perspective of it, but I don't know. Maybe it'd be cool to go back to Simulanka someday. I don't know if Hoyo. We were talking about that at the start of the stream, but it'd be cool if Hoyo eventually, like when the game reaches, like when the game gets further down. Like I don't know how long. I don't even know if it's possible, but I would love for them to just be like, hey, Golden Apple Archipelago, Bottle Land, and Simulanka are back. And they're permanent, and you can visit them. You can do the quests in them if you never did them before. I would love for that, and like all event weapons from previous events, and just stuff like that. Like I would just love for there to be a way for all past content to be permanent in some way. I don't know, but I hope.
Ever since taking up my mother's pen, I've diligently committed each day's stories to paper. Klee taught me how to fish, which ended with us locked in solitary confinement. Albedo had me help him boil water, which almost ended in the kettle turning to ash. A little boy outside the city gate showed me how to feed the pigeons, and one of them decided to perch on my horns.
Oh!
I'll continue to fill the pages of my book. And maybe, when I'm turning the pages one day, I'll hear a familiar voice quietly narrating, "This is a wonderful story indeed."
Oh my god, guys! Timmy's pigeons didn't run away from him? That's crazy. He helped feed Timmy's pigeons. That's so cool. Ah, I love it.
Aunt Alice asked me to spend more time with Klee. She said she'd reward me by giving me anything I wanted. But only children want rewards.
What?
And I'm clearly all grown up.
Oh no.
I like playing with Klee because I'm happy when we spend time together. It's as simple as that. When I told Aunt Alice that, though, she was overjoyed and said she'd pick out a giant toy just for me.
Oh, I love that. Hey, there's nothing wrong with a reward as an adult. You kidding me? I'm always looking for a reward.
Albedo has shared so many of his experiences with me regarding becoming truly human. He's explained many of the problems that humans face, things like work, ideals, life. Some of these things were too difficult for me to understand. Some are too difficult for me even to imagine. Albedo says I can slowly learn about these problems as I experience them before making my own choices. Family is the only thing that a human can't choose. I know my family is complicated and highly unusual, but with Albedo as my brother, I'm filled with a sense of peace and belonging. In that sense, my family is no different from most.
Aw. Guys, this is crazy. We took Durin out of Simulanka to put him in the real world to give him a job and pay taxes. Are we really doing the best for this boy? Was this the right call? I don't know, man. Kind of seems a little exploitive, if you ask me. That's how I feel.
Albedo is the perfect human.
Need I say more? Hey, we can stop the video right here, guys. That's all she wrote. All right? I don't want to hear anyone say otherwise. Your opinion is invalid. It doesn't matter. Albedo is perfect.
Albedo is the perfect human.
True.
He knows so much and is always able to handle everything he faces. He's sincere and friendly to those around him. But sometimes I feel like there's another side to him, one no one would expect.
Oh!
Like how he takes decisive measures to achieve his aims. I don't know where this uncanny intuition comes from. Perhaps it's a sort of resonance between beings who share a species.
Yeah, that's my Albedo. That's my boy.
Shortly after leaving Simulanka, I followed Hat Guy.
Also, I'm just gonna say that might be a little bit of Rhine daughter like rubbing off on him. Just saying.
Shortly after leaving Simulanka, I followed Hat Guy to Sumeru. The academia was so big and so beautiful, and there were so many books. It's only now that I'm learning to read and write that I suddenly understand how stressful it must be studying there. Not that there weren't times when people had time off and came to Hat Guy to play cards, chat, or even share delicious food. Like the one with the large ears, or the one with the hat that had even larger ears, or the one who looked like a small wolfhound. I've asked Hat Guy if they're his friends. He always complains about how noisy they are, but he's never denied their friendship.
Also, really quick, so the one with the large ears is Tainari, the one with the even larger ears is Sino, right? Like with the hat? Who's the one that looks like a small wolfhound? Are they talking about Sethos? I didn't get that when I read it earlier. Oh, it's Sethos? Oh, okay. I wouldn't have considered that. A small wolfhound? I guess.
We share some similarities, he and I. He always seems to know what I'm thinking, and then guides me as someone who's already seen it all.
Yeah.
Whenever I tell people don't get too close, I really want them to resolutely refuse. That's what Hat Guy does. So even when he says he wants to be alone, even if he deliberately tries to discourage me, I always stick by his side.
Oh, I love that. He's like, don't worry, buddy. I know what you mean. Yeah. I love that. Wanderer's like, leave me alone. Get out of here. I don't want to be around you anymore. It's like, okay, so whatever Hat Guy says, it's just the opposite.
When I was in Sumeru, I took the time to visit Fairy Nilu. Sorry, force of habit. I should call her Miss Nilu in this world. I watched her dancing at the Grand Bazaar, and she was as beautiful as a fairy.
Yeah, the Forest of Blessings fairy. That's so funny. Is he gonna say King Navia? Yeah.
If I get the chance, I'd like to thank the King of Constellation Metropole. I mean to say, Miss Navia. I wonder if she'll be shocked to see what I look like now. You don't think she'll mind? Huh, that's great news!
Guys, I need that now, actually. I didn't even... I mean, we got to see the toy versions of them in the book, but, like, I would love for Durin... Like, I would love... I mean, Durin's been, like, hard stuck in Mondstadt and Nodcry, but I can't wait for Durin to, like, go back to Sumeru, or even go to Fontaine and see some of that. Like, I want him to see Kirara again. I want him to see Nilu again, and Navia probably. He already saw Nilu dancing. But, yeah, I would love to get his reaction to seeing all of the gang from Simulanka in Teyvat. That'd be sick.
If all the kitties in the cat's tail were like Kirara, I don't think they'd get so nervous when they see me. The young bard gently plucked his strings, a voice as clear as a mountain stream.
Ooh.
It was no battle hymn nor prayer, but the murmuring of stars, the wind blowing through the trees. The dragon's eyelids faintly twitched, flames gently crackling in its throat. One night when I couldn't sleep, I took a stroll in the wilds. I met Lord Barbatos doing likewise.
Oh.
He sang this song for me, and I liked it so much, I made sure to learn it.
Aw. W. Venti. We love him.
After Miss Lisa sets homework for me, she makes me sit at my desk to complete it. And one time, when I was exhausted, I stood my book up on my desk so it blocked her view and tried to nap in secret. And when I woke up, she was standing there, smiling. It scared me stiff. But before I could finish apologizing, she praised me for learning the most valuable lesson. I think she was talking about my willingness to acknowledge my mistakes. Oh, so you don't think that's what she meant?
She's like, hey, it takes one to know one. I love slacking off at my job at the library, so you know what? I don't blame you. Like, she was literally just applauding you for, like, shirking off your responsibilities and duties, alright? That's why she smiled. She's like, my child takes after me. He's just like me for real. I could go for a nap. Like that, I literally think that's why she was like, she like smiled in approval.
Albedo once told me he treats Klee like a little sister. Klee likes to call me Big Brother Durin, too. I guess I am technically her big brother, though I haven't been human for very long. If we're talking about human age, is she really my little sister?
Oh! Whoa! Chat, that's so true! I wonder how old Klee is in human years. Like, Klee has to be, like, old by human standards. Because look at Alice. Alice was around 500 years ago. I wonder if Klee was born back then. If Klee was I don't know. Cause when Rhine-daughter found the heart of Nibirius, she sent Albedo to seek out Alice, but we don't know when that was. Albedo's old enough to live hundreds of years. Alice is old enough to live hundreds of years. So I'm kind of curious, like, when Albedo went to Mondstadt. Right? To, like, because she said seek out Alice, so I wonder if Klee was born or if Klee was alive at that point, before present day. Because Klee, I've mentioned that in the past too. I'm like, Klee must be in her, like, child years, but I don't think she's, like, obviously she's the mentality of a child, but, like, because her species is long-lived, I wonder if childhood for the elves is, like, I don't know, like her first 100 years of life, and then her adolescence is like like it scales differently to like human lives since we live super short compared to them.
I can't help but wonder. Back in Simulanka, I felt like she was different from the others.
Oh!
Is she the same as me? Did she come out of a book too?
Holy moly, guys. Holy shit. Durin, if only you knew how goated Fischl, the Prinzessin der Verurteilung Fischl von Luftschloss Narfadort was, especially after we just got the Hexerei homework, witch's little, like the witch's homework assignment. She basically is. Like, she's a manifestation of Princess Fischl. But yeah.
In fairy tales, anyone who can mix potions that befuddle the heart and mind and command the obedience of cats is almost certainly a powerful witch.
Damn. Diano getting massive credit for the alcohol that she makes.
Grandmaster Varka is different from most of Mondstadt's knights. He's powerful, but not imposing. He leaves people feeling calm and safe. He's the sort of knight who can crack a joke while fighting off the wild hunt.
Yeah.
Although most of his jokes go way over my horns. You want to know about ones I did understand? Well, I didn't hear them clearly either. Probably because he often slurs his words after drinking.
Oh my god. Varka is like the cool uncle, man. I swear to God. I love Varka. I can't wait for him to come out.
Before I came here, I spent most of my time living inside my mother's stories. I never hugged her or felt the warmth of her embrace, but
Aww.
her gentle voice guided me through so many moments, both happy and sad. If you ever want to hear her stories, I'd be more than glad to read them to you.
See, that's the one thing, chat. Like, it's so sad how long... I mean, Durin's creation was 500 years in the making. And there could have been a reality where Durin, as he is now, and Anya as she was now, she could have, like, hugged her child in the flesh and blood. And it's like, oh my god, I would love... Hoya, I don't know how Hoya would do it. I don't know if we would ever get, like, instances of the afterlife or delving into Irminsul directly and visiting memories of the past through Irminsul, where Durin would be able to interact with Anya from the past, and it would be the real Anya, like her memories are in the ley line, so it's the actual her that remembers him, and, like, he is as he is now, and he just hugs his mom. Like, I would love that so much. I don't know if we would ever... I wonder if we'll actually, like, go into Irminsul. Like, tread through the memories of the world by the end game or something. I think that's, like, we've done that through the ley lines, but I wonder if we could just go into the damn tree and, like, go directly, like, dive directly into the source code of Teyvat.
I've heard it's polite to look people in the eye when talking to them. But I've also heard it's rude to stare. I thought to try blinking often while talking, or to keep one eye closed at a time. But everyone kept telling me to see Miss Barbara and have my eyes checked. It seems rules for socializing in this world really are some of the hardest to follow.
That's so funny. This poor kid. Yeah, get your eyes checked out. Like, imagine he's like, yeah, so how's the weather today? He's just like, alternate blinking. Oh, man. I mean, he's not wrong, though. He's like, I can't look at you. I have to look at you when you're talking, but if I look at you too long, I'm staring and it's rude, so, like, what do I do?
For a while, I could hear this strange voice inside my heart that made me question whether I was truly me. There's dragon blood flowing through my veins.
My god.
Will humans fear me because of it? One time, I dreamed that all the toy figures in Constellation Metropole were throwing stones at me. And when I woke up, I was surrounded by a shower of confetti. My friends in Mondstadt had decided to throw me a surprise birthday party.
What?
That was when I realized the strange voice in my heart wasn't draconic influence, but my own insecurity and self-doubt. I'll never forget it. The light from the candles on my cake illuminating my smiling friends. That was the moment I emerged from the fog of uncertainty.
So did they throw him like a week-old birthday party? He's like, happy 7 days old. Oh, that is so cute. That is so sweet. Yeah, I'm like, brother, it hasn't been a year. They're throwing you a birthday party already? Ah. I love that. I love that so much. Thank you, Hoyo, for giving us Durin. I appreciate it so much.
Before we left for Nodcry, Master Jean and Albedo warned me that we were embarking on a journey of great danger. That wherever we end up facing may be far more serious than I could imagine. They respected my choice. They just wanted me to consider things fully before joining them. But when I heard you were in danger, I requested that they let me join them immediately.
Aww.
Only after seeing the wild hunt up close did I understand what danger really is. The scene was far more terrifying than my mental images of the ground giving way underfoot, the titanium mines collapsing in on themselves. No, I don't regret my decision, but I was scared. I was worried I would be unable to help. It left me on edge. I'm sure you noticed. Luckily, everything turned out well, and now I feel comfortable accepting everyone's praise.
My god, Durin popped off, dude. I'm so glad that they gave Durin that moment. He literally, like, at the end with Rerir and Columbina, that was such a peak shot with him.
I feel like humans are pieced together from bits of other people. Not in an alchemical sense, more like how I remember things that my friends have said, or how I like the restaurants we eat at together, or how you inspired me to travel the world. The reason I am who I am today is that I've absorbed all these influences from other people. And now, I want to become a piece of other people's hearts, too.
Chat, my heart. I can't keep doing this. This is so pure and wholesome and true. I could cry right now, my god.
Right now, everything in Mondstadt is new to me, and I want to explore it all. Wine? No, I can't drink wine. At least not yet.
Yeah, damn, imagine that. A Mondstadter that can't hold his liquor. Venti is in shambles right now.
The animals in Tevat aren't made of folded paper, and I don't have sharp claws anymore. I thought maybe I'd be able to pet them now, but whenever I try, they just run away, scared.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least you can still pet them. We're 5 years in, we still don't have a petting feature, and the only time we got to actually pet our animals was in that cat petting event where we got Sir Pouncelot. And that was, I mean, I guess technically we can also pet Ozzy or Cassiodor, but like that's it. What about all the dogs and animals in the world that just we can't even do anything with?
I love eating meat. Big chunks of it. But at the moment, it takes me a long time to finish. Using a knife and fork is a little complicated for me. I can never remember which one does the cutting.
Oh no. He uses the fork in his knife hand and he like reverse cuts. He like holds the meat with the fork, with the knife, and then he cuts with the fork. He holds the meat with the knife and then he cuts with the fork. Oh my god.
Excuse me, could I have a smaller portion of vegetables on mine? Or perhaps no vegetables at all?
Alright, guys. He says he's matured, but you don't like your vegetables? You don't like your broccoli, your green beans, your peas, and carrots? God, I love vegetables.
A legend told of an evil dragon who hoarded glittering gems behind the high windows of a castle. A wandering hero ascended the ramparts, only to find the dragon, its scales covered in stardust, pushing the fragments of fallen stars with its snout, as though helping lost star spirits back on their paths. The hero threw down his sword and spoke with open palms. I come from beyond the stars. Please permit me to help. From that day forth, the high windows shone through the night as the dragon led the hero to patrol the cosmic shore. Starlight was their cloak, and friendship the compass that led their way.
I love these Ascension quotes. It's like a little story. Ugh. Chat. Hoyoverse cooked so well. This was spectacular. This was so good. I'm gonna track down a few characters. Apparently there are some characters that have voice lines for Durin. Albedo, Klee, Wanderer, and somebody else. Albedo, Klee, Wanderer, and Venti. Yeah, okay. So let's do Venti first, actually. Actually, do Albedo first.
My brother is learning all manner of new things. He's intelligent and passionately philosophical.
True.
This sometimes causes difficulties, but it does nothing to dull his passion for the world. His arrival, or should I say his joining the family, has given me a new understanding of human relations. With my closest kin around, home has become a lively place. Which is a positive thing, for sure.
Oh my god, guys. Albedo's like, man, having my brother around sure makes this place feel like home. Damn, Durin is slowly... nature is healing, brother. Everything is healing now that Durin's here. I love it. Alright.
When he first came out of that book, he had such a long list of questions. I never imagined becoming human would make him even more curious. His letters are so long, and his handwriting is so crooked. I can barely make it out. You can help explain things to him if you've got time. Just to make sure he doesn't get off track.
Ah, he cares. Also, oh my god, shout out to Wanderers VA for the birthday letters that he does every year. Patrick Pedraza. Patrick did another year of Wanderer's birthday letter, and I absolutely loved it. I love knowing, I'm like, oh my god, it's Wanderer's birthday. Hopefully we get another letter this year. And he like captures Wanderer, like he captures Scaramouche's, he just captures his emotions so well in his delivery, especially with how he like conveys it in the take. And it's just like, he's so, like, Raiden knew what she was doing when she decided to let him go. She was like, he has so much heart, so much emotion to himself. All right, so next up we have Klee, I think it was. Durin is the best, I'm sure. Hold on.
Durin lives in Mondstadt now. I'm going to play with him every day. I'll take him fish blasting, and he can fly me up high to throw Jumpy Dumpty at the fish.
Oh my god, they're literally gonna be... Bro, imagine Klee flying now. Klee can fly now, guys. Yeah, it's like, you thought the fish blasting was bad already, now she's gonna be carpet bombing this whole nation. Yeah, just give Klee the ability to fly. Surely that's what's in Mondstadt's best interest. That's crazy. Alright, and lastly for voice lines, we have Barsabados.
Another one of Madame Mage's children here in Mondstadt. What fun! My new little friend looked like he wanted to play with a certain older, bigger friend of mine.
Yeah.
So I arranged a little introduction, and voila! It turns out my big friend was the more excited of the two. Why, you should have seen him jumping for joy, patting his belly, and dancing in circles. Oh dear. Did you hear what I just said? Quick, let's take cover behind that tree.
Oh my god. Yeah, Dvalin. Venti's airing out all of your embarrassing secrets and stories. You better get over here. I'm still so shocked. We haven't seen Dvalin in years. The fact that we actually got to see Dvalin in the story quest was like chef's kiss. Like, I couldn't believe it. It was so good. And this is a one-off one just because we're here right now, but apparently Zhongli has a voice line about Zabai who comes out next patch. So,
The White Horse. An old acquaintance, and one I haven't met in a very long time.
Oh, shit!
One laments spring nights, how short they last, and autumn days that quickly pass. A steed that bolts and swiftly flees. A candle shivering in the breeze.
Oh my god, bars! Holy bars! Zhongli, I cannot wait for this freaking... I don't know if it... I assume Zabai is just going to be featured in the Lantern Rite patch. And because the Lantern Rite patch is permanent, I assume that's also going to tie in as like a Zabai story quest as well. So I cannot wait. I cannot wait. This is going to be so cool. White Horse it up, an old acquaintance and one that I haven't met in a very long time. So, how long we talking here, Zhongli? 6,000 years ago? The time of the Moon Sisters, potentially? Mr. Sussy Baka Dragon Man, you were around back then. You're just about 6,000 years. You're just as old as the oldest recorded history of Teyvat. But you're not the Geo Dragon? Apparently, you were called the Lord of Geo before you got the Geonosis. How does that work? Chat, isn't that sus as fuck? Isn't it almost like the Geonosis was meant for him? Why would they have a Geonosis and not give it to the Geo Lord, the Lord of Geo. It's so weird. Like, I did the Genshin quiz recently, and I got that question wrong. They were like, oh, Zhongli, Rex Morax was known as the Lord of Geo before the Archon War. True or false? I said false, though. It's like, no, it's true. But wouldn't that be kind of sus? What are you gonna get? Are they gonna, is he, would anybody else then become the Geo Archon, even if they didn't have dominion over Geo? You know what I mean? It's kind of weird. Like, let's just say for a second, let's just say Havria won the Archon War. Okay, Havria is the god of salt, but she's the Geo Archon. It's like, okay, I guess that's a little weird. Maybe you'll have dominion over Geo through the Gnosis, or maybe the Gnosis will empower your salt-like abilities. But, like, it's just weird to me that Zhongli just so happened to win the Archon War and get the Geonosis when he was known as the Lord of Geo before even getting it. It kind of seems like... It kind of seems like he got it by... That's like nepotism right there. If you're the Geo Dragon and you just pretended to take part in this war, I mean, he probably took part. And if he's a sovereign, I would expect him to body everybody in this nation. To body everybody in Liyue for him to win ownership of it. But yeah, I don't know. That's just kind of weird to me. That's just... I'm like tilting my head. I'm squinting all the... I'm like, brother, that just makes you all the more sus. But yeah, those were all the voice lines for Durin. Durin quotes from other characters, and the little extra bit there with Zabai and Zhongli. We're gonna run a little, actually, hold on, give me 1 second. I have to run an ad. I know Celestia is against the Sovereigns, but we don't know shit, alright? Who's to say Zhongli isn't playing ball? Alright? Celestia isn't against the Sovereigns. Celestia is against anyone that goes against them. I'm sure Celestia will play ball with Sovereigns if the Sovereigns are under their dominion. If Zhongli is under ball and chain by the Heavenly Principles, and he's like, you know what? I'll sign this contract with you. I'll do whatever you want. They're like, play our little Archon War. Participate. And take up the Geonosis. And he's like, okay, cool. They're fine as long as you're not trying to usurp them. Nouvelette thinks Zhongli is a usurper? I mean, well, it would make sense, right? Nouvelette wasn't around back then. Nouvelette's just going off of the current information. But, like, Nouvelette barely knows anything about his previous life until recently. And even then, I don't think he would know everything because he wasn't there. Zhongli is also the only character to have a story quest differently named to his constellation other than Nouvelette, who is a confirmed sovereign. Actually, let me see. Yeah, so, let's see. So, Zhongli's constellation, Lapis Day. And if you go into... Actually, I think I'd have to go into the archive. Hold on. Historia Antiquia chapter. Yeah, Zhongli's story quest and his constellation name are both different. Nouvelette's is too, but Nouvelette is a confirmed sovereign, so maybe the connection is there. Maybe they're like, oh shit. If the two things don't match, that's a giveaway. Nouvelette's, let's see, what's Nouvelette's? Nouvelette's constellation is Leviathan Judicator. Yeah, of course, that sounds more like a title than an actual, that sounds more like a title than an actual, constellation name. Yeah. De La Vie's chapter, Act 1. Yeah, it's not looking good, Zhongli. You're looking pretty sus. Wouldn't he sense him, though? Guys, we don't know what we think we know. There's a lot we don't know. And if there's no, like, if this is true, there would have to be a reason for it, and the only answer is either it's not true, and if it is true, we don't know why no one knows. Only Zhongli would know that. Okay. Oh shit, I thought I ran the ad already. Sorry, guys. Yeah, 3 minutes. I also have to use the restroom. And, we're gonna get into the weapons next. We're gonna read Durin's weapon, and then we're gonna wrap up with, yeah, we're gonna read Durin's weapon, and then we're gonna wrap up with Venti's weapon. And then I think that's gonna do it. Oh yeah, the boss mat too. Yeah, that's right. Oh my gosh, you guys are like hounding me to read this material. I don't think I've read it yet. Okay. Yeah, Millie Astra was just for me to do on my own. I still haven't forgotten, but that was when the stream is ending, not right now. So I can remember to do it when I get off stream. Random question, but do you guys think that Durin could be a dragon sovereign? I don't know. I don't think so. Unless there's an abyssal dragon sovereign as well. You know what would be crazy, though? You know, like how Dragon King Nibelung became like an abyssal dragon? I wonder if Rhine-Daughter was trying to create... I don't know if she was trying to create... I don't know if she even knows who Nibelung is. But, like, she created an abyssal dragon. And the only other abyssal dragon that we know of, like, pretty prominently in the lore is Dragon King Nibelung after he became corrupted with forbidden knowledge. So it'd be kind of interesting if she was trying to create or resurrect abyssal Nibelung, but it failed and it created Durin instead. I think that would be pretty crazy too, because like we never really understood. Like apparently she got to Albedo and she was like, okay, he's the perfect copy, he's the perfect creation. But what was she trying to create humans when she created Durin? Was she trying to create humans when she created Susbedo? When she created Alinus and all these other things? Like, these seem to be like beasts she's trying to make. One of them a dragon. We don't know about Alinus, if Alinus could be taken as a dragon or whatever. But like, it's almost kind of like, well, what was the purpose of those experiments other than, you know, to just test the waters of your capabilities? But like, when you think about it, she created a dragon. Those are just as rare as humans, I would say. If anything, they're just as rare as humans, right? The sovereigns in particular. And she created one of abyssal nature. So it's almost like she created like an abyssal... It's almost like Gosoithoth in a way. Like Gosoithoth is just the memories of a sovereign imagined through the abyss. But Rhine-Daughter created one, which is just as crazy. So I kind of wonder if she like used dragons as a base when trying to create Durin. Because it's like, how do you just create... You don't just create a dragon. Like, how the hell did you come to that conclusion? How did you come to that final result? Unless she used dragon remains as a base, which, again, that kind of reminds me of Nibelung. So that would be really cool, too, if that's something that she was trying to do.
I still have so much to learn about human interact.
I mean, the next best thing from that would be she's trying to create a descender. Because Nibelung is alleged to be the second descender. I mean, if Albedo's a perfect being, maybe Albedo can do that. I don't know. Albedo seems like there's a lot in store for him and Rhine-Daughter the next time they meet. So, I don't know. I feel like descender status is what everyone's trying to covet in this game. The Saritsa might be trying to covet a descender status. Rhine-Daughter might be, you know, maybe that's even what Dotori's trying to do in Nodcry right now. So it's very, I don't know, just a very interesting thing to think about, I guess. Alright, I will be right back. Also, I just realized, too, we have a trailer in a few hours. It's almost 8. It's going to be in about 3 hours, I think. By the time I finish this, I'm going to finish this VOD, I'm going to have dinner, and then I think the Bina trailer is going to be out, which is kind of crazy. But, yeah, sit tight. I'll be right back. I have to use the restroom, and then we'll start the reading. Hide back. I haveth returned. Eth. Let's see. Oh yeah, someone on YouTube mentioned, yeah, the Crimson Moon Dynasty tried coveting Descenders as well. They made whole freaking orphanages for them. But unfortunately, none of them ever showed up. Okay. Alrighty. Alright, gamers. So we are going to read, we do have a couple of things left to read regarding lore. We have Durin's signature weapon. We also have Venti's signature weapon, but someone in chat, a few people actually in chat mentioned that I should look into one of the boss materials for the Bobic boss that goes for Durin's signature, like world boss material drops. So I skimmed through this, but I don't think I read it yet. But we have the Cyclic Military Kuvaki Core, a Kuvaki device obtained from the Energy Core after defeating the super heavy Land Rover mechanized fortress. The Fontaine Research Institute of Kinetic Energy Engineering once designed several ideal cycle patterns for elemental working substance engines. Regardless of the type, the most perfect number of cycles has always been 4. Yeah. The 4 root cycles. Goddamn. Although most engineers from the Armory Palace and the Kuvaki Experimental Design Bureau tend to regard Kuvaki as a working substance distinct from elemental energy, design configurations beyond the 4-cycle paradigm has still been proven inefficient and impractical. In a certain sense, the 4-cycle might be the world's particular preference. Although the world may have no preference at all, and for the world, the habit of presumptuous mortals making self-satisfied conjectures could well be the strangest preference of all. That is... Also, there's 4 moons. There's 4 cycles. So is this implying that, like, after this, there's only 4 cycles and then that's it? The end of the days? There can't be more than 4. Life cannot go beyond number 4. And we still have Chronaria to experience, which I assume is going to be somehow the civilization tied to Conria before Conria and before the Crimson Moon Dynasty. Like, I wonder if there's like Hyperborea is the ancient civilization rooted in Snezhnaya, Notlantian is the ancient civilization rooted in Natlan, Remoria for Fontaine. I think Chronaria is going to be the ancient civilization rooted in Conria, prior to Conria. So, I don't know, that's very interesting. It seems like there's going to be, like, I don't know, like a world reset after this last root cycle civilization is experienced, right? Or maybe even, you know how Lumine is creating, like, new ley lines for Conria? I wonder if Irminsul can rewrite itself. Like, if Tavad itself can go through a rewrite in the same way, and maybe that's what it's implying. It's like, this world has already reached its cap, and at the end of this journey, maybe that cap will reset itself. Or maybe the primordial one will wake up and destroy everything. And, like, snap their fingers and create the world anew. But it seems like 4 is the it seems like 4 is the limit. And we've already done all 4. We just haven't gone through the civilizations yet. Also, fuck, man, 4 is the number of death. Holy fuck, guys. Hoyo might be in their bag. 4 cycles, 4 shades, 4 moons, 4 descenders. God damn. Holy. Here's the big thing, chat. What if all the descenders have to die? Right? If Dragon King Nibelung is a descender, he's already dead. The 3rd descender is dead. And currently, that's a very interesting idea, actually. I wonder if this world can't survive if there are 2 descenders at the helm. Aether is a descender, and allegedly the Heavenly Principles is the other, and they're sleeping right now. So I wonder what would happen to this world if 2 descenders existed at the same time. Like, is that even allowed? Is that a possibility? Could there only be 1 descender? And if there's ever multiple, then shit hits the fan and stuff is caused and a lot of bad stuff happens? Because it seems like everything was fine when there was just 1, and every time whenever 2 descenders clash, it's never a good thing. Allegedly, Fanes in the primordial one, there was war. You know, and then Nibelung died. And then the 3rd descender showed up, and they ended up dying. And the primordial one created the Gnosis using their corpse. And now Aether's here. And 4 is the number of death, and there's 4 descenders, and I'm just like, brother. I don't know, man. I don't like that. I also feel like Saralainen's gonna come into the picture when this Aritza shows up. If Saralainen, you know, if it's possible to resurrect the descender with their corpse, like with all the Gnosis, all of their bodily pieces brought back, kind of like Rerir. Right, you got all of Rerir's little fragments brought together and he resurrected, so I feel like the 3rd descender is absolutely gonna resurrect by the end of it all. So, so yeah. I'm also trying to think, too. I guess not. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, just some food for thought, gamers. That's a very interesting lore description read there. In regards to the Descenders and how they kind of manifest themselves, and just the number 4 in general, and how that kind of plays a role in the meaning of this world and the understanding of it through the Heavenly Principles, who's a Descender, and Nibelung, who allegedly was the 2nd, and Saralainen, who died and is sustaining the world with the Gnosis, and Aether now pulling up, and there should be another Descender still here, but they've been MIA since the start of the game. For the last 500 years, they haven't done shit. And their shades, there 4 of them, too, are also running amok. So, I don't know, just some interesting things to quander and think about, I guess. Alright, with all that said, though, we are going to Cop a Squat, and we are going to get into some weapon lore readings. We have 2 of them. We have one for Venti and one for Durin. We're going to start with the Durin one first, actually. And then we'll wrap up from there. If Aether is the new Descender, what happened to the previous one? We already know. The previous one's dead. And their remains were used to create the Gnosis, so we just know that they're dead. We don't know how they died. I mean, there's speculation that they were convinced to confront the Abyss by the Belyazar. Otherwise, the Belyazar would have used his own daughter to do it. And because the third Descender loved the Belyazar's daughter, allegedly, they went in her place and they died. And Sarah might be the Ajax from the original story. The story that Child's father referenced when naming his son Ajax. And so now Child might have a direct connection to Ajax the same way our Durin, by having the same name as Dragonspine Durin, their fates were connected. So maybe Child is now directly tethered to the Gnosis in the end game with the Tsaritsa and everything, because he has the same name as that legendary hero. If the third Descender, Saralainen, is in fact the third Descender, which would mean that Snegurochka would have been his lover from back then. I don't know. It's a lot of speculation, a lot of stuff going on there. I'm also wondering if there's a connection between Snegurochka and Anastasia Fyodoronovna, right? The Tsaritsa, Snezhnaya. If there's a connection between her and the Tsaritsa, that'd be interesting too. Because Child is, like, unabashedly loyal and patriotic to Snezhnaya and the Tsaritsa's plan. So, I just don't... And, I mean, by the looks of it, it seems like Child's gonna be the only Harbinger left at this point. If we got death flags for Sandrone, if Dotori's going down this patch, we're literally, like, weeding down. Arlecchino potentially has death flags in the endgame based on her lore. I don't know what the fuck Pantalone and Puccinella are doing. But it'd be kind of crazy if Child is literally the last Harbinger in the endgame, and he's already bloodthirsty for power and like strength and fights and getting stronger and all of that. Wouldn't be surprised if Brother taps into forbidden knowledge himself in the endgame. He's already doing it with the Foul Legacy transformation. I don't know. But yeah, those are just all my thoughts, theories, speculations, all that jazz. Sorry for yapping, by the way. I feel like I've been rambling this entire time. Let's get into the lore reading and figure out what's going on here. Right, also, let me just... Alright. Alright, gamers, let us check out Durin's 5-star signature weapon, a Thame Artist. This is such a sick-looking weapon. Oh my god, this is sick. Alright, gamers, let us check out the flavor text and lore here. A precious sword gifted by the Day King to the proud... A precious sword gifted by the Day King to the proud hero in the Little Witch's story, only for the witch to take it and defeat the hero herself. Huh. So this is a continuation of the Little Witch and the Undying Fire story? Right, because Durin is the author of his story now, so I guess that would kind of make sense. Holy moly. Okay. A Thame Artist. By the time the Little Witch arrived at the Day King's palace, twilight had already taken hold. Had she come any later, the kingdom would have already passed beyond the Day King's rule. Before the night curtain descended, the Day King received her in what remained of his fleeting hours. Okay, so there's a Day King and a Night King. It's like the cycles of night and day. O witch who has traversed the vast cosmos, kindler of time's eternal flame, what brings you to this lonely planet? Also, oh, witch who has traversed the vast cosmoses sounds like Octavia a little bit. I did not come of my own accord. It's the planet's cry that found me through the void, answering its call. Sorry, let me read that again. I did not come of my own accord. It was the planet's cry that found me through the void. Answering its call, I crossed the gate of stars forgotten by time. In a universe nearing its quiet end, every world that yet glimmers is a treasure beyond compare. Who would have thought that in a region long considered dark and inhospitable, a living world would still endure? Okay. All right, let's see where this is going. But this is not the whole story. In truth, the little witch had caught But this is not the whole story. In truth, the little witch caught wind of whispers from this dark expanse. Whispers that had flown to her on the eve of the night carnival. Under ordinary circumstances, she would likely have dismissed such strange signals just as another error from the scryglass. But as the message reached her, she was fretted over the next day's festivities, desperately trying to find a way to avoid her nemesis, who would also be there. So she seized the opportunity to hide away from her workshop, spending considerable effort deciphering this distant missive. So this particular message means that some unknown planet has been feeling unwell. Is this talking about Teyvat? It's talking about a lonely planet, a planet's cry. A living world that would still endure. This particular message means that some unknown planet has been feeling unwell. Damn, Teyvat's been Teyvat's being battered and bruised all of these years. No matter what, the righteous Kingdom of Day would never do anything to harm the planet, the Day King said solemnly. Perhaps you would ask the wicked Night King. This very morning, I sent my army to vanquish him, alas. But before he could finish, the last ray of the setting sun vanished into the night, and the king's apparition melted away like cream. With the cloak of darkness descending, the court itself vanished too. The ground boiled like a raging sea, and black smoke rose from the earth. The entire planet became a vast black ocean. Fortunately, the little witch had remembered her broom, otherwise she may well have plunged into the water. Riding her broom beneath the blood-red moon, she traveled far before finally spying a lonely castle glowing with firelight. Vanquish the Night King? That's the easy part. What we have to do is far more important. The castle seemed to have been built by the Day King's army. For unknown reasons, it had escaped desolation by the Sea of Mist. The leading warrior, carrying a sword on his back, was not at all surprised by the little witch's arrival. Instead, he met her with an invitation. Even if we defeat the Night King, it changes nothing. As soon as the sun sets anew, the dark tide will swallow this land once more. To break this endless cycle, we built this castle. From here, we can search for a solution. Okay. So there seems to be a day god and a night god, and one wants to destroy the other. And apparently they cannot live in equilibrium. At his invitation, the little witch descended to the deepest levels of the castle, where, beyond its fragile boundaries, stretched a sea of pure darkness. Sustaining this boundary was a massive mechanism that spat out an endless stream of smoke. Countless pipes were continuously drawing thick seawater into its core. This is the perpetual motion machine? Chat. Now I'm thinking of Conria. Conria had perpetual motion machines. This is the perpetual motion machine, or you may call it the Holy Grail. By burning the seawater, it generates light and heat. Since all tangible things on this planet are merely shadows cast by the light, as long as we can create a fire that won't go out, but doing this will only make the planet burn out even faster, the little witch sighed. Oh, once the sea's been drained, this place will be finished. There's nothing holy about the so-called Grail. Now I know why the planet has been feeling unwell. Oh, this is interesting. Before the warrior could react, the little witch drew the sword from his back and hurled it into the perpetual motion machine. The warrior reached out to retrieve it, but the moment the blade touched the black sea mist, both he and the fading light vanished into nothingness. The entire planet was once again swallowed by darkness. When daylight finally returned, it was as if everything from the previous night had been nothing more than a deep and distant dream. I suppose that's a temporary fix at least, the little witch murmured, glancing back once more before leaving the planet on her broom. In the morning light, the warrior, his shadow trailing long behind him, took up the sword bestowed by the Day King and set out on his journey once... Oh, that's a samsara cycle. This cycle may go on for a long, long time, until the day you become nothing but an empty shell. But no matter what, you must keep going. At least you must live until we meet again. What in the... This is definitely an allegory. This is certainly an allegory. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I was thinking about two things. I was thinking about Conria a little bit when they mentioned the perpetual motion device. Like the perpetual motion machine. So it's like siphoning energy out of the planet, so the planet's dying. For the sake of this war between the light and the dark. But I was also kind of thinking of the king part. I was thinking of Dragon King Nibelung. How he used to be a light dragon and he became a dark dragon. So I'm like, is this an allegory for Nibelung or is this an allegory for the planet of Teyvat? Like being under the constant pressure of the War of Vengeance, the Conria Cataclysm, the initial war with the dragons, the current situation going on with the borders getting destroyed and becoming weakened. That's another thing too. I never considered the state of the world itself. For the most part, it always seemed like everything is kind of on the up and up. Everything is good. But I kind of, it's not, like, no one's ever asked, how's Teyvat doing? Is Teyvat okay? Does it need to talk? Has it been holding up all these years despite all of the abyss and forbidden knowledge and war and destruction and, like, all of this despair that's been happening amongst it? And the little witch was like, screw your plan, the world is at stake. So she was kind of thinking of the bigger picture here. And then the warrior faded to nothing. And then the next day, everything just reset. So it's kind of like an endless cycle until somebody comes along and breaks that cycle. And unfortunately, it was only temporary in this case. But I wonder if this is like kind of like an allegorical representation that things will not change until a variable is presented. Until a traveler, until a descender comes along and changes things for the better. I don't know, like, and when you think about it too, like, everything was all hunky-dory until the Abyss came into play, but the Abyss only came into play because Nibelung, which only happened because Fanes pulled up and whatnot, so this light and darkness thing, I can't help but feel like this is like, I feel like I can associate it to Nibelung in a way, because Nibelung used to be this righteous light dragon who, like, fought for his dragon kind and fought for the world, but then at the turn of the forbidden knowledge, he became a destructive dragon that was bent on destruction, even at the cost of his own creations, the moons, the moon sisters, the very life he cultivated and was trying to protect. And at the end of the day, like, looking at this too, the planet suffers as a result. So it's like, is all of this fighting, is all of this destruction really worth it when at the end of the day, the place you call home isn't going to survive for much longer? I don't know what the whole thing about siphoning the energy, siphoning the seawater from the world. I don't know if that's maybe how Conria was doing things, because Conria had perpetual motion creations as well. And I always assumed that they just tapped into the abyss and Azosite, but Azosite was probably farmed from the world itself, right? It's kind of like a natural light resource, if you will. So maybe that was representing Conria, and how Conria is like another cycle in that process that was just taking from the world and taking from the planet. I don't know. This one was very, and this is an added chapter to the Little Witch in the Undying Fire story, which is interesting. But she seems to be the variable that, even if it was temporary, she stopped this samsara cycle. It's like, this is what always happens, no matter what. Who knows how many cycles Teyvat has gone through when you think about it? If Teyvat is based on a samsara cycle to begin with, it kind of just paints the picture that. It kind of just paints the picture that, how is this time going to be any different? Is Aether going to be any different from the first 3 Descenders that came here? You know, is this going to be what really changes the world, or are we going to do all of this and then at the end we just redo and start all over again with another Descender and another, you know, another run, another attempt, you know? That was a very interesting, very interesting read there. Yeah. And, not to hop on Honkai Star Rail's back again. I feel like I've been doing that a lot, especially with the whole Xandar and, Columbina theories that I've been having recently. But, like, HSR went through 33,550,337 cycles. And Teyvat, this game feels like it's always been about samsaras. It's always been about cyclical patterns, cyclical nature of things. And 4 is the magic number in this game. So, I don't know. It's just very interesting to just consider what is Teyvat and what is the nature of this world? What's the purpose of our journey? What's Lumine been fighting for? Does it even tie into any of this stuff? You know, is the world a whole other story? A whole other side? Look at that. The false moon right there. Good lord. Like clockwork. But, yeah, that was a great read. That was a fantastic read. I'm sure that's going to manifest itself in some way, shape, or form when we get to the end game. I don't know if Nibelung comes back in the picture. I don't know if the Descenders are going to come back in the picture when the Heavenly Principles wakes up. But that definitely seems like an allegorical representation of, I don't know, humanity's relationship with the planet, nature's relationship with the planet, and everything else in between. But we'll have to wait and see. All right, give me 1 second, gamers. Is the event weapon included? No. I'm just reading the Durin and Venti's weapon today. I mean, the limited I think the web event, I'm sorry, I think the event weapon is tied to Natlan, so I'm not really interested in reading that right now. Did he just read? Yes, I did. I just read Durin's weapon. All right, and last but not least, we have Venti's signature weapon, a brand new 5-star. Added this patch, which is kind of wild when you think about it. But we have the Daybreak Chronicles, which, I'm not going to lie, chat, this kind of reminds me of Seamus Pegg, Gene and Barbara's dad, because his title is the Cardinal of Daybreak. So I'm not sure what the Daybreak aspect implies, but the Daybreak Chronicles we have. And, let's see. The song of resistance come hither on the wind to settle as gentle tones upon these strings. Their combined power great enough to break... I'm sorry. Let me read that again. The song of resistance come hither on the wind to settle as gentle tunes upon these strings. Their combined power great enough to rip boundless darkness asunder with the light of the breaking dawn. God damn, that is an epic... That is such an epic passage there. All right. The Daybreak Chronicles. Oh, Crucialide. Isn't that... I swear to God, I've heard that from somewhere. I think that's Wandering Troop related. Crucialide, right? I swear to God, I've heard that before. It's not like Cry to Prince. Like, Cry to Prince is Chalk Prince. I swear to God, I've seen that before. Crucialide. I don't know what that is or who that is, but I think I've heard of that in the Wandering Troop artifact set. Like 4 years ago. Good lord. Crucialide. Have you ever heard the pipes call out in the dusk? Have you heard a voice in the wind song? Farewell, farewell, goodbye forever? We shall not weep for you, for the night breeze will... Oh my gosh. We shall not weep for you, for the night breeze will bear our tears away. Yes, comrade, it shall bear our tears away. They say that there was once a trap... Oh, wow. Okay. Yep. It is the Wandering Troop. Holy shit. Is this a 5-star continuation of that? They say that there was once a traveling musical troupe who conspired to assassinate the ruling house. Among them was a renegade noble scion named Crucialide. A tune was written for him after the ploy failed. I'm sorry. A tune was written for him after the plot failed. His real name was, of course, not Crucialide, and has been lost to time. The word Crucialide itself used to mean the quartering song in the old tongue. In those days, when the nights grew long and the dark hung low, quartering was a cruel punishment which left its victims begging for the release of death. Yeah, quartering, I actually found out what this was, like, some time ago. But quartering is when, like, you're roped by your arms and legs, and then, like, I think they like attach it to like animals or something, or like mechanisms, and then like they just pull your limbs apart until you're dead, which is terrifying to think about. Deserters, bandits, rebels, and makers of moonshine would be executed in public in this manner, while the ruling aristocracy basked in their dreadful cries. Okay, you know what? I was kind of curious about this. I was like, wait, what the hell? The Wandering Troop tried to assassinate a ruling house? But then I was like, wait a minute, we hate the aristocracy back in the day. So they were trying to overthrow the oppressive aristocracy ruling house, like the aristocratic ruling house, but they failed, and the renegade noble scion died in the process. I don't know if he died, but the plot failed basically, so they weren't successful. And I wonder if he was killed via quartering, maybe, by the aristocracy when he was caught. In those days, when one could not see the light of dawn, Crucialide became a byword for those who rose up and failed. But in this way, it also became a rallying cry for rebellion. The Crucialide of the traveling troupe has had their names lost to time. But it matters not, for by then, Crucialide had already taken on countless monikers carried on the wind in song. Oh, this is cool. So this is like a rebellious spirit title, almost. Whoa! The Nameless Shepherd, Emunlauker, Midnight Rogue, Dawnlight, Gunhilder, Ragvinder. Holy shit, Emunlauker mentioned in 2026? That is crazy. Until at last, the final Cruise Lead would awaken from a 1,000-year-long slumber. Oh, Venti? Is Venti considered the final Cruise Lead? The final singer of rebellion? Answering the small cry of a foreign maiden who had drifted to this land. Vanessa? That sounds like it may have been Vanessa. A maiden who drifted to this land? Just as he had once been born from the wishes of a certain youth. Chat, what is happening right now? We just got Emunlauker, Vanessa, I think the Nameless Bard, and Venti in the same passage. What in the world? Oh my god. Okay, let me read this again. The Cruise Lead of the traveling troupe has had their names lost to time, yes, but it doesn't matter, for by then, Cruise Lead had already taken on countless monikers carried on the wind in song. The Nameless Shepherd, Emunlauker, Midnight Rogue, Dawnlight, Gunhilder, Ragvinder, until at last the final Cruise Lead would awake from a 1,000-year slumber. That sounds like Venti. Answering the small cry of a foreign maiden who had drifted to this land. That sounds like Vanessa. Just as he had once been born from the wishes of a certain youth would have been the Nameless Bard from years prior, like 500 years prior to Vanessa's time. The songs that told of Cruise Lead would be fashioned for a time, but in the end, they would leave the lips of men, for in the times after the darkness, there was no longer any need for this name. Cruise Lead, have you ever seen the horizon turn white? Have you heard the maiden sing in the wind? Farewell, goodbye forever. The morning sun had kissed away my tears, and had told me the dawn had broken. Oh, my lover, the dawn, it has broken. Yeah, this is really cool, guys. Holy moly. This is really cool. Yeah, so Cruise Lead was once a person who stood for, you know, fighting back against oppression, against rebellion, against rebelling against a corrupt system. And it soon manifested in the actions of the people. And that manifested through song. And that song is the rebellion now. So now people use these songs to represent their struggle and their yearning to fight back for like equality and things of that nature. And Venti has been carrying that tune forever. And it doesn't seem like, and it seems like it has a pretty long history. The Nameless Shepherd, I don't know if that's considered the nameless bard. Emunlauker, which we don't even know what happened to Emunlauker after Solvin Dagnir. But we do know about the Emunlauker clan. I don't know if that's going to tie in with Varka at all, because that's another thing too. We have all of these other clans. We have Gunhilder, which is Jean's family, Ragvinder, which is Diluc's family, the Lawrence clan, which is Eula's family. So I'm kind of curious where like Varka's lineages run, you know, and how far back that goes. If he has connections to Arendolan, right? The Grandmaster from 500 years ago, especially since he dual wields, which is crazy. We have Midnight Rogue and Dawnlight. I don't know if that ties it. Like, Midnight Rogue kind of makes me think of the Dark Knight hero. Or even, like, the Phantom Thief of Mondstadt back in the day. Like, during the same aristocracy. Dawnlight, I'm not entirely sure. I think I've heard of Dawnlight before, but that just might be, like, a connection to, you know, I think that is tied to something. I just can't think of it at the moment. And then all of these other connections here. Venti awaking from his slumber and applying... Like, Venti is basically the last rebel of Mondstadt, still fighting the good fight for everything that's still happening in the world, now with the Abyss, with Celestia potentially, and everything else in between. And then I think the small cry from the Foreign Maiden is referencing Vanessa, and then Venti was born from the wishes of a certain youth, which seems to be the nameless bard from the time of Decarabian, which is fantastic, which is amazing as well. But yeah, those were all different forms of Crucially that took on different monikers, different titles. Yeah, that's really cool too. That's another. I mean, it's proper for Venti as well. Like, the lore is proper to him, and it's basically tailor-made for him for his new like form of, like, the new way in which he presents himself in the story. Like, now that he's kind of been buffed, and he's buffed up a bunch of people in Mondstadt. Oh, the Dawnlight Swordsman. Yeah, okay. The Dawnlight Swordsman is a member of the troop who wielded the flute. Yeah. I just couldn't think of it at the time, honestly. But yeah, that is all the lore, ladies and gentlemen. This was a fantastic stream. A massive amount of lore. This was a 6-hour stream, mind you. I mean, I was yapping here and there, but between Yahoda's lore, Durin's weapon, and now Venti's weapon, this was substantial. This was fantastic. I thoroughly enjoyed my time going through all of this. I hope you guys did as well. The Luna 4 patch comes out in a couple of days. Actually, I think it comes out tomorrow. Well, let's see. Yeah, tonight is Bina's trailer. Tomorrow night is Luna 4's patch. Wednesday, I'm not streaming. Thursday, I will be streaming, and at least starting the Archon quest. I don't know how lengthy it is, and we're getting Pyramida, we're getting a new region area, and everything else in between, so it's probably going to take me a while to get through everything in that regard as well. But yeah, this was great. I'm going to try to get through everything, get through all of my editing and stuff before the weekend, and jump into Luna 4's content, so I hope you guys enjoyed. And this was really, really fun, really great stuff, and I can't wait to see all the new lore that we get from the next patch. All right, oh, that's right. There's one other thing I wanted to talk to you guys about. This actually came out of,
Ready for a rehearsal?
Yeah. So there's a couple things I do want to talk about. This one in particular, this is something that I wanted to mention, because I don't think I saw a lot of people, I haven't really seen a lot of people talk about this. And this is information that actually came out of HoYoFest from Aquarius, one of the developers, you know, the developer I mentioned in my previous video. But Aquarius discussed that HoYoverse pretty much tries to line up. There's two things actually I want to talk about. There's two things, in fact. The first one I want to touch base with you guys on is regarding lore. Aquarius mentioned that HoYoverse really tries their best to have a lore explanation for almost everything that happens in Genshin. And I was sitting down last night. So I'm going to talk about Venti real quick, but before that, I was sitting down last night. We were watching the Marvelous Miss Maisel. It's a TV show that aired like a few years ago, and I'm watching it for the first time with my girlfriend and her family. We're all watching it for the first time. It's a really great show. If you haven't seen it, The Marvelous Miss Maisel, we're watching it on Prime Video. It's super entertaining, really great story, really great characters, hilarious. And I had this epiphany after I read and I saw that little interview that Aquarius did. He was like, oh yeah, we try to find a way to kind of give lore details to the things that are happening in Teyvat, so that way we kind of incorporate whenever we add things to the game, we don't want to just add things for a meta reason. We don't want to just add things for a combat or a kit reason. We want there to be like lore substance. So basically, there's lore in everything in Genshin. We've always talked about that. And so the first thing I thought of was the Libin event, because we just had the Libin event, and in that event, Libin was like, oh, have you ever been to Dorman Port? And in that video, or in that recording, I already uploaded it, but in that recording, I was like, oh no, we can never go to Dorman Port because Paimon's always holding us off and is like, why don't we explore this area later? And then Libin said the exact, and then like Aether responded with the exact same thing. Libin's gone, unfortunately. 07's my boy, you were great. But I actually thought he was still here. But what I literally started thinking, chat, I'm like, there must be a lore reason why there are borders around Teyvat. Like, I was like, wait a minute. Like, from a gameplay perspective, it makes sense. Hoyo hasn't made these areas yet, so they put these borders in place so that way we don't go out of the border, and because the game's not finished, it's not made yet. But then I was like, wait a minute, but what's the lore reason? Aquarius kind of planted that in my head. I was like, okay, if there's a gameplay reason why we can't do that, what's the lore reason? And then, for some strange reason, I was like, huh. It's kind of interesting how you think of Teyvat and how you think of how it's being managed, right? We now know from Luna 3 that this world was governed by the 3 moons: reason, life, death, time, and space. These are not authorities granted by the heavenly principles. The heavenly principles basically yoinked the moon, well, the primordial one yoinked the moon's authorities and then dispersed it amongst the shades. So I was like, okay, my characters are walking around in Teyvat, so the life authority is doing its thing. We're not dead. If I were to jump off this cliff and land on the solid ground, I die, so the authority of death is applied here. So we got life and death doing their thing. If I open up my map here and I fast travel through time. Okay, the time authority is doing its thing. That works out great. Huh. But why can't I but then this is the thought that I have too. Huh. I'm in this space right here in Teyvat, but I want to travel up to a higher space. But when I try to do that, the game won't let me. Why won't they let me travel to this higher space? I think it's because Asmodee is MIA. And the reason why I think the lore reason why we get incremental expansions of space in the game is, it might be because of Alice as the border, as like the oh shit. Oh my gosh, Dawe's here. Holy moly. Guys, not even planned, not even scripted. Hold on. That is so funny that the unusual hilly churl is here of all places. But yeah, so I actually am like, okay, if we try to do this, we can't.
How about we explore the area ahead of us later?
And so in my head, I'm like, okay, what's the lore reason for this? Asmodee, or rather the authority of space, right? Asmodee, aka Asmodee. Asmodee's MIA. And so I wonder if that in some way is messing with the authority of space in Teyvat, where we can't go into any space we want. We can only go into permitted spaces that are allowed. And maybe even Alice is doing this in the meantime because she's basically the border protector of Teyvat. And I don't know if the borders reference these borders, if it references the firmament potentially. But I was thinking that last night, and I was like, wait a minute. I'm really now considering, I'm like, maybe because Asmodee isn't around, the authority of space is less applicable right now. And who knows, maybe Asmodee will show up when all of these spaces of Teyvat are filled up. But yeah, that gave me pause when I thought of it initially, because I was like, oh, if there's a lore reason for everything, why can't we go beyond the borders? Why does Paimon give us a verbal explanation of, hey, we'll come back here later when things have cleared up a little bit, when the authority gives us permission to go beyond these borders? Because naturally you would think, well, we should be able to go everywhere. Obviously in the video, like the video game answer is, oh, Hoyoverse hasn't developed that area yet, so that's why it's blocked off. But from a lore perspective, maybe it has to do with the authority of space not being fully established or not being fully channeled because of Asmodee's disappearance. And so with every patch, with every region, with every expansion, maybe maybe the authority of space is becoming fuller, or maybe it's becoming more prominent or more powerful. I don't know the explanation for that in particular, but I just wonder if the reason we're confined to a specific space has anything to do with the authority of space or the shade of space, potentially. And I don't know if that has anything to do with Paimon, if she's also, if she's got some involvement with Asmodee, being a Gwobified Asmodee. She is the one that was like, hey, we'll come back here later. And it's like, Paimon, how do you know that? How do you know if we'll come back here later? That seems pretty sus. So that's the first thing that I wanted to mention. But the more pressing situation that I wanted to discuss and talk about actually has to do with what Aquarius mentioned regarding Venti. And what Venti told us back during Tenoch's talk in version 5.8, when he mentioned that he blew off the Mare Javari from the timeline, but that it cost, it cost something. He had to pay a price for it. And then he went to sleep for a really long time. I think Aquarius mentioned it, and I never really considered what price Venti specifically had to pay. But the thing I thought of, okay, and this is really quick, this is going to be spoilers for anyone who's never seen Hunter x Hunter. You could probably leave the stream right now or click to this timestamp if you don't want the Hunter x Hunter explanation of it. But in Hunter x Hunter, during the Chimera Ant arc, there is a character moment for the main character, Gone Freaks, who is going up against a character that he cannot beat. This character is insanely strong. They are insanely powerful. There is no shot in the dark that Gon can beat this character. However, in the show, there are things called Nen contracts, where if you make a contract with your Nen, which is your power system, the more restrictive your contract, the stronger the price you'll get in return. So basically, you pay a contract, you put a stipulation, you're like, I can be this strong at the cost of this. And as long as you maintain that stipulation, you'll get that power in return. So what Gon did, out of revenge, because the person he's gonna fight killed someone that meant a lot to him, he said, I will sacrifice my future potential and how good I can be in the future for that power right now. And after today, I will never use Nen for the rest of my life. And it's like, that's a pretty restrictive contract. It's pretty clear-cut and to the point. And so in that moment, he got power to surpass not just the person he was fighting, but the person he was fighting's leader. He equaled their power in that moment. He two-pieced that character. That character died in like 3 hits, and he was forever changed. He can never use Nen again. He can never use his power again. He ruined his body beyond measure, beyond compare. And the reason I use that as a barometer for this conversation is because I think Aquarius implied that Venti, in his new, like, when he does this, Venti, right here, he's shooting time. These are not Anemo bows that he's shooting. These are time bows that he's shooting. And the price Venti uses, whenever he uses his, like, authority, that his shard of power that Istaroth grants him, I think the cost is his time. Venti is sacrificing his future time to give him power in the present, which basically means he's shortening his lifespan by doing that. Blowing the Mayor Javari off the timeline, granting and utilizing power of Istaroth. I think that's basically Venti's whole thing. He's a rebel. He's fighting the good fight. He's not gonna, right? He's gonna, obviously he's gonna do his thing with a smile on his face, but he understands the sacrifices he's making for this world, for his people, for his country, for, you know, for everything that's happening right now with the Abyss and the firmament getting weaker and things are just at an all-time low. He literally just buffed the people of his nation to help protect them. And so, like, basically Venti is shooting time, and Venti just got a buff at the cost of his future. So we don't know when Venti's going to quote-unquote die. We don't know when Venti's time is gonna run out and he's gonna, like, fade into the winds. But I think Aquarius implied that everything they do in the game has a connection. Everything they do in the game has a lore implication to it. And the Hexarai buffs that he just gave came at the cost of his future. The same way that he mentioned, and I think that's what explains his long years of sleep. He gets this big burst of power, he blows the Mayor Javari off the timeline, and then he's gone for 1,000 years. You know? And even now, I mean, right now he didn't do much. Like, he didn't have to, like, take a nap or anything when he awakened the power that was his. But it's very clear that the cost of the power that he used from Istaroth, and she's the Dominion of Time, is time. He's using up what little time he has left to try to, I guess, help people, to help the nations, and to do the best he can as an Archon. But, yeah, it was just very interesting to get that perspective from Aquarius, because look at Renova. Look at Renova's authority. Look what Mawika and Shibalanke and every other Pyro Archon that dipped into the Shade of Death's powers. The rule was that you had to die. That was the trade-off. That was the contract. That was signing the dotted lines. Same thing with Venti. He signs his time away. If you use Renova's power, you sign death away. Like, your life is forfeit. I don't know if space and life have a stipulation. I mean, I guess technically, Rhine-Daughter is kind of having a field day with the authority of life. Basically just utilizing it to no end with her abyssal creations, I assume. Or just life in general. And with Asmodee MIA, we don't really know what the... Actually, you know what I think? I think for Asmodee, I think if you utilize Asmodee's authority, you literally disappear. You are voided from space. You cease to exist. I think that would be her stipulation. Like, if you're able to void things, once you're done using that power, you yourself are voided. And so, I don't know. These are the lore questions that keep me up at night. These are the lore thoughts that I have, and I just wanted to ramble and yap to you guys about that before we wrap up for today, because those were the two things I was like, I want to talk about these things before Luna 4 comes out, because I don't know if we're gonna get any shade reveals or any type of lore drops or revelations regarding this stuff. Obviously, Venti's not around, but you know, you never know when these things are gonna come up. But I wanted to at least mention those two things, because Lord knows when we're going to see Asmodee in-game. And, you know, I wonder if we're going to get more... whenever we see Venti again, like, now that we have the context of him and the price that he paid, that he told us at Tenoch's Talk, it makes a whole lot of sense now. So, so yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to talk about those two things in particular, just because they were on the top of my brain. And I wanted to just get those things out there. Let me know what you guys think, especially just because, you know, there's a lot of lore implications going on right now. I could yap about lore all day, and hopefully people... I'm probably going to turn this into a video and upload it and whatnot. But, it just shows how selfless these characters are. Venti, a little wind spirit, is willing to burn out what little power he has left, what little time he has left, literally, what little time he has left on this world, to sacrifice it to help the present. And I hate to feel like I was right. I don't know where I said it in the video. It's probably in my playthrough series, but I did say, I do think by the end of the game, all of the original Archons are going to be dead. And with this whole time sacrifice thing, Venti's days are literally numbered. And as far as Zhongli's contract, the potential of him being a sussy baka Geo Dragon Sovereign Man, he was around 6,000 years ago, whatever contract he has with Celestia, whatever contract he has with the Tsaritsa. I feel like Zhongli will also go down for Liyue and go down for this world. And so I just don't know how it's going to happen, but I do think I think Venti and Zhongli are going to be gone by the end of the game. And all of the original Archons will have died in defense of Teyvat, fighting for Teyvat, fighting for its people, fighting for change, fighting against oppression, against eternity, for justice, for the right to live, and everything else in between. But yeah, I don't mean to manifest or like do some like high tier ghostwriting right now, but I just feel like I'm on like the same wavelength of this game sometimes. And I don't know. I wouldn't want that to happen. I love Venti so much. I love Venti, Zhongli, the OGs. They're goats, you know, but you know, it's kind of like the old generation making things better for the next generation that follows. And you know what? As much as I would hate the idea of that, I actually think the whole system of Archonship, like the Archon system, the Celestia, Vision, Gnosis system is probably going to get torn down. But in the event that it doesn't, or maybe even if it persists after we deal with the story, it would be interesting to get a new Animo Archon, a new Geo Archon to match Nahida. You know, obviously, Focalors kind of went out like an absolute unit. Mawika and the current Tsaritsa. I don't know. It really just depends on what Hoyo is cooking and how Hoyo is going to go about... How Hoyo's going to go about their process with everything. But, yeah, I just wanted to talk about those things. I have a few other mentions that I'm going to tag on to this point here, but... yeah, hopefully it was an insightful and thought-provoking thing to listen to. Arnold, stop. I'm gonna cry. I'm sorry.
Right now, I wish I was sitting on the top of a tree, looking out over a meadow, cider in hand.
But with all that, gamers, I'm done streaming. It's 9 o'clock. I'm gonna have dinner. I'm gonna take a shower. I'm gonna have dinner. I'm gonna relax until 11. And hopefully Columbina's character trailer will be out. I'll record my reaction. I'll have that uploaded like around midnight-ish, and then hopefully I can go to bed. And then tomorrow we will... well, tomorrow's... I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'm not streaming Wednesday. My next stream for Genshin will be on Thursday, so this will be the last time you guys see me live. I will have videos, though. I'm going to have Bina's video up tonight. I'm going to have a pulling video tomorrow. Wednesday, I'm reluctant to post on Wednesday because I know everyone's just going to be playing the new content, so most people probably aren't going to watch any uploads. But I'm going to post on Wednesday, too, because I'm streaming Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And Friday might be drip marketing as well, so that's another thing, too, to consider. But I'm going to post, like, a topical discussion video on Wednesday. But I hope you guys will check it out. If I don't see you guys, thank you so much for watching. Thank you guys for tuning in, both on Twitch and YouTube. I'll be starting the Luna 4 content on Thursday. I don't know how long the Archon quest is. I don't know how long it's going to take me to get through. But we're at least going to start. So, depending on how long that takes and how long I'm streaming and how many hours the story's going to take, and I'm probably going to go off the beaten path and explore the new Paramita area and do all this other stuff too. So, you know, I'm going to try to see if I can finish the Archon quest by Sunday. Just because I hope that Bina's anecdotes are available. Ugh, excuse me.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
But yeah, thank you guys all for watching. I'm gonna wrap up here now. I am super hungry. Yeah, the demo should be in about 2 hours, roughly. Yeah, in 2 hours from right now. So, I should be recording and I should have a video up. I'm like really hungry. I'm getting a little lightheaded right now. So hopefully I'm gonna eat dinner and I'm gonna feel a lot better by then. I'm also a little tired. So, but I'm going to try to get the video recorded and uploaded tonight. So, be on the lookout for an upload later. And, beyond that, thank you guys for watching. The VOD will be archived on YouTube if you guys missed it. It'll be also on Twitch. Really appreciate everybody for the follows, the subs, the resubs. Also, Foxy Cat, thank you for the raid. I did not see that earlier. I was in the middle of my recording Yap session. But, yeah, I really appreciate it. I hope you guys have a good one. Can you pull for viewers? I do not pull for viewers, personally. But yeah, I am going to head out. I will see you guys on Thursday for Genshin. And we're going to get to HSR sometime next week. Most likely, maybe next weekend, give or take. But, yeah.
Should I choose?
Bye-bye, everybody. Thank you for watching. I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Good luck on your polls, by the way. And thank you for reminding me to do Millie Astra. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that next. All right, Kate, thanks. Bye.